Power to pre-scoring. Let's go.
Touchdown. Let's go. That was awesome. I'm unstoppable.
Welcome in to the MPW Digital Watch Party. I am Chase Parham and Brian Rippey joining me here in a second as well. I'm getting him in currently. There he is. We are here for the Gator Bowl, Ole Miss and Duke coming up in about 5 minutes. We will be here throughout the duration outside of halftime with you as the Rebels eye their, what in the world is that? Make that go away. 1 second real quick in the production side of things. As the Rebels are eyeing their 10th win of the season, also trying to get win number 10 for the third time in the last 4 years. Ole Miss has only done that one other time in program history. That was 1959 to 1962 when they got 3 wins. That was an Any Spark commercial. We love our people at Any Spark, but I realized Walker Howard was in the commercial, and considering he's now at Louisiana Lafayette, I went ahead and pulled that a little early. So I will make that up. Sarah Brooke, you guys at NE Spark, love all of you. Hope all of you have the internet. We've got it powered here inside my home tonight, but given the transfer portal situation that's going on with that, I just pulled that a few minutes early. But Ole Miss and Duke, a few minutes away there in Jacksonville. Yeah, a lot of talk about the SEC. Georgia losing to Notre Dame. We'll get into that for a minute. Jeffrey Wright should be joining us momentarily as well. And as we have a couple minutes here to get started, Ole Miss warming up in their powder helmets, red jerseys, and white pants. Just really appreciate Realtree for their sponsorship of this program all year long. Again, this watch party will go straight into the MPW Digital Postgame Show presented by Realtree. Can't say enough about Tyler, Beal, the Jordan family. Also, just Realtree is a brand, a company, and obviously Ole Miss supporters, as you guys are aware of. So can't thank them enough. This is just year one. We've already agreed. We're back next year with Realtree as well for another year of watch parties, another year of post-game shows. So again, go to Realtree.com. Use MPW15. It's on the screen. You get 15% off. Realtree.com. Really help us out, helps you out. You get a great product, and you help Ole Miss out in the process as well. So that would mean a lot to me. And then also want to mention Horn Legend. It's one of the apparel people that use the Realtree prints, the Realtree brand. They're doing a sale. Horn Legend, really good products, really good materials. It's a quality product. They're doing 20% off through Sunday on all Realtree items. They're hornlegend.com, so you can go there, Realtree products through Sunday, again, at hornlegend.com, and you get 20% off with Realtree. So appreciate that. If you will, again, welcome to everybody. I see Tim, thank you. Got Leif, always a pleasure to see you up in the screen here. And then Tupelo, good to see you as well. Brian, good to see you. How are you this evening as we're getting ready for the Blue Devils and the Rebels?
Doing well. I hate to sound test this after the fact, but can you hear me okay? I just changed the
I can hear you
setup.
perfect. No problem at all.
Okay, good. Doing well. I can hardly see you in the camo.
Well, I'm only camo here. I'm just in some neutrals. Otherwise, green hat. This will the post game show will be a podcast. Let me get that out of the way. The post game show is always what we make into a podcast. I do not make the watch party into a podcast. It just doesn't make sense. But we will have that. Alexandra, good to always see you. Hope you're doing well out there in Texas, right? I think you're in Dallas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the main event. You got the undercard out of the way. That was Notre Dame knocking off Georgia. Georgia played like crap. Notre Dame has become a very well-coached football team under Marcus Freeman. They have advanced now. They will face Penn State in the semifinal, Texas and Ohio State in the other semifinal. So the SEC's hopes down to the Longhorns, a Big 12 team, until this season. Georgia did not look right for a lot of the year, and it sort of all played out in that exact way here against Notre Dame this afternoon in New Orleans. So yeah, bit of a weird day, but I mean, look at it. I'm not making anything into this other than it's a bad bracket, I think. But when you look at it, 0-4 for the 4 teams with a bye, they went 0-4. The conference champions, all 5 conference champions, lose their first round game.
There's probably something to that, right? The layoff versus playing and then getting in the swing of things and having another game week, as well as the buys were flawed, right? Arizona State, who put up a hell of an effort, having a bye, Boise State having a bye, skewed some of that a little bit, I think. But there is probably something to the layoff, right? Like it's a little bit similar to the MLB playoffs now, where they've expanded the playoffs and like you now have the teams that have won the division or they're the top two seeds in the MLB playoffs. And you saw the last couple of years that when they have like 6 days off after playing, 6 days a week for 4 months, they're not quite as sharp. There probably is something to that. I mean, I guess the moral of the story, this setup is imperfect to say the least.
We're going to get some changes quickly. I mean, I think even in the next year, you're going to see them no longer give the buys to strictly to conference champions. They're just going to give the buys to what they deem to be the 4 best teams. I think that will be the first thing that you will see as a switch and a change as we look at kind of what they can do and what they will do for this event. Yeah, look, Duke is kicking off. Their uniforms, these black helmets just don't do it for me. This is not ideal. They've got the old English script, the letters written out. Ole Miss has won the uniform battle, if nothing else. Duke will win white jerseys, black pants, and that god-awful black helmet. Again, when you have blue and white as your colors, use the blue and white.
Totally agree.
This is not complicated.
Black's cool for basketball, though, right? Basketball uniform that works, but not really football. Kind of black on blue for football to me, as someone who probably has no qualifications to offer an opinion by being colorblind, but like when you're blue and white, like use that for football for sure.
He's not joking, by the way. He is colorblind.
Yeah, no, literally, not in a figurative sense. I am colorblind, but can see enough to know that this looks like an awful uniform.
I want to talk a little bit about Ole Miss. Obviously, Jackson Dart playing his final game. We'll do that at some commercial breaks and some downtime. They've got on the screen here 322.9 yards passing this season for Dart. Is it Bentley or Diggs in the backfield? It's Bentley.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, I mean, the choices are Dominique Thomas, Bentley, or Logan Diggs at this point. Diggs is active tonight for the Rebels. Got some awesome super chats, by the way, as we're getting going. Ole Miss in the little bit of hurry up. Not as fast this year as in other years, but they are in a little bit of hurry up here. Going to bring up 3rd and about 5 for the Rebels. PTG Brandon, as always, appreciate you hanging out. I think Sissy's going to join us in a little while, or he said he's going to try to. He's at Universal Studios today, but depending on what the rest of the family had going on, he was going to try to lock in. Appreciate you there with that super chat. Always good to see you. 3rd down for Ole Miss. I guess we need to do a check, too, on – okay, so this is the first chance for whether Lane's going to play Madden or not, because it's 4th and 1. But he's on the 34-yard line.
So I'm like a play and a half behind you. I'm about to have to watch 3rd down here, but we will.
Oh, so you're even behind me.
Yeah, it. I hope it's not due to the Wi-Fi because that C-Spire Wi-Fi over there. But it's, all right, so we
have battling Wi-Fi sponsorships here, so we're seeing what happens. JJ Pegues with the easy first down on 4th down. He just runs over everybody. I love everybody having like some PTSD a little bit. I'm seeing in the stream. Forgot how frustrating it is to watch us play. It's only the first drive. It's the first series. Robert Mag, thanks for the super chat. He says, thanks, guys. Always enjoy. We appreciate you.
So now that I've caught up on the 4th down, first thing I noticed, Pounds not Williams at any sort of tackle spot. Do you make anything of that at all?
Pounds is in?
Yeah, Pounds appear to be the left tackle. They appear to have Bulow at right tackle. But
yeah, so they're running their normal, what they've been doing for the – I mean, I think for the first half-ish, the starters are basically going to play. I think we're setting snap counts for the few of the top guys at like 30 plays, and then I have no idea what Dart's going to do. No clue.
I do agree with that. It's just interesting because remember, like before he got hurt, Williams was a starter for like a long time.
Frosty, thanks for super chat. Happy New Year. Looking forward to the coverage in 25. Thanks for all y'all do. Pocket Watch, same thing. He says Happy New Year. My hotty toddy friends beat Duke. Ole Miss into Duke territory now. Dart hitting Caden Lee. Again, I'll give you guys a Alexandria said Dart's got some ice on the field. Fancy necklace. I haven't noticed that yet. I'll have to lock in here in a second.
I just noticed that, but I was going to hold my tongue for a second. Big chain.
It's hit as he throws, but still caught. Is that Daquan Wright? It is Daquan Wright down inside, deep inside Duke territory now. It's a really
Why
good
did Juice
throw under
Wells change
pressure,
numbers?
over and under. Do what?
Why did Juice Wells change numbers? He's
All
wearing
right, so
7.
snap right now. If you wanted a check of where we were, that was a snap. The tackle is right now. He is to the ground. Ole Miss having second down from about the 13-yard line. What were you saying, Brian?
I'm just curious, why did Juice Wells change numbers? He's wearing 7.
I have no idea. Honestly, he was one I didn't even know was going to play or not. I was kind of out on what he was going to do or not do.
Oh, my man needed his December payment. He was going to play.
Okay. You're very locked in with that here in this part of the year. You're all up in the NIL game right now. I know I'm behind. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I'm not watching on cable.
Oh, I'm further behind than you.
Shepard said he would be in momentarily or here in a little bit. He's doing with bath time and bedtime with the little one. Ooh, Leif says as much description would be nice. I'm braving the grocery store to get ahead of Snowmageddon. So he is doing one of those
Wait, are we about
Kroger
to get hit
Publix
with
kind
the
of
snowstorm?
situations. I don't. Leif's not here, but we are getting hit. In like they're saying potentially for Oxford, like 10, 14 days, something like that, and they're predicting some of that like cold weather that maybe turns into snow and then ice. I mean,
You
similar to what
remember
we
the
got
one?
last year.
Yeah, I was about to say, you remember the one last January? I guess when we get to a stoppage, I'll have to tell you about almost dying, trying to get out of that to Memphis to an airport.
Was it a wedding?
Yeah, so my one of my wife's friends got married in San Miguel, Mexico, which I just assume is like a resort town. Absolutely not. It's in like completely inland Mexico. I've never heard of the place. We went Memphis to Atlanta, Atlanta to Mexico City, Mexico City to Quintero, which I didn't even know was a real place. Then took a 90-minute car ride from some stranger to San Miguel. But it was that snowstorm week in January of last year, and we had a 1 p.m. flight, and we left Oxford at 8:45 in the morning, and I-55 was 2 lanes. I slid off the road multiple times. I'm not joking. I was like, I really think we might like actually not make it to this. And we showed up at the airport for a 1:30 international flight at 12:45 and made it.
International.
Yeah, like so we were going to Atlanta, so we were connecting. It wasn't international yet, but we had bags to check and all of that, and literally showed up at the airport after 3.5 hours of going up I-55. My wife was like in tears. We'd run off the road a couple of times. I was like, if we miss it, we miss it. It is what it is. And we got on, and it ended up being fine. But I definitely never want to drive through that kind of weather again. That was horrendous.
I thought Diggs was wearing 22, but I could be wrong.
Has he gotten in
Yeah.
yet?
I don't think so, but in warm-ups, I saw him in 22, I thought. Leif's saying he's in Kentucky. Tupelo Rev says he's headed to St. Louis next Wednesday to see the in-laws. They're expecting 16 inches on Sunday in the St. Louis area.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, if you're way ahead of us, I mean, unless you just are trying to follow Twitter or something ahead of us, I would suggest pausing and then starting back where I am with play-by-play. Again, I can give you guys a snap check on that, but that just like if you were listening to Kellum, you'd have to like potentially change your situation to make that happen. We appreciate you making us your second screen here for this evening. Gator Bowl, Ole Miss and Duke. Ole Miss facing, is it fourth down? Is that what we call the timeout on here?
I think so.
Ole Miss, Robert Max says Ole Miss wins basketball kicking butt. They're opening league play in Auburn tonight. I think they've won 3 SEC openers in a row. Their schedule, though, I was talking to a couple people about this. I sort of stumbled on it when I realized or thought about it. They played UConn and SC in neutral site games. They played NC State on the road. I think they played Boston College in a neutral site. So they've got a decent schedule overall. But, all right, I'll finish that thought here. I'm going to give you guys a snap check. We're back, and it is Dart taking the snap right now. No, sorry, take that back. He faked me out. He is audibling. I lied. Third down, by the way, for the Rebels. Third and about 8, 9. Snap right now. He's not going to get it. It's going to be 4th and 3 or so for the Rebels. Ole Miss's home schedule. Everybody talk about the men's schedule being bad. Ole Miss women's basketball's home schedule is South Alabama and just a bunch of HBCUs. It's the entire home schedule in the non-conference. Like, I've never seen anything like it. I'm not even. I mean, look, I know I'm not Yo's biggest fan. I'm not really even trying to criticize. It just sort of blew me away. I couldn't understand what the purpose was.
I thought y'all were best friends. I don't know how that
we're
works
tight.
either, but they opened the season. You mentioned USC neutral site. That was in Paris, France. Like, that's one hell of a neutral site.
Okay, Jackson Dart picked off on 4th down. Duke running it back. He's got Lane still running and falls all the way to the 40-yard line. So Ole Miss had 4th down from the Duke 10-ish. Don't get it. Don't take the 3. Instead, Duke picks it off, brings it either from the goal line or out of the end zone, and it has come all the way back to the 40. It's not the way to cover a 17.5-point line.
No, that doesn't help. I'm about to fire up another laptop in hopes it'll be a little quicker because I'm
Kind
still
of a
behind
complete
you.
like flood thing right out of a weird formation, and there wasn't much there. That looked like a Madden play. That looked like a 2022 Texas Bowl play. Oh, it was the kicker. It wasn't even Dart. Sorry, that was Caden Davis. I apologize. See, I can't run, and then Duke throws it deep on the first play. I can't play. Oh, wow. Jeff says, sorry, not watching y'all. Y'all are so ahead of me, you're ruining it. Catch you after the game. Typically, I'm not ahead of anybody.
You're
That's
way ahead of
surprising.
me. I put it on the. I even put it on my laptop, and you're still ahead. What kind of internet do you have? Everybody else needs to get on that.
I don't have any audio. I'm looking at the chat and talking to you guys at the same time. So I understand the criticism there that I didn't know it was Caden Davis, but I'm doing 9 things at once. I just saw a guy roll out and throw. Yeah, if the stream is ahead, it's easy. You can just sync it up there. Bolin is not a passer. Again, he had 1 pass all season in his very limited amount of time. Last year, he started against NC State and he went 4 for 12 in his 1 start last year. That's right there. I had that anyway, but they're throwing it up on the screen as well. 107 yards. He had a couple long passes, but 4 for 12. Duke going for it on 4th down, 4th and short. Both teams have traded possessions here. Duke doesn't get it on 1st down. I'm on 4th down. I mean, I don't know if Ole Miss plays all of its players for most of this game. I don't know how Duke scores. I mean, if they put up a lot of points, it's going to have to be in a way that I'm not expecting completely. They're not a great offense anyway. I mean, in Duke's last regular season game, they had to hit a basically last play pass to beat Wake Forest. Might have been in overtime, actually, now that I'm saying that.
So it's hard to keep up with the portal stuff. The Duke kid that got in the portal clearly didn't get the offers he wanted, and they were like, to hell with you, buddy. We're going to pay this Tulane kid $4 million a year. What happened to the Duke quarterback, former Duke quarterback?
He is going to Oregon State. That is where Malik Murphy ended up, was Oregon State.
When he got in the portal.
No, Duke's paying Mensa $4 million a year, as you said. And I mean, it's the NFL model. Duke had no money. Suddenly, they're doing full rev share and going, nope, we're going to do all this. We're going to do the rev share. We're going to pay. And then they said, okay, we're going to take say the football program's getting $15, $16 million, we're going to take a quarter of that and we're going to give it to a quarterback. We're going to make sure we get a quarterback above all else. And I mean, in some ways it's insane, but in some ways it kind of makes perfect sense. I mean, if we're being real honest there.
It does, but you said a quarterback. Why not the one they had? Like what's fascinating to me about this portal stuff is these kids routinely getting bad advice. The kid that got in the portal from Duke, did he even try to counter? Did he wait around for another offer? Like, were they so turned off by the fact that he entered the portal they weren't going to offer that for him? Like, why was he not the guy that got $4 million? If that makes any sense.
Siski, hello from Universal Studios. Why don't you answer that question? Why did Malik Murphy end up at Oregon State?
Nobody else wanted him.
So he jumped in the portal expecting a payday and just never got it?
Well, he wasn't getting paid at Duke. So he got more than he was getting paid at Duke.
So, Siski, why were they willing to give a kid from Tulane $4 million but not Malik Murphy?
They liked the kid from Tulane better.
Clearly a whole hell of a lot better.
Did they try to give him anything first?
Malik Murphy?
Mm-hmm.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
So they were cool with him walking.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of schools between Durham, North Carolina, and Corvallis, Oregon there, Rippy.
There are a lot of schools. I can't imagine. That's what I was telling Chase right before you hopped on. When Murphy got in the portal, I can't imagine his plan was to end up in Corvallis, Oregon. I don't feel like that went according to script once he got in the portal.
I mean, he got more than he was getting. He wasn't getting paid that much to do. You know, it's
what's your guess? You don't know, but what's your guess on what Duke's NIL budget was prior to this year?
Well, it's kind of like everybody else's, right? Everybody was in the. I mean, Duke's probably between 5 and 6. I had to guess 5 and 7, but you're talking about rev shares changed everything.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, suddenly they get to play with 16.
Bro, let me tell you something. They better hope. I kind of, you know what I really want to happen? I mean, at this point, I'm just, let's blow this motherfucker up, right? What I really want to happen is come April, them go, nope, settlement's not good. We're not doing rev share.
I know.
Do you know the shit show that would occur in college football?
So many teams just throw the hands up. It's all out of here. Yeah, Ulysses Bentley was a big run there on first down. I don't do that more.
It would be lawsuits galore, would it not, Siski? Because my understanding right now is these kids are basically signing 2 different agreements. They're signing one rev share, one with the collective.
That is correct. But as long as the collective pays, you can't enforce rev share.
Yeah, the ones that have money are kind of guaranteeing the money even if rev share doesn't pass, and not everybody can do that.
Well, a lot of these contracts, like if you don't have the NIL, it's more heavy on the rev share, and that's not going to, and if rev share doesn't go through, then you can't uphold it. By the way, I'm on some freaking the worst TV of all time. I don't even know what this is called, but I'm going to be so far behind y'all that I'm not even going to try. I mean, I'm not even going to try to keep up.
Like Dart goes to Caden Prescorn 2 in a row, incomplete on the first one, complete on the second. He just took the snap from the 32. He hits Juice Wells. Juice 10-5 Ole Miss touchdown. Juice Wells in the end zone from 31 yards.
Damn,
Ending the PAT. Ole Miss will be up 7-0 here. Did you ride the Hulk coaster? I'm seeing in the stream. What was your day like, Siski?
No, I did not ride the whole. We're done. We've been here since got here Sunday night, so we're done. I've done pretty much everything. I did not do the Hulk coaster. Did not do that one. The kids did. I got a little one that doesn't ride, so we kind of swap off. We swap off on those, but
your youngest, which I think is the same age as Carly Ann. He not a big rider.
Dude, scared to death. I tell you what, he did find his niche though. He did find his niche. He is like an expert at these carnival games. So I paid at least $500 for like 6 stuffed teddy bears today.
So how old is your oldest, Siski?
My oldest is 18, senior. I got one at 8, one at 18, one
Yeah,
17,
Siski
18.
goes 18-8.
Yeah, 18 to 8.
So do
Ginger
you have the
asked if you got a
18-year-old riding
wand.
rods, or is this the 8 and 6? Or
I'm sorry.
so do you have the oldest one there, or is this just the younger two?
No, we got the whole crew, man. This is the last
Okay.
hurrah, man. Last hurrah because oldest one was leaving to go to college, so we
So
blew it
you haven't
out.
done? Did you do the minions at some point on the trip? And then Ginger asking, did you get a wand?
Yes, we overpaid for plastics in the one
Okay.
section. Yes, we did that. That was a lot of fun.
See, my 8-year-old wants to ride
Oldest,
everything. She gets pissed off if it's not like just roller coaster, roller coaster, roller coaster, roller coaster, just over and over and over again.
well, see I don't do the 3D shit very well. Like I get it jacks me up, the 3D stuff. I can do roller coasters all day, but like fake movement messes me up.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't deal with that. I don't like anything that has fake movement in it. I can do the motorcycle, the Harry Potter motorcycle ride, whatever the hell that's called. That was as advertised. That was badass.
Tupelo asking where he's going to college.
Don't know yet.
Okay.
He's deciding between Arkansas and Ole Miss. He hasn't made his mind up yet. He'll probably wait to the last possible second, knowing him. He was actually in there working on something for Ole Miss earlier, and then did some stuff for Arkansas before he left. So I don't know. He'll figure it out.
Did you catch much Notre Dame, Georgia today?
Yeah, I watched everything. I watched yesterday. I did not go to the park yesterday because I was going to watch games yesterday. And so we came back just in time for the kickoff today. So I watched that game. So I've watched all three of the playoff, all four of the playoff games actually.
Did
So
that
I got
go as script in your opinion, or what'd you kind of make it today?
it was that's one that's probably going to haunt Kirby for a long time. I mean, look, Notre Dame's a good team. So you can't take it away from them. They made the plays, but I mean, you could sit there and just write out a whole script of things that went wrong, in that game for Georgia. I mean, the last 30 seconds, first 30 seconds is 17 points, boss.
Mm-hmm.
And in a 1 minute stretch, that's, a field goal, a turnover, trying to, instead of just going in down 6-3, trying to be greedy, turnover, touchdown, opening kickoff, return back. I mean, that's 17 points. They only had 200 yards of offense. They threw for 88, threw for 80 something, and ran for 120. Notre Dame did. They did not
They
have a
got
touchdown drive.
they got the big turnover on Georgia inside the 15 there in the second, maybe late
Yeah,
first, early second quarter.
yeah. And then the start of the game, right? The guy, by the way, that's on there. Everybody's gonna pick on that kid. That's really on the official. That kid was barely in the white.
Yeah,
That
I
official,
thought that was a jacked up call. Like,
yeah, that official was way overstepping his
I
white.
mean,
You know what I
Kirby's
mean?
going to kill him, but I
Yeah,
think
that
it was a
poor
jacked up
kid's
call.
probably that poor kid's probably gonna have to move, and that's the, you know what I mean? Like, but he was
And
like
TV
he had
screwed
one
him.
foot
TV
in
had
the
the
white.
camera on him like he was a murder suspect or something. They kept showing him on camera. They exacerbated the situation.
Oh yeah, they called the guy out. I've been there, done that one. I've been a part of TV exasperated situations. I've been a part of that. I get how that works.
Matt
ESPN's good at
Jones,
that.
I appreciate the offer for a Kringle, but I'm watching what I'm eating these days. Siski might want it, Rippy might want it, but I'm out on the Kringle. I will eat the entire damn thing in like 2 days, and I'm trying to avoid that right now. So
What?
a Kringle, you never had a Kringle, Siski?
Never
Like the
even heard of
chip.
it.
It's like a circle dessert pastry thing. It's awesome. It's fantastic.
No. I'm over here
Boy,
giving
Matt in the
thumbs up.
stream brought me one a few weeks ago. It was an almond flavored. It was excellent. I'm assuming that's probably the same flavor he had there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on a plan when I get back. I'll probably gain fucking 10 pounds this week. I've been
Um,
crushing.
Juice Wells, I guess, could technically change his mind and come back, but Ole Miss can't pay Juice what he was making this year. That would make no sense. So I do not anticipate Juice Wells returning to the Rebels, no matter what.
I'd like an
He would
investigation in why he's
he would
changed
have
his
to take a
mind.
pay cut.
Why is he 7?
I mean, are they playing somebody else with a certain number on the side on the same side potentially?
I don't know, but I'm not smart enough to memorize that. That's really screwing with me.
Siskey Wise Juice Wells playing wearing number 7.
Yeah, I don't know. That's y'all's territory. That's not mine. I don't give a shit.
So,
The
Siski, I kind of had the same takeaway as the Georgia game. They had like a pretty narrow margin for error to win that game with a backup quarterback. And if they had not absolutely shit themselves in the last 17 seconds of the first half, like, could you not see Georgia winning that like 16-9 and kind of leaning on them? To your point,
but
like,
even
Notre
go
Dame
before
offense
that,
wasn't very good.
it should have been 14. I mean, it should have been 14-0 to start the game. You know, they get 3 points. Etienne fumbles the ball. Notre Dame recovers on the first drive, then they turn down, they go straight down the field and do the run into the official deal and get 3 points out of it. They could have been up 14-0. What's the game look like, man? Defensively, they played. That's what I expected. They shut Notre Dame down. Notre Dame was not, Notre Dame had to plan offensively, which is what I said was a bad idea. And they credit to them, they did attempt what they said they were going to do. But it's never a good idea to go into a game plan trying to out physical Georgia. That's just not a good idea. Never going to be a good plan. And they didn't do that on offense. And then look, Vandegrift played fine. You know what I mean? He played fine. They did not protect him well, particularly at the left tackle spot. They had critical penalties. They played sloppy, undisciplined football on some things, but yeah, that wasn't as much as I mean, like you got to give Notre Dame credit because they made the plays when given the opportunities. So you can't take anything away from them because they're a good team. But Georgia lost that one. That one's on Georgia. They had too many opportunities in that game, and like for 17 points in a minute off of a turnover, legit field goal drive, but then the special teams miscue. I mean, you can't. Offensively, if you want to get critical on Georgia, they didn't. They never could establish a running game.
They could.
So when you got a young quarterback, and you can't establish a running game, but he did. He did fine. I mean, he did his job.
Logan Diggs catches a little swing pass on first down there, so Diggs has gotten in the game. Rebels nearing midfield, just picked up a first down there. Let's see, you had a couple questions in the stream. Yeah, no, just ask the national media, Tyler. I saw it on Twitter. Notre Dame dominated the game and basically eliminated Georgia, never pass it. I saw it all over the internet. Don't worry. Craig Howard asking, Siski, my wife and I have one daughter and just found out twins are on the way. Does this mean we are 2 or 3-time world champs?
Ooh,
That's a technicalities question there for you.
that is a technicality
Yes.
question. I mean, technically, twins only count as one time being a world champion.
But it was a hell of a
But
second time. I mean, you got double the output.
see, he went to the portal and got another one. Is what happened. He went in the
Yeah.
portal and got another one. That's what happened.
Ole
Is
Miss
that
at the
Craig Howard
40-yard
Kirkland? That's
line
a
with
buddy
first
of
down.
mine. He has twins on the way. Did he just announce that on the live stream?
He did.
Okay. Congrats, Craig Howard.
Good for Craig.
Twins would scare me to death.
Oh no, no sir, no chance. You go from playing zone to man to man.
No, Notre Dame is good. I've enjoyed watching Notre Dame. They just didn't dominate the game. I mean, they were a better. I thought they played a much better game and won the game. It's not taking anything away from them. It was just like the
No,
way
yeah, they're good. They're a good team. They're a good team. They deserve to
and
be
they
there.
play to their identity. They know exactly what they need to do, and they do it.
They're probably going to beat Penn State, and they're probably going to get in the championship game, and they're going to get ran out the door by Ohio State. Ohio State's just back there. I'm actually excited a little bit. I cannot wait for Ryan Day to teabag all of the freaking just dropped his nut all over the Ohio State fan base that want him fired. I hope he wins. Hope he wins the next 2 games by 60.
Alexandra probably makes a good point here. She says, I'm pregnant with my first right now, and one is hard enough. I can't imagine twins. We are not carrying them. It's definitely 3-time world champs. So, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna cede over and go, all right.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, y'all know
Congratulations, by
better
the
than
way.
me, but you budget for one kid, and then all of a sudden you find out you have two on the way. I can't imagine that. That's
It's
easy
just
to.
everything. I mean, you're playing man to man instead of zone. Like it's that's a whole different ball game in a lot of ways.
Siski, do you
What
think UGA is cool with Stockton coming back, or do you think they'll try to go with another option at quarterback?
Well, they got Jaden Rashada sitting there.
Yeah, that's true. I always forget about that.
There is there's probably going to be some interesting quarterback movement in the next couple of weeks. There's some very unique offers out there. I'll be surprised if they don't get taken. It's going to be a very interesting January in the coaching world too.
is that going to extend beyond quarterback to all the positions?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
I mean,
but
right
quarterbacks.
now it looks like every team is just paying their best players outside of quarterback because the market's so big for quarterbacks.
Yeah, the market's just it's accelerated. Anyway, you got running backs that are just they're good players, but they're not great. Getting 800 grand. Um, it's so they're getting you know what an elite running back would have gotten a year ago. And now you got like it's gone down a notch. You know what I mean? Like the guys that are
Yeah, yeah.
just solid players are getting what the elite guys got last year.
Ulysses Bentley from 1 yard out, he punches it in. Ole Miss goes 11 plays, 66 yards in 4 minutes and 3 seconds, and they are a PAT away from 14-0 here in the first quarter against the Duke Blue Devils.
I was
Duke
on
does not
fire,
look
man.
incredibly athletic right now.
I was on fire until the Georgia game. That kind of broke my momentum. So I need Ole Miss to cover here. Bring me back.
What was the
I
first
got
half line, Siski?
for this game.
Yeah.
Probably around
I,
9 or
I
10.
don't know. I took him at minus 17 and a half because I know Lane's going to try to run it up.
You think Lane's going to try to
And
run it up?
yeah, he's going to try to score seven. That's let's call that sourced. Really close sourced. Let's
Neil
call
is
that.
not excited right now, is my guess. I'm assuming Neil's about a 2 on a 1 to 10 at the moment.
There's some
I
people
think
in beanies. It's a little chilly in Jacksonville. I didn't check the weather.
no, it's not bad. Just I've been in shorts all week, even at nighttime. I'm in shorts right
You're
now.
further south, right?
What's that?
You're further south. Jacksonville, we got
Yeah,
North Florida rednecks up here. This
like an
is you're in
like an
Orlando,
hour,
right?
but like an hour. I mean, I'm not like south, like down south, freaking Miami or nothing. I'm like an hour.
Yeah, true.
It's like the difference
Okay, as I
between
lay
Memphis.
dying said he parlayed Ole Miss first quarter 3.5, half 7.5, and then full game money line.
Holy shit!
So 3.5 in the first quarter, 7.5 for the half. I don't hate that bet. That's actually a really good. That's a good bet.
That's dark though. You like who did that?
As I
Trying to
lay
read the chat.
dying in the stream.
Hey, probably a good time to. What's that 1-800 number? 1888. I mean that's borderline needing some help.
You of all people have got a problem with somebody taking the first quarter, the half, and the full game.
As a parlay, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes. As a parlay, yes.
I just got
But
a
it is a
text
good
from a
bet.
friend who said Duke's
Hey,
helmet looks like a prison tattoo. I think that makes sense.
it is
It
a good
does.
bet.
It
So
looks like what you get if you're trying to join the Crips. You got to get that on your bicep or some shit.
Just dress like the Colts. This is not complicated.
hey, it is a good bet though. He's gonna win it.
He's gonna win it. It's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, it's not bad
Well,
outside though. It's like four. It's like in the. It's like I'd say it's like mid 50s. I guess if I had to guess, but it's like it's humid. You know what I mean? It's not cold. It feels like fall day. I miss. I'll tell you what. The second I got out of the car down here, I was like, I know I missed the humidity. I missed the coast. I missed the water, dude. I missed being down south. I told my wife as soon as I got out, I said we got to get some land in Florida. We
oh,
got to we got to
oh.
we got to get back to the. It just I don't know, man. It just hits right.
I am wearing a Realtree cap. You can find it at realtree.com, Matt. It is a Realtree cap. Siski has one on as well over there. You packed it, huh?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite hats actually. I don't know.
Yeah.
It fits good. wear it all the time. I wear it almost every day. I need to wash it.
Belen
How
completes his
important do
first
you have to be at
pass.
MPW to get one of those? Do I need to like?
You can literally drive across the street right now, a half mile away, and I'll hand you 4 if you would like. So, I mean,
Oh, you got more of them?
oh, I got a whole box over here. You want some more?
Yeah, I need another. I
Yeah.
need another one. This one, I've been put Richardson to the test on this one.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. I got a few over here. Um, Tupelo says, where does it think the Gator Bowl trophy goes in the Manning Center next to the Outback trophy in the closet? Yeah, it's not. It's not. There almost has this room like the lobby when you walk into the Manning Center that's got like all the SEC titles and stuff in there. This is not where it will go. It'll go somewhere else a little deeper in the complex. Kyle
So
Wilson, thanks for super chat. He says, "Who's Alabama's next quarterback, and is he on the roster?"
ooh.
Tyler is refusing to talk. So that answered your question, whether he is currently on the roster, Kyle.
It's gonna be an interesting month of January. Gonna be interesting January.
Kari Coleman with the big stop there behind the line of scrimmage.
Where are you at on the game clock?
I can't tell yet. I've got a cup in front of the TV. I guess I need to move that where I actually can see the
Because I got the worst,
103, 102, 101, 1 minute.
I'm about 15. I'm like 18 seconds behind you.
I'm right where you are, Siski. I'm like 20 seconds behind.
Well, this
51, 50.
I went.
Snap
I
is
went.
right now.
I went out to. I went downstairs a minute ago and had it on my phone when I was finishing up getting all the stuff when we were coming up. And when I turned the TV on, it was like 2 plays behind on my phone. I was like, this is a shit show. He's off sides, but they don't call it though.
How many
You know what
snaps
they?
do you think those guys that like Nolan and Princely and then play?
I think it. They won't play very long. I bet they won't play past half. I mean, it gets like 28-0. They'll pull them, or they won't, or they'll have a. I think Jackson's going to play.
You think he'll play the whole game?
Uh,
Or
I
he'll
think he'll
play
start.
normal to blowout point that you would potentially get him anyway.
Yeah, I think Lane will do a curtain call deal probably on him and break him off.
Is there any? Do you think a player can run his asking price up in a bowl game? Is there a danger to playing some of those younger guys that you sort of have set?
Not anymore. I don't think. I mean, because like I guess my whole point. I had a conversation with an agent today. I was like, we're talking about this guy who was a big time recruit, didn't play much this year. It's like, well, this good. And I was like, look, I was like, you don't redshirt guys anymore. You just play them because you don't know if you're going to have them. I said, so the first question is going to get asked is why did he not play? And so at this point in time, there's a reason that they haven't played so far. It's not, whatever that reason is, there's a reason. Either they're not better than the guy in front of them or whatever, right? You don't just don't play people. And there's always reasons, regardless of all the drama that gets caught stirred up by it and all that stuff. But it's true. I mean, there's no politics. And that was the refreshing part of coaching in college. There's no politics because you get hired and fired on wins and losses. You got to play the best guy. And if the best guy is not playing, there is a reason. I promise you. Sometimes it can't go public, but there is a reason. And I mean, so if a guy's not playing the first, 14, 13 games, wherever they played, and all of a sudden he's playing and has a good game, I don't think that runs it up any more than it would have been before the game started, if that makes sense.
Catching 8 balls for 122 against Duke's not raising up your price more than the other 12 weeks of the season.
Well,
Yeah.
also to add on to that, Siski, right? Like even if they have the 5 days to enter the portal after the bowl game, at this point, as we sit here on January 2nd, they don't have a ton of time to formulate a plan, even if they were to get in the portal, right? I mean, that seems like a truncated time period.
Well, they already know the people that are playing at Ole Miss right now that aren't in the portal. that are going in the portal the next 5 days already know they're going in the portal and already know where they're going. So there's the plan's been set a long time ago. A lot of negotiations take place on Christmas break there, Grippy.
Oh no,
The
I get that for
the
sure.
quiet period is not overly quiet. Let's say it's not.
It's not it's not so quiet the quiet period. It's not a library, I can promise you.
But that's also like from what I understand with a lot of this too, there's a difference between a school having interest in you and having like a papered agreement in place. That seems to be a little bit of a point of contention with these kids that might or might not get in the portal. Have you heard anything like related to that? Where it's like some kids might have some interest and there's ones that like actually have a papered agreement in place at the next place and they enter the portal and go.
Will you repeat the first part of that?
Yeah, so so there's a difference between another school having interest in you. I've heard this from a number of different kids where another school has interest in them, but they won't get in the portal unless there's a papered agreement in place of like we've got this paperwork, this will be your deal at your next school type of thing.
Yes, I mean the interest part depends on who you talk to, right? Like a lot of kids say, "Oh, they got interest in me." That literally they could have sent them a message or reached out just to gauge their interest, right? Like that happens with so many guys. So it just depends on the player on that. As far as agreement goes, there will be a verbal agreement, in place. And I mean, usually if there's a verbal agreement in place for them to go to portal, they're not going to back out of it. Now they'll get a paper agreement.
Rippy,
But
they
you're not
want
going
you
to
to
put
slide to your right so people they can see the artwork behind you. So people that hear about it on the podcast but haven't actually seen it
Yeah, this
to
shit
date.
happens every time. Like, sorry, slide to the other way. Okay. I
That is
mean,
Rippy's artwork of all the former mascots in the SEC, or an old picture of mascots in the SEC, I should say.
okay, well, let's clarify. That's not my artwork. I got my motor skills checked to like seventh grade. I can't draw shit. Someone drew this for
No, it's
me.
just you own the artwork. You didn't draw it. I don't think your name's in the corner. I'm not saying that. I mean,
No, our friend Dean Stevens' name is in the corner, but it's retro SEC mascots. He drew
yeah.
/ painted this for me a few years ago. It looks pretty awesome, but literally everyone I have on the podcast is like, "What's that behind you?" At the end, I'm like, "Well, it's a bunch of mascots over here." So, and
Ole Miss women are up 66-46 on Auburn, 7:27 to go in the fourth quarter of that one. As Ole Miss is getting back in the second half, yeah, Jackson Dart, 13 of 16, 147, and a touchdown. Ulysses Bentley, 6 carries, 36 yards to date.
not a great
is today,
crowd attack Slater
is
ball.
today Thursday or Friday?
Today's Thursday, Siski.
All right,
So what time are you flying out tomorrow?
brother, I'm driving.
Oh,
Ooh,
Never again.
Fixate, are you a
Never.
driver like that?
What's that?
Are you a driver like that? If it's over 6 hours, I refuse to drive. I won't do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
will.
don't.
First of all,
I'm out.
I will drive. I have no problem. I mean, I drove my whole life. I mean, I've probably put more miles on a car than people doing a lifetime already. Um, but with 5 people in the car, no,
Yeah.
sir. Oh my god. I thought we almost had it called DHS. Whatever it is, DHS, where the hell it is on the way down here. I thought I was going to lose my mind. I thought I was going to pull over the car like 5 times. I mean,
is that
and
a
it's
one
like,
day thing, or are you breaking it up?
oh no, I went Oxford to Orlando nonstop, boss.
They say Siski seems like one of those guys that if you need to stop, you just pee out the window. Like I don't think
We
he's a.
made two stops, 13 hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know he's not a.
And then it wouldn't have been that long. There were wrecks everywhere. So we were in traffic jams and stuff. But 13 hours, we stopped at Buc-ee's twice. We stopped at Buc-ee's on 20 and stopped at Buc-ee's on 75 South, gassed them up, and let's ride.
We drove to Naples a couple times, and it is the most like mentally difficult thing for me because you get to Tallahassee and you're halfway, and you're like, oh my god, just can't do it. No, if it's 6 hours, otherwise I forget it. Not a chance.
I've
He's got
done
to
that
see.
before too. I lived with two kids in college that were from Valdosta, and we went to Hollywood, Florida to go fishing, and we stopped in Valdosta, and we're like less than halfway, which is like 8 hours on its own. I was like, holy shit, this is a brutal trip.
He's got to
Jackson
see
Dart
that
with a
blitz.
nice run around the right side. He's a little short. It's going to be fourth and something. I don't think
He
he got
got
to
that.
the line.
They
Oh, they
didn't
gave
give
him
him
the
that.
line. Wow, they did. Yeah, okay. I thought he stepped out right before the dive. Okay.
Well, I can tell you this: he needs to figure out what the fuck he's doing in protection because that's twice in a row that he's got.
Oh, they sort of got worked on. They've gotten worked on this possession in protection the whole time.
I mean, he can't pick them all up, but he's got to change the route. He had no clue
Jackson
where he
Dart,
got.
the final game for Dart, the winningest starting quarterback in Ole Miss history.
Dude,
8,
who's 19?
11, and 10.
Who's 19? He's not. He needs to work on his reach blocks. He's got Peter rolled.
Getting a lot of Dart on his with his legs so far in this game.
Well, if they're playing man coverage, you got to go. It's the best play in football. Man coverage, vertical routes,
19's
quarterback.
Caden
That's good.
B.
That's a good
Ooh,
scheme right there. They had them schemed up on
ooh,
that one.
Alexandra! I had to drive to OKC after an accounting midterm once and was hallucinating by the time I got there. That's not good.
The
What do you
worst.
take to what do you take to have to hallucinate? That can't happen naturally.
No, no.
Brother, the worst.
If you're tired to a certain extent, you will hallucinate. Like I was talking about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. The distance runner Courtney DeWalter. She said she would be a couple hundred miles into a race and she would see monsters and shit on the side of like the trail, and she would just keep running because she knew she was hallucinating.
Sounds like she needs to go call that BetterHelp / MPW Digital too.
Yes.
She's got some dark issues. Like look, I've seen some shit in my days. I've never been sober and seen a monster on the side of the road though. I got to give her that. She's got me on that.
Dart throws off his back foot and he's down, getting helped up. Looks like he's all right. Daquan Wright with a hell of a catch. Dart driven into the ground.
Well, that's on him. That's
Oh yeah,
three
I'm not.
times.
I mean,
And I'm saying like he's got to understand the protection. That's three straight. That's three.
Damn, he
He's
got
short.
smoked.
I'm a complete believer in Daquan Wright. He's gonna have a good year again next year.
What is Dart's pro outlook, Siski?
He'll probably be a third round guy.
Siski doesn't have any sources on Dart. He doesn't know. No clue.
No,
That's actually more optimistic than I would have thought, right? Third round guy could make a career as a backup for a while.
oh, he'll get a check. And then once you get in the league, it's all about opportunity anyway, right? I mean, if you're not drafted to be the starter, like if you're not a first round guy, basically, it's all about opportunity. And when you get in there, you got to do something with it. I mean, that's pretty much the NFL. I mean, hell, Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft. The only reason that he got the starting job is Trey Lance broke his leg.
Yeah, not
Pretty
great
good living
awareness there
though,
from
too,
Diggs
right?
on second down.
I've enjoyed the
Who's
clips of your boy AJ McCarron. I don't have as much drive time now, so I can't listen to you and Neil as regularly. But like AJ made decent money for a long time in the NFL, did he not?
shit? He made a lot of money. He got
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
He got that Buffalo contract, and he was good after that.
not a bad living.
He got 2 years. The way they signed it, he got 2 years, 14 million with Buffalo was fully guaranteed. They cut him to release him to trade whatever they did. That he never took a snap for Buffalo, and they paid him $14 million.
That's
Touchdown, give
working
it to him.
smarter, not harder.
Oh, late. Um, was that incomplete? Golly,
Yeah,
so late. Who's 22?
Diggs.
That's Diggs.
Mm,
What are you talking about?
that was very room to be desired in pass pro there.
You're probably talking about the starting running back next season. Caden Davis knocks it through from wherever that was. Lane looks real thrilled about kicking that field goal. Ole Miss now leading 17-0 early second quarter. Bit of a slog on that drive.
I don't like playing running backs with knee braces. You shouldn't be playing. You shouldn't be playing running back if you got a knee brace on. You got a Don Joy on. You probably don't need to be out there. Let me tell you what. That right there.
He's,
That hit on Dart. That hit on Dart. That knocked the wind out of his ass. Is what that did. That was heavy.
I mean, Diggs is probably 355 days post knee surgery at this point.
He had to go back in there, right?
He did. Yeah. Well, that's a good point. That was the first one. I don't know what. I don't know exactly what was the deal on the second, but yeah. Yeah, Dart's got a ton of records. I haven't looked up what all they are, but I mean, at this point, it's filling up the book. He's been a hell of a quarterback for them for 3 years. He's done a hell of a job.
Mm. Oh man, you don't come down here and get me tomorrow. Fly me home. I'll fly home and you can drive the car back.
Ooh, God no. Ooh. Jackson
That's one of
Dart,
my
passing
personal
yards
opinions.
leader coming into the game. He was already at 10-2-1-3. That was the record. Passing touchdowns, he's still 14 behind Eli Manning, so not gonna get that one.
How many
14,
touchdowns?
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about yards for a second. I was like, why
No,
you going
career passing touchdowns. Jackson Dart came into the game at 68. Eli Manning at 84. Um,
So Siski, what time do you head out tomorrow? You're like a general that's like 6 a.m. We're out of here. Are you in between? What's the
I'm
routine?
dri- I'm driving tomorrow. So we left at 5:30 when we came down here, and I don't sleep well. So the night before we left, I did not go to bed till 3:45, and we left at 5:30. And so then I drove 13 hours and 15 minutes in the car. Your boy was done when I showed up down here. I was damn near. I wasn't seeing monsters on the side of the road, but I swear there was some big ass crocodiles on the side of the road. I mean, I was struggling, and so going back after what I went through coming down here, it's gonna be whenever I wake up. I'm gonna go get me a nice Starbucks coffee. I'm gonna pack my shit. I'm gonna take a shower, and then we're gonna leave. And the
so you
kids
will
better have
tell
my.
them what time to be in the car, and then the car leaves.
They know to be packed when I go get my cup of coffee. They better start packing their shit. The clock has started. It's
Zach
time to.
Green want me to ask you if the Colts are going to draft Jalen Milrow.
That's good.
How do you think Micah Pettis is going to fit in and tackle at Florida State, Siski?
God.
He should have been down there with DJU. He'd fit in great. Oh, it's great. Is Milrow going to the Colts? That'd be awesome. Well, he made a bad decision today.
13
Bad
hours
decision.
in one swing. Did you just like shotgun a rain? How'd you make that work?
Bro. I mean, you got to remember now. I recruiting. That's a normal. That's a normal day.
What is the most you've driven in a day recruiting?
In a day, I didn't sleep for. I think I drove from Dallas. I drove from Dallas to um, Columbus, Georgia, on one swing. That was a haul. And then I drove from Garden City, Kansas to Jonesboro, Arkansas on one day. That was a haul because Garden City,
Ooh,
Kansas is next to the Colorado border.
Yeah, that's a bit of a.
That was a haul, and that was in snow and ice. That was a haul. That's probably the hardest one. The hardest trip I ever made in a car was um, I was with a coach and he was like, "We got to be the last." There was a bunch of coaches there to watch a game. The game we were in Foley, Alabama, watching a game, and it ended. I've done this twice. It ended at like 9:30, 9:45, and we stuck around and saw the parents and all that stuff allegedly, and talked to them, and then got in the car and drove from Foley to Jonesboro after that, and didn't stop, and did a lot of driving in Jonesboro, and then me and Chris Kiffin, we had an 11 o'clock kick, and Chris Kiffin and I went to a game. Where the hell were we at? We were at Arkansas State. But we had an 11 o'clock home kick, and we went to go see somebody. I don't remember who we went to go see. We went to go see somebody play in a playoff game, and we drove back, and we both couldn't stay awake. We're like, look, let's just stop and get a hotel. We stopped in Meridian and got a hotel at like 2 in the morning. We still had 4 or 5 hours to go, and we basically took a nap and then took a shower and got back up. And Chris and I both got to the stadium at 10:30 for 11 o'clock kick. Freeze was like, "Where the hell have y'all been?" We're good. We're good.
Duke's got a
So yeah,
couple first downs on this drive. They moving a little bit. By the way, the record now has been broken. Both of them. Dart broke the single season passing and total offense records. Those were previously held by Chad Kelly in 2015. Both of those. So passing single season, total offense single season, and then Caden Davis, the Ole Miss kicker, has now broken and set the single season scoring record for Ole Miss with that field goal. The previous record was 124 points by Jonathan Nichols in 2003.
hey, real talk. How pissed off would he have been if he didn't get to attempt another field goal? And the reason that he didn't break the all-time record was because they faked a fucking field goal.
Oh,
I've been so pissed. You might as well go now, boss. Don't jump, just hammer him.
yeah, don't
So
even give
yes,
him a chance at that point. Just go. I
no.
mean,
You already got you just lower the boom on him. You've already all sides. You just lower the boom, get a free hit.
Daniel Green says Ole Miss needs 4 sacks in this game to finish the year first in sacks nationally. Boise leads by 3, but had one more game.
Yeah, I've turned the page on all this record bullshit. I don't.
Siski goes WL. That's where we are here at
No,
this point.
like
It's
the whole Genty thing, and Barry Sanders played 11 games. They didn't count the bowl game. They had 222 yards in, and then but we're gonna count Genty's 12-game regular season plus a conference championship game plus the playoff game, but we can't count Barry Sanders' 222 yards that he had in his bowl game. Like, come on.
well, the NFL's doing it right now. It's like Saquon's only 105 away from the record. It's like you had an extra game.
No,
You have not broken it at 16 games.
I'm 100% in agreement. Like, it's not, and because I'm the same way with baseball too, right? Like, there's two eras, right? There's the 150 game era, and then there's the 160. Was it 150 for a long time?
154.
154, and then there you got the 162 now, right? So
Yeah.
I'm the same way. Like, you got like you should have era of records, but like Saquon, like no, you don't fucking you had 2,000 yards. He's like eighth, and it's not like it doesn't matter. It's like going to be it'll always be an asterisk. If you don't break it in 16, it'll always be an asterisk.
I totally agree, but like in fairness, Siski, I know you're just using that as an example. If there was like a record that still held somewhat legitimacy, it's the running backs, right? Like because passing yards have gotten so inflated. Like if a running back breaks some kind of record, it probably holds some kind of merit versus like a quarterback now versus Eli or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I hey, I don't like this, man. I got 17 and a half. We're faking field goals. Now we're allowing touchdowns and to a guy that's just completed his second pass of his life. I
Yeah,
don't
Duke
like
goes
it.
8 plays, 75 yards. It'll be 17-7 here in a minute, 5:54 to go. Yeah, they had a lot of room on that drive. I mean, I was kind of half paying attention because I'm talking to you guys, but it's a lot of room in that secondary.
Did I see somebody? Didn't your buddy tweet out something the other day? It popped up on my For You page. Captain Ole Miss that's on Twitter all the time from one of the other sites who said something about there's a dude starting at safety that's committed somewhere else.
For
Lewis
Duke?
Moore is a Indiana
Oh,
commit that is
yeah,
playing for Ole
yeah,
Miss in this game.
yeah.
There's a 0% chance if I was Indiana I would let that happen.
He's on special teams right now. He was just back in that extra point play too.
Like I'm like, no. I mean, no.
Yeah. You don't like players with commitment, Tyler? He promised them, by God, a season. He's giving them a season.
Well, no, that's fine. I mean,
It's
but I
13th
would be paid.
game. He's not done yet.
Now, all kidding aside, if I was at Indiana and that kid played in this game and he got hurt or something like that, I would have no problem pulling the deal.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Do you think though, Siski, he was like, I'm transferring, but I also need to collect December payment from here, so I need to play in this game? Because that's what a lot of these guys are hung up on, it
But
sounds
if you
like.
but if you're desired enough, they'll float you the money at the other place.
Yeah, it's fair.
Allegedly, per sources.
Go ahead and cover it.
Yeah, they're not worried about. I mean, let's be honest. How much money was he getting that from Ole Miss?
Who, Lewis Moore?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably not a ton though, but it seems like whatever money he was getting, it seems like at least before this rev share deal, they've kind of backloaded this shit because that's like their only protection. So like I feel like a lot of these guys playing in this game is because they backloaded the deal because that's the only protection they have. So like a lot of these kids, again, what do you call significant money? Like they stand to gain at least
Well,
a decent chunk of what they were guaranteed.
yeah, but what I'm saying is if he's already in the portal, he's not going to get his last check, his big check anyway.
I didn't even think about that. Like if you're in the portal, they're probably yeah.
Because it's
He's not going
usually
to
they're
get the
all.
bowl bonus if he's already in the portal.
Well, no, there is a. Well, he may. It just depends on how they got. I haven't seen that one how it's got worded. Most of them are worded that you have to stay through the portal windows, the first portal window, which covers the bowl game. I mean, I'm sure they may have worked out a deal or something. I don't, for him to play. Where'd you go, Chase? I lost your camera.
Yeah, I just turned it off while I was out. I went and filled up my water.
Oh, gotcha. I was like, where'd you go? Not that I don't like looking at your face, Rippy.
That's fine.
That's okay. I know I'm beautiful.
Hey, PGA Tour is on today, by the way.
It's good stuff. I had Braden Thornberry on the podcast last night. We'll probably drop that at some point this weekend. He's pretty pumped. He was 4 days removed from going to the Sony, so we got a little Ole Miss guy pretty jacked up about going to the tour.
Yeah, that's gonna be they're doing the first event of the year is an elevated event, so it's the who's who. Did you see Victor Hovland broke his damn toe? He's out there walking that damn course with his freaking toe jacked up.
Oh, he's
My
playing
man wants a
even with the
paycheck.
toe.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a good one for you, Siski. When I was prepping for the Braden Thornberry interview, so he wins the Korn Ferry Tour Championship to get his PGA Tour card. He started the 51st that week. He won and got to 16th. Only one guy technically got bumped out of the top 30 that week, and it was Sam Bennett, who is probably the most popular and most talented amateurs last 2 years. Sam Bennett shot a Sunday 78 with 3 doubles on his back nine to miss his PGA Tour card by a shot. You want to talk about an expensive 78, son? I would I'd have to be checked into a psych ward if I shot 78 at the Corn Ferry Tour Championship to miss by a shot. That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, that's rough. He'll probably get some sponsors exemptions though to get his chance to.
And he finished 31st, so he'll have 4 Corn Ferry Tour status for next year. But you think about having to go through that whole process again and all of that, and kind of eating the money. I mean, talk about future money that he would have been almost guaranteed if he'd just made a couple cuts. That's a tough one to swallow.
Yeah.
Trip, thanks for the super chat. And you got a good point. I mean, the O.J. Simpson had a rushing record from 14 games that Dickerson broke in 16 too. So I mean, you can keep going back and back and back and back on these things.
Yeah, I don't even care who it is. I then give it to OJ. Whoever making 14 games or make it different eras. I don't think there needs to be. I don't care. First of all, I can't. I'm talking way more than I ever want to talk about this ever again. I don't care really enough to even give it to him. I don't care. But Saquon, I mean, the goal is to win a damn Super Bowl, and they got a team to do it. They need to. He needs to rest. I wouldn't play his ass either.
OJ's such a good dude too. They should honor his record.
Matt asking when Simmons is going to play. It's not going to be right after the half. Dart's going to keep going for a while. It's only a 10-point game.
Good job, 52. That hurt.
Lane has looked like he's in the waiting room for a really uncomfortable medical test or something this entire game.
He's probably going, how many O-linemen are in the portal? Where's that O-lineman in the portal?
Well, that was a good move. Nice job by Bentley picking up 15 there on 3rd and 9. Little duck step, little do-si-do. Gets the first down.
Oh, keep his feet. He might have got more. That was good.
That was a poor back foot throw there from Mr. Dart. Oh, boy. Thing could have been picked off twice.
Oh.
I mean, is he literally not seeing him right there?
No, he's threw off his. You said it right the first time. He threw off his back foot because he's got his ass throttled about 4 times. He's tired of getting hit. He's not very comfortable in the pocket. And whoever the offensive lineman is just getting walked back. 78. Is that Jeremy James? Just getting walked back in his dish. Ugh. Having fucking PTSD watching this shit. I think I want to go. I think I want to go buy some more plastic wands.
Dart to Jordan Watkins, another slant down to the 25.
I think I want to go get in the car and drive 15 hours.
I mean, if you can get the car right now, you're home by lunch tomorrow.
By lunch tomorrow.
I give you credit. I couldn't do it. I mean, I couldn't do that drive.
It sucked, dog.
What are you spread out in 2 hotel rooms?
We have a
little suite thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got 3 beds and a little kitchen area and yeah, like a mini apartment.
Setting up a 3rd down for Ole Miss, 3rd and about 4, maybe something like that. I mean, Bentley's having fun. He's smiling, laughing, talking to Duke, cutting up. I'm just chilling. Ole Miss 12th in the SEC, the TV says, in red zone scoring.
Ugh.
Credit to
0.
Jordan Watkins because he just made an athletic play there to get that first down.
They're
Damn.
bailing.
Yeah, when you can't run the football and you have a poor O line, you're going to be bad in the red zone. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's the reason they're not in the playoff. False start.
They got numbers anytime they want to work this boundary. Oh, they were coming to it too. That was supposed to be a RPO counter. They had it too. Dart was about to bump his head on the goalpost on that one. Bentley was taking the corner out. He was going to pump the flare and then take off the quarterback counter. There was nobody. There wasn't enough men's.
So we're at the 2-minute timeout, as we're saying in college football. Ole Miss
No, 2
facing
minutes.
second down.
Don't be a part of the agenda. Don't be a part of the agenda. You didn't happen to serve any time at Fort Bragg by any chance.
Did not, no. Can't say it did. Dart
Yeah.
also just passed Dak Prescott for 5th in SEC history in total offense. Earlier today, he passed Jared Lorenzen for 9th in SEC history in passing yards.
Do you get like a cheat sheet on shit over there? I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'm
How
kind of.
did you?
I mean, I
How
do
did
have
you
some
do?
stuff pulled up, but no, the Ole Miss Media Relations Department is sending out updates as it happens. I'm getting
I got.
texts.
You're like with
I got
Dart with
cut
that
out of that next group.
hit has now been had the wind knocked out of him by more than any other quarterback in Ole Miss history. I mean, you got all kinds of shit going on over there.
Be a hell of a spotter for the TV crews.
You would. You would. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Those spotters earn their paycheck though. I've sat in enough like shitty college baseball stadiums where I've had to sit behind the radio booth, and those spotters between that and football that like feed those dudes info, they're on their shit. They do not miss a beat.
I mean, I'm seeing on the stream here, Dak was a hell of a college football player. I mean, you can
He
think what you
quit.
want. I mean, he was a damn good player.
He was soft,
Soft.
scared, didn't like contact.
Would you rather have Dart or Dak? College.
Dart. I don't do well with soft players. I can't like. I've seen Dak turn it down too many times in person.
Rev 1, yeah, camo helmet's not for sale. I do like this helmet a lot.
What a flex. The one you have is just not for sale. You just can't get that. Tell that guy to piss off.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sell it. He was asking me, he was saying he would pay me for it. I said it's not. I mean, I do think there's only like 2 of these out there.
Hey, Scoops is in the
Another
chat
flex.
trying to get up with you, Chase.
Yeah, I saw it. That sounds good. If he's listening, that's fine. I'll send him a text back. I saw it.
Scoops, my man. Me and Scoops should draft home together tomorrow. Did Scoops fly or drive?
He flew
Oh, can't hide
like a
money.
normal person.
I may give Lane a call, see if I can catch a
That
ride
was a
home
hell
with
of
the
a
team.
catch right there. Daquan Wright, if he got a foot in, that was a hell of a catch for 6. Let's see a replay.
Oh, that's a touchdown. That's
Okay.
easy. He just pummeled somebody on the sideline. I'm talking about just pummeled somebody. Poor soul. Somebody just got choked. He didn't even see if the person was okay.
He just ran right back. He got some celebrating to do, Siski.
I mean, somebody just put somebody in a
I'm
coma.
not sure he even knew he hit anybody. It was like, a car hitting a fly. He might not have even noticed it.
That camera. He got two. He got two.
What was his story again? I remember going into the year thinking he was a guy that left Virginia Tech because of injuries, but I remember looking into it and thinking that's actually not accurate. Why did he leave? Do you remember anything about his story getting here, Chase, or whoever?
I thought it was just money and playing for a better offense and whatnot. He put up pretty decent stats at Tech. He was all right.
Hell, he's been awesome here.
Yeah, he's back next year. It's a huge piece.
He's moving better. Was he hurt?
Daquan, I
Yeah.
think he did have something in camp early. I feel like. It's all running
He
together right now. But yeah, that sounds right.
he
They
just looked
didn't
early.
use his ass
He
in
looked
the
like
first
labor.
4 games.
What's that?
They just didn't use him in the first 4 games, which was bizarre, but
Well, he
maybe he
just
had an
labored.
injury.
He just labored. You know what I mean? And then like that right there. That like maybe he's just a build speed guy, but he looked. That was inside fade right there. That looked good. If he can get going.
Ole Miss women won 85-58 at Auburn to start league play. Again, here while we're in a break, it's 1:52 to go in the first half. After that, Jackson Dart to Daquan Wright touchdown, 21 yards out on that one. Dart, he's almost his leading rusher right now, 7 carries, 46 yards along a 19. Then he's 22 of 29 for 250 yards, 2 touchdowns on the day. And then Caden Lee, 7 catches already, 45 yards. Wright has the yardage lead. He has 3 catches, 73 yards, and that touchdown for the Rebels. Bentley's got 4 catches out of the backfield to date. And then Henry Boleyn the fourth for Duke. He's 8 of 14, 97 yards and a touch. I think Manny Diaz would have taken that coming into the day. He is also Duke's leading rusher. He wouldn't have taken this. 2 carries, 10 yards. Duke running backs currently have 3 carries for 1 yard on the day.
So, Sissy, what do you figure the Blinn kid story is? Do you figure he's just cool being the backup next year? They just paid another guy $4 million to come start next year. It's not like he's auditioning for a ton. What do you figure his status is?
I don't know. You talking about this kid playing quarterback for Duke?
Yeah, right now, just like he's
He's
cool being the backup again in next year.
probably cool getting a scholarship to go to Duke. He's probably what needs to be thankful for that.
Yeah, probably not the worst thing in the world, I don't guess.
Yeah, I'd probably be thankful for that and just call it a day.
If you're the
And what
backup, you're always one ankle sprain away. His ceiling's not high. I think it's a good deal for him.
And
Yeah.
was he the backup this year or the third string? I feel like I read somewhere he was the third guy technically
They
at some
had kind
point.
of co-backups. Technically he played more than the other guy, but neither one of them played enough to even really signal it either way. It's hard to say. Ole Miss leading total yardage 340 to 106 on the day. Ole Miss rushing yards 90 to 9. 250 to 97 on passing yards. Ole Miss 5 of 8 on third down. Duke 2 of 5, and Ole Miss 1 of 2 on fourth down. The interception on the fake field goal, and then Duke 0 for 1 on fourth down to date. Ole Miss no sacks. Duke 1 sack so far. Time of possession, Ole Miss has held the ball for 19 minutes already.
Does that set a record?
That's a pretty high mark there for the Rebels. That's not common, I would say.
Pretty
Hey, are
lame
you?
looking trophy, I gotta say. That Tax Slayer couldn't have leaned into this and gotten a cool looking trophy. That was the most nondescript trophy ever. What is that? A triangle?
Yeah, I looked it up. Like, what's crazy about this is they got that ridiculous, just like football triangle trophy, whatever it is, and yet the pro-am that's connected to the bowl game, the winners of that thing get a huge like gator head trophy.
Yeah, that's ass backwards. We should flip
Yeah,
that.
give that to the team.
Hey, what about? Are you interested in watching this TGL stuff? This Tiger Woods Golf League stuff?
It's gonna have to sell me a little, I think. I'm having a hard time with simulator golf being something I'm overly thrilled by.
When is it supposed to start?
I
Oh, it
think
started, hasn't it? I tuned into the little pilot, whatever the hell they did a week or two ago, just out of
there you go.
curiosity. Because that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was I watched Horschel hit out of the bunker, and he was like bitching about how like only Augusta has that type of sand. Is that not the same thing?
Yeah, but that was. I think there's some guys who are like were testing it, but I'm like talking about when they have like the real competition.
I
So
think I'll
what is
watch
the
out of
format?
curiosity, but you're gonna have to sell me on watching it regularly.
Yeah, they have teams. There's a whole thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm curious. It looks badass though. I will say that. Like from a technology standpoint, it's pretty
Oh no, no
badass.
doubt. I mean, I'm sure it's cool, but I'm good. Mark, he says Tulane is hiring Will Hall as passing game coordinator.
That is
Park
correct.
Thamel. Siski knew that already.
I did not.
Um,
Nope.
sure. TGL starts next week.
I think
All
they
right.
should lean into the live crowd aspect of that. I think
When's
they're
the last time
selling
you
it
talked to
aside from the simulator. They need to have the crowd be as rowdy as possible at those things.
Duke picks up a first down? They're nearing midfield here with 110 left in the half, trying to
Well,
get
that's
enough
an illegal
score.
formation. That's an illegal formation. They're not gonna call a flag on that.
There's no flag.
Oh wow. Nobody was on the ball down here at the ball. That's bush league bullshit. Now they're not set. This these motherfuckers right here.
How stable is Summerall's program just from like an NIL keeping his players kind of deal? I mean, what kind of shape is that
Oh,
in down
good,
there?
good. I mean, from a group of five standpoint, it's really good. It's better than some power fives. I was actually it's part of the reason he took the job. I mean, he's not going to be able to pay $8 million to keep a quarterback, but he can go get guys solid.
Gonna be third and about 5 for Duke. They get out of bounds. 51 ticks left in the first half.
He's 23.
Did he get his feet down?
I think the right foot got in bounds before the left touched out. It looked okay to me. I am blind in my left eye though, so
Are they going to show a replay right here? Yeah, he's in. I
Kari
thought
Coleman
I he
choked him.
I thought that he knocked him in the air out of bounds before his feet hit.
screenplay works there. Picks up a first down. Duke at the 48, 45 ticks left. Yeah, Jerry on Barstool's got to hit a hole in one before he leaves, and they say he's on shot 348 currently in a stream.
He's already done that before, hadn't he?
That's what I was
Well, I
about to
guess
say.
he's
Has he not
he's
already
doing the
completed this?
TGL thing though. I
Oh,
think he's
he
he's
may.
he's at the TGL course.
Mm,
You know what's going to piss me off about the simulators is when I hit into a simulator and it says my drive went 220, I'm like, oh, this computer doesn't know shit. But when these guys hit it and it goes the exact yardage of that they normally hit it, that's going to be a real logical trip for me.
Oh, I bet the
if you hit
simulator
the
is
old
great for Siski because it didn't really matter if you go that left or right. It doesn't screw you too much on
no,
direction.
you can grip and rip it, dog. I crush on a simulator, dog.
Yeah,
I'm a simulator all American.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I'm borderline. I'm borderline tour player on simulator because I can grip it and rip it, and then when I get in that 9 foot rough over there, I can still swing just like no
They're
restriction on the
not they're
swing.
not built from Rippy that's trying to hit the wedges to 6 feet. Like that's not what those things are built for.
Hey, if you
No,
find a
like
4-man scramble on a simulator, sign MPW up. We will rake in the cash on that deal.
dude, like it's literally a math problem. I mean, like you go over there, you hit it in the junk. Like I hit it so far right. I'm in like marsh, and it says 50%. And I just look at the yardage, and the yardage says 100 yards left at 50%. I'll go grab a 7-iron and just crush it, and it gets it'll find its way up there. It's a math problem. Just add yardage and go.
Fourth down for Duke, 23 ticks left. Manny Diaz looks cold, like he wants to go home.
Chase, do you remember how bad of a time we had putting at back nine? That was the real
That's
piece
the
of the
question, and
puzzle. Trying
apparently
to
there's a
putt
trick
and
to
putt
it.
was brutal.
But
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
not
the
a putt.
putting on a simulator is
I
Yeah,
think that's why
I'm
they
with.
give you like 8 feet in. It's good. We could not putt worth the shit. I putted off the green like 4 times. I couldn't figure that out for the life of me.
Hey, I did go 5 under on 18 today on putt putt at the Space Invaders course here at the City
Ooh.
Center, where I paid $118 to go play putt putt today.
When you have a crew.
That's right. Oh yeah, you can't even go to McDonald's without dropping a $50 bill, boss.
Have you done any like sit down dining at some of the more
Oh, oh yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Got kidney shots all over the place.
All right. That's what I figured.
I mean, just gone to Willy Wonka or where the hell that place is twice already. Home with a $300 breakfast. Yeah, we've had all
Ole
kinds of
Miss
fun stuff.
didn't put anybody back, had everybody on the line, so Duke downs it at the 2, and we will have a kneel down and a halftime score of 24-7 after the break.
He touched it. It's gonna come out to the 9. He
Okay.
touched it.
Asking the stream, did one see the Twitter exchange between Lane and a fan and Landry? I cannot say I saw that today.
I did see that. It was
What
interesting.
happened?
What happened?
Well, a fan said, Lane, if you don't cover the 17.5 point spread, I get to take your daughter out to a date for Chili's. And he responded and said, she's not a Chili's girl. And he said, okay, fine. I get to take you out for a beer. And then Landry responded and said, he's not a beer guy. So that was an interesting. I'm pretty sure it was like one of those Ole Miss like shithead frat kid burner accounts too. This was not some major account. Lane just responded to some kid on Twitter.
You just never know when he's
Say
going to
it
decide to lock in. I mean, it's
It was funny though, seeing that he said my daughter's not a Chili's girl, and then he said I can take you out for a beer, and then Landry said he's not a beer guy. I mean that was funny. I have to give them credit for that, but that was the exchange.
Did
all right.
anybody
Halftime
ever?
score 24-7. Rebels over the Blue Devils. I think Duke gets it to start the second half. That's right, correct?
Sounds good.
Ole Miss got it first. I think for sure. I mean,
Hey,
look, yeah, it's a
did
what?
anybody ever consider that it was Landry running Lane's Twitter the whole time?
Well, that is one theory.
I've heard this, but he says some shit sometimes where I'm like, there's no way that's anyone other than him. I'm not even disagreeing. I just it makes
He
you think.
does. No, he does a lot, but I think she's on his account too.
Yeah,
So
they have
like
multiple
she runs it
personalities
and then he
potentially.
chimes in whenever the hell he wants
Yeah,
to.
whatever. Just a lot of people contributing. All right, we're
I
gonna
only
stop
have
for the
one guy
half.
in
Be
mind.
back for the second half. I know Rippy's hanging out. You out, Siski, or what are you doing?
Uh, I don't know yet. Depends on what time the little one comes in here.
Okay, I think Jeffrey
Oh, oh,
joining for the second half. He was trying to put Josephine down. So we'll take the break again. Ole Miss 24-7. While we're at break again, go to Horn Legend, hornlegend.com. Realtree stuff 20% off through Sunday, or realtree.com 15% off with MPW 15 for the code there. So back right before the second half. Take care. Come back, pour a drink, and we'll wrap this thing up after the half. fine. We're just talking. Back with you after the break, pulling in Jeffrey and Siski. I assume Brian will be back in a minute, but we'll get him too when the time comes. There is Mr. Wright after getting Josephine down for the evening. Ole Miss 24, Duke 7. We're about to start it. I think Ole Miss is kicking off to the Blue Devils for this thing. Was the bedtime routine anticlimactic, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. So daycare's out, which is one of the biggest rackets of all time. It's like, what are we paying you for? So
To
I've
keep
been
your kid alive. Period. That's it. Literally.
I've been doing solo dad duty because Aaliyah's got to put food on the table for everybody, and so she's still got work, and we basically take off this week and a half and just run bowl games because no one's listening anyway. So today we went to the Wolf Chase Mall, and you want to talk about it actually ended up being a delight because no one goes to malls and there's like a play area. And so she just got absolutely whipped. And so came back, we ate lunch, and she went down for like a 2.5 hour nap. So bedtime was good. It was also steak night. So I did that as well. So now we're ready to go. I've caught up on the first half. We're good to go.
Lewis Moore, almost the pick there before he heads off to Indiana to continue, or back to Indiana to continue his college career. Do we at least mix up the cuts of meat and whatnot, Mr. Wright? Like for steak night, or is it pretty much the same every single time?
So usually what happens is we usually buy, like if I go to like Costco, like I buy the 4-pack and we food save, freeze the other 3. This time Aaliyah found at Kroger there was like a bone-in rib roast, and so ribeye. So we just kind of slice that. We've been working on that for a few weeks. So I just kind of I work through it till it's done.
The rib roast was a big go-to for Christmas for a lot of people. I saw Greg giving a lot of those out for the holiday.
The beef tenderloin.
Yeah, we did the beef tenderloin. We always do that. But when I was waiting in line, I saw a bunch of rib roast.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, doing a prime rib, if you do it right, that's probably my favorite way to do steak.
Tupelo asking if Ja is playing tomorrow night.
I mean, I find it hard to believe that they're just going to go from strained AC joint. How about this stat, Siski? Since my buddy Mark, that used to be my co-host, he's now in Chicago for USA Today, he looked it up. Since Ja had the strip club incident, he has not played more than 5 consecutive games for the Grizzlies, and that was March of 2022.
Sore groin injury.
Well, this time it's his shooting hand. Although I'll say this, Ja might have been ahead of the curve. Like Ja was doing the gun celebration well before it was cool. Like everyone's doing it now.
Isn't that the NBA thing though? Like it's just they play 4 or 5 games, take a game off.
Yeah, but not like that's like extreme. Now, granted, there's also some like in that there's also he had a 25 game suspension, and so when he came back, he only played 9 games, but he didn't even play any of those 9 games in a row. I think he took off twice in that, and he started the year healthy, and it's just. I think what it really turns out is if you are an undersized guard that cannot shoot and you have to get your points in the paint, that's a really bold way to do it. It's just tough, man. Like people can mock the NBA and talk about the lack of toughness and whatnot, but it's like there's freaking men in the paint, and they can't wait to see a little guy go in there and just give them a piece of their mind.
I like how he went to go field that punt and said, never mind, and just pointed at it like, hey, it's over here, guys. Yeah, it's over there.
I mean, it is a create your own energy game at this point. There is no crowd. It is damp. It's a little cold. I mean, Lane has looked miserable this entire evening. I mean, he has not even like sort of grinned one time.
Yeah, I get the sense that like Lane has the default setting of like let's go to Florida, but Jacksonville, like North Florida, is not That's not what he's thinking. Like he thinks like Tampa is like for him. I think Tampa's North Florida. Like that's as far north as he'll go.
I can.
Jacksonville, for all intents and purposes, is just Georgia.
You don't think Lane's a big like panhandle guy?
No, he does not strike me as a 38.
Per sources, I can verify that Lane only views the state of Florida as Tampa South.
Yeah, like there's no on whatever his Cannon Motors leased car, there is no 30A sticker.
He does, like anything south of
Clark
I-4.
Ford, Jeffrey. Clark Ford. Corey and our guys at Clark Ford.
Shout out to Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leah says he definitely gives off Salt Life vibes, but I think he can still do Salt Life down. I mean, he doesn't seem to be like opposed to the Gulf. He just thinks if he's going to be in the Gulf, it's going to be like in Fort Myers.
Yeah, Jacksonville is basically South Georgia's big city.
I mean, it's also a big military town. Like the vibe of Jacksonville is not going to be the vibe that Lane was looking for.
No.
Oh, how'd I lose the game? Shit.
I love that the YouTube Sunday Ticket with the Jaguar pawing at the screen. I love that one. And then the pirate or the Buccaneer that squirts him with a bottle.
There's also a lion sitting next to that fella.
Yeah, and then the Lions pissed off too because, well, hey, at this point the Lions want to watch their football. Like normally, like I mean, the Jaguars at this point. Does anyone want to watch the Jaguars? There's no way that Jaguar wants to watch his team. The Lions, they want to watch their team.
Who are y'all drafting, Jeffrey?
I mean, here's the real question. I mean, you want to talk about the most I think I've been pissed off in a while? Sunday was about it. You've worked your way, and like I don't love it's not a great quarterback draft. Like I don't love it, but at the same time, I want a new quarterback. And you had control. And like that is just the classic, like, man, what are you doing winning that game? Like you can't make pros, like you cannot make pros like tank. I understand that, but at the same time, it's like play Tommy DeVito. Like we're gonna lose if you play Tommy DeVito.
Oh, you can organizationally tank.
Absolutely.
I mean, there is no doubt about that.
And if you're the Colts, like, man, is that a fireable offense? Like at this point, like, I think Steichen's a pretty good coach, but it's like, man, they're like trying to juggle the quarterback. I don't know. By the way, are we in agreement? Ooh. Juice switching to 7 for this game is one of the all-time smartest moves we've seen this year. Like, come on, 3's the one that drops all.
Did he just drop that?
That was close enough. That was like by the sideline at least.
Okay. Ruling Siski, was that a drop?
Drop. That's a freaking day one drop. Looks like he's playing water.
He caught the football in the first half, so
he did. That was his one. He got that one. That's good.
Got one right there.
But he's also in the portal.
No, he's going.
No, he's going pro.
No, he's going to go to. He's after that. I think Georgia likes him. I think he's going to go to play receiver at Georgia now.
Well, he will fit right in there. Because those guys can. I'm not kidding y'all. Did y'all see how Arians carries? Like this is not the first time he carries the football like radio. Like he doesn't know how to hold a football. Yeah. Like it's like this. Like, but it's not the first time I've seen that. Like it's multiple times I've seen him do that.
Who are you talking
about? Williams, whatever. Arians, whatever. 11, the guy that drops all the
kid
passes.
From Georgia.
The kid.
Oh shit! Okay, punt team. Dart is getting the hell beat out of him in this football game.
Yeah, he is. He is going to try to die on the field with some honor tonight.
Yeah, I think Wells is the 3rd highest paid player on Ole Miss's team.
Listen, I guess you're not going to hit them all in free agency, right? Like,
he's got a good agent.
Clearly, I would actually argue that would be the MVP, the agent.
I agree. Only Chase and I got that joke.
No, I
hear.
was playing.
Did I hear
I didn't
that?
know. I don't know who all knows like how intimately involved in the agent community you are.
Well, that one's related.
Yeah.
Didn't you say the other day you got caught in a negotiation accidentally? Did I?
No, I
Did
did.
you say that
I did.
somewhere?
Yeah, I did. At my dinner table. I had reverse seared some ribeyes there, Jeffrey.
All right. It's the only way to do it.
Enjoying my steak. Got caught in the middle of a quarterback negotiation.
ESPN doing Lane no favors there, pointing out Ole Miss has the worst strength of schedule in the SEC.
Is it really though?
Well, you're counting the non-con. I mean, it was still 39th. It wasn't like it was
I thought Missouri
72nd.
schedule. I thought Missouri's was worse.
I don't know. I'm reading the graphic.
ESPN says no.
Maybe because who did Missouri play in the bowl game? That was actually a good game. Iowa.
Iowa. Yeah, the Hawkeyes.
Bowl season's actually been pretty good. I've actually like more games than not. I've enjoyed.
That would make one of us.
I am a little surprised. I am a little surprised Nolan is still in the game. I was expecting about 30 snaps for him.
I mean,
One more.
was there a performance bonus? Is there something he's playing for? Like I don't know. Is there? Does he need another sack? Does he need something?
No, he's gonna get the check. I mean, everything's backloaded a little bit. You get twice the money, give or take, on the bowl game.
I do wonder, Siski. Do you think? I don't personally think they care, but I'd be curious to know your opinion. Like, there was a lot of noise about Cam Ward sitting in the second half of a game. Like, do you think maybe some guys are trying to do some good PR? Hey, I'm going to play in the second half because I don't think there was a single scout that cared that Cam Ward sat in the second half.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't care enough, I guess, to there's a lot of people that were really pissed about it, I guess. I don't really
know if it's real people or if it was just it was a talking point on a day where there was nothing to talk about.
There you go. And then so my thing is this: it's they're like, oh, it's selfish and stuff. So what's more selfish? The fact that I'm generally asking here, what is more they're going after him? He played a half. Is it more selfish that he took himself out at halftime, or is it more selfish of the 29 scholarship players that decided not to play for Oklahoma in their bowl game? And or is it not more selfish for the backup quarterback to do what's right for me and go in the portal and get a paycheck and leave his team in the middle of the playoffs? You can't be, in my opinion. It's fine if you want to call that selfish. If you want to call what Cam Ward did selfish, call it selfish. But at the same time, you got to call what the Penn State quarterback did being selfish. You got to call everybody that's going to the portal not playing the bowl games. You got to call their actions selfish. We can't pick and choose what's selfish.
Yeah, my instinct also says no one really cared, but I do think some of the noise was. I think people bet on Miami, and they're sitting there going Cam Ward was unstoppable in the first half. The only way they didn't score was when they fumbled the mesh point on the first play. And so I think there was a lot of people that were just gambling and they were pissed. They're like, what? We didn't know. It didn't look like he caught his team by surprise, right?
Well, no, 100%. The coaches knew.
I'm with you. I also think that, I guess this is kind of the other question. It's I feel like the whole problem is the whole calendar thing, this discussion that they've been having on the broadcast. It's we still have the same problem, which is we're trying to still pretend that the academic calendar matters. Really, right? That's the only reason why this system is what it is because we're pretending like the academic calendar matters.
Well, they still could fix it without without messing with the academic calendar. They just want their cake and eat it too. You get rid of spring practice. There is no more spring practice. It's over. Get rid of it. You have one portal window in April at the end of the spring semester, and then you get your full team, the team that you're going to go play with, and you do mini camps. You do three 4-day mini camps in June.
Yeah, and
pick six for the Rebels. Was that Isaiah Hamilton that grabbed that?
I thought it was who was our boy Hampton? the Mississippi kid.
Back in the day, CJ.
Yeah, CJ. Good
Picks
dude.
it off. Good pick, runs it back, gets a couple blocks. Rebels now 30-7, 8:18 third quarter. PAT 31-7. We're still on the how long does Jackson Dart play watch here now as the lead has extended to 24. And what's the line though? 17.5, right? So you're still a touchdown away from not a cover. You need a little more. Need a little more.
Well, it depends how many different lines you have.
Jeffrey's one of the dark ones. Jeffrey's one.
And our boy as I lay dying, Jeffrey, you missed this early. He was parlaying. He had Ole Miss minus 3.5 first quarter, minus 7.5 second quarter, or first half, and
Sorry.
then
you're gonna have to restart this because this sounds like something I'm all in on. But Aaliyah was notifying me that apparently this was the first pick 6 in 3 years for Ole Miss. I guess it's the first pick.
Really?
Is it the first one since the A&M game? The A&M, the
oh right, yeah, that's right.
The night game.
Yeah, I think that probably is correct. If it's 3 years, that would make sense. Who's down here for the Rebels? Looks like a leg or a knee.
Looks like an offensive lineman.
Eli Ecker.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Is he back to wearing 70-something? Yeah, he's still going.
Wow, good for him.
Okay, here's what he did. So as I lay dying, it was a parlay. He had a 4-leg parlay.
All right.
He had Ole Miss minus 3.5 first quarter.
Okay, so that hit.
He had Ole Miss minus 7.5 first half.
That hit.
He had Ole Miss 17 game.
Okay.
And he has Ole Miss money line.
All right, I feel pretty good about that.
Why would he have Ole Miss money line?
That's what he said. I'm just repeating.
So
I covered C.J. Hampton's actually his commitment ceremony at Meridian that day. He was the first player. So the year that he was a senior was the first year that they did you could sign the athletic aid agreements early.
Oh yeah.
And if you did that, the coach could talk about you, but only if you ended up signing with your school. If he signed with another school, it was a violation. And CJ signed academic aid agreements with Alabama, Florida State, and Ole Miss that first year.
Yeah, if I recall, there was also some questions of whose car he was driving. Was it an Ole Miss car? Was it a Bama car? Was it a Florida State car? I do remember that being a thing. I loved CJ. He was a good dude.
Oh, was a good dude. Yeah. He
wore
the long, kind of baggy T-shirt under his jersey.
I can 100% tell you that it wasn't an Alabama car.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
You feel good about that?
I feel pretty good on my sourcing on that one.
All right.
Listen, I thought this was a fun show.
I feel 100% confident in my sourcing on that one.
Was he not the kid that Saban went to watch him play a game and landed a helicopter somewhere near Meridian High School, or did I just make that up?
No, we would, every time we went to Meridian from Tuscaloosa, we flew a helicopter, but he didn't go watch him play a game. He would just go, but it wasn't just for CJ. That was the only place we flew a helicopter to. And first of all, I hate it. I didn't like putting coaches on helicopters to begin with. I have a weird thing with helicopters. Logistically, it's one of the largest.
You got to admit that that's probably a pretty big waste of getting whatever Bama Air 1 up in the air. That's probably.
There's nowhere it's weird. It doesn't
jet
make
fuel's a lot more than helicopter fuel.
Oh, I'll give you a good one here in just a second. I'll give you the biggest waste of airplane money of all time. But it wasn't that. It was something with I don't remember. It was the reason we had to fly. We went from the airport. We took the helicopter. Some guy had some booster had a helicopter, and it was like a legit real helicopter. But we would every time that he would go to Meridian, he would take this helicopter. Well, you had to. Logistically, they are nightmares because when you're doing helicopters, you have to have somebody there to pick them up. You have to have them a car there or somebody, whatever. And so you will you would call the rent-a-car company and give them GPS coordinates to drop the car off.
Yeah, because you're landing on a spot. You're not landing like at an airport.
But when the copter thing first became a thing, wasn't it like Kirby or somebody that would land literally at the field?
Yeah, people have done that for a long time. Right?
Norvell did that at a MUS Christian Brothers game one year.
Have done that forever. I never put coaches on helicopters just because I wouldn't get on a damn helicopter. Like I walk. I wouldn't get on a helicopter.
You're scared of helicopters?
Well, yeah, bro. The engine goes out on a helicopter, boss. They don't glide.
I need to have to be strapped to the parachute. I need a parachute on my back.
Yeah, there's no, the engine goes out on the airplane. We can glide this thing down and land it on a street somewhere, right?
Well, it's like I get it. Like if you're trying to avoid traffic in New York City and like you're flying from like New York to the Hamptons, it's like okay, I get that because like it's going to be like a 4-hour drive. But like what Tyler's talking about, I mean, it's probably a 30-minute helicopter ride and it's an hour car ride.
That's the thing. Is like it was, dude. The shortest one of all time. This is what we flew. This was in January. We were junior recruiting. We flew coach from Lincoln. He went to Lincoln High School. And the plane, we were like in Alabama, northeast Alabama. And we were going like south side, hitting these stops. He had to drive, like I remember saying, like, let's just reposition the plane or drive back. Like he got on the plane and flew for 3 minutes and 45 seconds from Lincoln to Talladega Speedway. 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay, that's stupid.
That's when you said the biggest waste. It was like 9 miles.
Well, because like that's the other thing. It's like you're wasting the most amount of fuel you're going to waste is like on takeoff and landing. It's
like 9 miles, I think, in between airports.
If you do want my As I Lay Dying, if he wants my my dark, I have Ole Miss 17, UC Irvine, and apparently it went to overtime and we're up 6. My fraternity little brother used to coach at UC Irvine. I can confirm that their head coach always knows the number, and it's fantastic. So we got the Eaters. They're in overtime, but they're up 6 with 48 seconds left. I just need the Eaters to win and Ole Miss to cover 17. But Neil's got me a little freaked out. It seems like Neil's saying this is when Ole Miss is putting some backups in.
I mean, you don't need Duke to go down and get a 6 here.
No.
They stop.
But Ole Miss is not done scoring.
No, I mean, coach, that's the Russell Turner guy who got canceled a couple years ago for calling the Oregon guy Queen instead of King. Do I remember this correctly?
He didn't really get canceled. He just got
ridiculed.
He was up like in the college basketball media circles, like, which by the way he was never popular in to begin with. It might have cost him a look at a bigger job. But I mean, that's the thing. Like, Russ has been at Irvine now for like 11, 12 years. Like, those are not jobs you stay at that long.
Worse places to live and coach than Irvine, California, too.
No, and he's got a good gig. Like, he gets to coach literally the way he wants to. And they make the tournament about, if not every year, every other year. I mean, it's only a 1-bid league, and he usually runs the league.
Good throw and catch there. Duke first down, still moving.
Are y'all, Rippy and Chase, are y'all thrown off? Like, I did not realize the century started today.
I
have no idea of this calendar at all. Like, nothing. Like, I'm completely out right now. It's lost me on how much I care.
I've now found myself the only thing I care about is majors.
Mm-hmm.
Majors and Ryder Cup, and
I got the email today for the rash recap of our previous season of like the fantasy golf league, and I sort of even forgot about it to like re-up it and do it.
So
to your point,
Jeffrey, to your point, that's all the decision makers in pro golf want you to care about now.
Well, not the tour. But yeah, I mean, hey, listen, man, they're getting ready. Listen, man, they're getting ready to get some private equity in there. We're gonna start trimming the fat, baby.
I was aware because I got 5 win bets in on it.
Well, the thing though is like Golf Channel the last week or so was like replaying the whole season. It was like final round. They replayed like the final round broadcast, and I was like, I don't remember about half of these tournaments.
I got 66-1 on
Yeah,
Will
who's well, he's this week.
Yeah,
I think he's one off the lead.
he is. He's T2. Went 8 under today.
Which, by the way, how is he playing in the Century? Isn't this the Tournament of Champions?
No, this is an elevated event. So
They changed the format a little bit. It's different now.
All right.
And 2 years ago, if you make the tour championship, whether
I
you
remember
win
they.
or
I
win or
remember
not,
when
you
they
get into the
when they had
Century.
fewer tournaments, they made it into like if you made it to East Lake, you got in. But I thought they were getting. I know I've noticed they've dropped Tournament of Champions, so they're clearly
this is a normal elevated event.
all right.
So it's not full field. How many people?
70, I think.
Okay.
And it used to be you had to win a tournament to get into that tournament, but they changed it 2 years ago. That's how Sahith Tagawa got into the Masters in 2022 or 2023. He made it to East Lake, played well enough at the Century, and got into Augusta that year.
Oh, wow.
Well, no, Augusta used to. I think Augusta now gives if you make it to East Lake, I think
You get to go to Augusta automatically now.
Yeah, because it's top what. Yes,
top
but
30.
the reason that they're getting to go to Augusta is because Liv is losing world golf rankings, and top 50 get to go to Augusta now.
Yes.
And so if you're in the top 30 of in East Lake is top 30, you're probably going to be top 50 in the world, most likely.
Duke turns it over on downs right there. Ole Miss getting it back.
If you're a top 50 golfer in the world, you're exempt into everything.
Yeah, but I think Tyler's right. Augusta used to not like Augusta, like I think was willing to be like, all right, we'll do, but like every other major has the top, at least the top 50, and I think the PGA is what the top 100 in the rankings. I think it's top 100 get invites, and so because I don't know if you know this, Brian, Augusta's an invitational.
No, it's not top 100. Augusta's top 50.
Right, and I think you can do both ways. I think you can do year-end top 50 now, and
it's year-end.
Whatever the cutoff date is. So if you were in the year-end top 50 or I think it's usually like 2 weeks before the tournament, they'll invite you. Of course,
the other used to be that Shell Houston Open 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
Because the guy that always won that was borderline usually got in.
Well, and that was always hilarious because remember Houston would overseed. Like they tried to make that Houston they tried to make it look like Augusta. Like they would overseed it with rye. Like you'd see like that is not natural golf.
Jeffrey, we spent time during the half, Siski and I looking at this Wendy's commercial. Are you in or out on a salted caramel Frosty?
I'm not out, but it always goes back to the same point of like, if I'm going to Wendy's and getting a Frosty,
chocolate exists. So.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that like it's bad or anything. It's like why I'm just getting the chocolate Frosty and I'm moving on. Same thing with the straw. Remember when they did the strawberry one? It's like that's fine. That's for y'all. Like it's not for me.
What is this commercial they're calling this generation's Rocky? Hold on, what are we doing?
Wendy's gave me a little recorded spot as well. I'm not getting to do it live like y'all do.
Ooh.
But it was nice.
You getting to read your saucy nugs?
I'm doing the biggie bag.
What is the biggie bag?
$5, so you can get a JBC, junior bacon cheeseburger for the unaffiliated out there. Junior bacon cheese, fry with a nuggie. I want to say 4-piece nuggie, small fry, drink, and I think it's $5.
Ooh, it's a good deal.
Listen,
I wish they had that at Universal.
It's a Hyundai spot no matter where you're at. I mean, bud, like you're.
Oh, is that where y'all are?
Yeah.
I will say this though, man. The Universal ads right now. Aaliyah and I were looking at each other the other night. We were watching. We're like, we can't wait till our daughter's old enough to go. We're sitting there going, like, I'm kind of in on these immersive experiences.
Like if
Dart's
you're
still in the game here. 3:22 left in the third quarter as Ole Miss takes over. He's 22 of 30, 250 and 2 on the night, including 40 rushing yards.
I'm just saying I wouldn't hate it if they won by 24.5.
this will be his last drive as a Rebel. Calling it.
This will be it. Scoring or not scoring doesn't matter.
No, this is it.
Okay.
Oh, so is Bentley. Surprised they're not trying to protect him.
I don't know if y'all talked about it. That like second possession of the game, was that Lane trolling everyone? Because it was like give to Bentley, throws to Priestcorn. Like it was like everything that a message board had been like bitching about. I was like, was that double birds to the fan base?
Did you see that Caden Davis is the new school points leader?
I did not.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that fake field goal, the look wasn't even there. Oh my God. Wow, what a throw. If that's his last throw he ever makes, that's a good one.
Oh, wow. I'm just now catching it. Holy hell. Hits Watkins deep inside the 10. I don't know what.
If that's his last throw ever, that was a good one.
Chase, do you remember when Caden got
I'm
to campus and he was like, unironically, my long is 73, but the wind was behind me?
Yeah.
He did say that, yeah.
That was his first spring. He was like, I made it from 73. There was a little bit of wind behind me. I was like, oh, hell yeah. Who's this guy?
Well, when he first came in, people thought he was just going to punt or something and be the kickoff guy. And then he ends up
Right, because
being
he was so inaccurate at A&M, they didn't let him kick or something, correct?
Correct. Steve already made a Mr. Super Chat. He said, does Dolly Parton sleep on her back? Yeah, probably, I would assume at that point. Just read the hits, Siski. Don't look at me like that.
Well, if she sleeps on her front, she doesn't need pillows.
I didn't. I mean, I'm over here. I just distracted and I hear a Dolly Parton question. I was thrown off for a second. Oh, look at there. We false started. Look at there.
Lane looks so.
I mean, Lane has looked terrible the entire night. Like he looks miserable this entire evening.
And there's nothing. If you get that January, like if you're in Florida and you get that north wind, 60 degrees has never felt so cold.
Was it cold outside?
No. Yes.
It was.
It's been really quiet in your suite, Siski, considering you got like 5 people. Like, I'm impressed.
They've all been in here. Aaron was asking me if I was on camera. She's wanting to go to bed.
Did he get in? By the way, I have noticed there's not been a lot of the above the stadium views tonight.
I think it's lax. Yeah.
Been a lot of tight camera angles. Yeah, a lot
you
of.
You could have put some tarps up if you wanted to.
Yeah, plenty of tarps available. Just use them for the Jags.
Not a lot of people in upper deck.
Does Duke have defensive opt-outs, or is this their defense?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even look.
I think it's mostly their defense.
I know this. This just kind of I try not to make way too much out of bowl season, but I do feel validated. And the only thing that really bothered me about the playoff selection is that we were so pissed off at Bama. We allowed the ACC to essentially sneak in and get 3 bids in the middle of the night because we were too busy arguing about Bama. That league was terrible.
I mean, it's the problem with the entire system. When you set it up before the change in conferences and the realignment and the expansions and everything, it's just not a system built for it. And then you try to act like 4 to 5 conferences were all the same, and yet here we are. And now the SEC's done itself no damn favors.
I want to be very clear. This was not a pro like, hey, the SEC got screwed thing. I want to be very clear. I was just being, as someone who consumed way too much ACC football this year, I was very adamant this league is terrible. Like
right?
I count Notre Dame, but you know what I mean? Like I get it. Like it's not, but they played, was it 5? They played 5 ACC teams, and I think they beat the hell out of all of them. But I was also in the camp of I think Notre Dame's good. Like I think Notre Dame's got a low ceiling, but I think they have a very high
They're
floor.
well coached and they know who they are. They play a certain brand of football. They don't stray from it. I like
They're like,
Riley. I mean, I know they did nothing offensively today, but I like Riley Leonard.
yeah, but you know
They
what? They
beat
didn't
the
screw up.
shit out of their last 6 opponents and actually do real work up front on the defensive line of scrimmage, from what I can tell as an amateur novice here. But like they destroyed their last 6 opponents.
Well, my whole deal is at this point in the calendar, when your big people are good and their big people are good, they're going to be in the game. Like, yeah, Georgia's last, whatever. You know what I felt like was the most forgotten about play of the game? And like, no one was like, people were too busy trying to cancel the kid that got run over by the official. That kickoff return, like that was the quietest 100+ yard kickoff return that like was not a big deal. And like, it's like that kickoff return really mattered. And I felt like that got nowhere near the attention that it deserved.
Kid just.
I'd really like one more touchdown. I'd like.
All right, here's another one of these from the cheat sheet, Siski. On that long pass to Jordan Watkins, Dart passed 12,000 yards of total offense. Currently at 12,009. He's now jumped past Will Rogers for 4th in SEC history and is one of just 4 in SEC history with 12,000 total yards. Aaron Murray, Drew Lock, and Tim Tebow.
What a list.
Somebody was in your earpiece right there letting you know.
Yeah, so just to confirm, you're getting these texted to you in real time. How did I get cut out of that?
You got to know the right people, Rippy. You can get on the list.
Kyle Campbell, what a dick. So, legitimate question, though. You mentioned the ACC being bad, Siski, Jeffrey, whomever else. Would Washington State have fared any better in the playoff than like SMU or Clemson?
See, I
don't think
Pretty Dickert leaving. I'm just curious because like they had no shot to ever make it, but they were kind of rolling people.
I don't think Clemson no-showed though.
Yeah, I actually thought
I agree with that.
I actually thought Clemson was pretty competitive. The thing that like Clemson all year just couldn't stop the run, and Texas was able to run on them. I think
they made that a game. I didn't mean to make that sound like
I don't.
But like, would they have fared better than either one of the ACC teams?
Tough with Washington State because apparently Washington State, the coordinator and the quarterback had decided they were going to Oklahoma like at the end of October, and so they kind of, if you notice, like they like fell off a cliff, and so would they have fared any better? Probably not, but like I don't know. I mean, Tyler, what would you guess? SMU's roster's what, 2x? 3x what Washington State's is?
I don't know. I mean, a little bit better, but like they're going. I mean, they're coming up from G5. They're going. That's what's scary is they're going to be in the ACC and their roster's going to get nothing but better.
Yeah.
They're where I want stock in that league. If we're going to sit here with this current thing, give me all the SMU stock.
Yeah,
because that stuff's going to roll.
Hey, Tyler, tell me if this is too prisoner of the moment because I this kind of half baked. I'm not sure I actually believe in this.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have SMU stock than Clemson stock.
I mean,
they literally said, "Here's $500 million. We don't care. You can keep it. Like we're just gonna keep paying it for ourselves." Like
it's all bit like for me, it's yeah. I mean, it'd be hard to argue, but they're still not yet. I think they will be. You're betting on the come a little bit, but
I'm also betting that we don't figure things out. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it just stays the way that it is, I think you have to believe in SMU.
Well, I said this before you came on. I said there's a huge part of me that wants about April go. Oh, the settlement's not good. I want to see just the colossal explosion of college football with 95% of the contracts being done on rev share, and see what happens when it happens.
Dart back in here for the last play of the third quarter. I mean, here's the deal with that whole like curtain call thing. There's nobody in the damn stadium, so there's no real reason to like just give him a play out on the field and pull him. There's nobody there.
Hey, here's my
who
cousin.
Are you doing it for?
Watch my cousin lower the shoulder.
Good
I'm going to
football
tap
player.
out at the end of the, I'm going to tap out at the end of the quarter there, Chaser.
You out,
Mama,
Siski?
Mama's giving me the stink
Wait.
eye. And
Siski, what are we? Islands Adventure? What are we at tomorrow?
we're coming
He's
to the
done.
house. I'm done.
Oh, you
He's
finished.
been there since Saturday or Sunday.
Okay.
It's a wrap. I'm on the way. So if you hear somebody going crazy on the interstate tomorrow, it will be me.
Enjoyed it,
All
bud.
right,
Have a safe trip tomorrow.
guys. Yeah, have a
Yep.
good one. Happy
Bye.
New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, buddy. No, I like this is what I do think is interesting because to his point, if that settlement and it's not, let's be real, like all it takes is one judge going like, go back, do it again. And that's not insane. Like that's happened many times before.
One fairness hearing happens, and this whole thing's
there's
gone.
a lot of attorneys who are like, hey, man, let's not put the cart before the horses here. And that's probably their attorney brain. But like, again, to your point, that's two judges being like, hey, what the hell's up here? No.
Well,
Yeah,
I talked to somebody today in the baseball world who thinks that they said Tennessee, from a baseball standpoint, is not really even focused on it at all because they think it's going to get killed. So they just are operating at old situations and basically said, hey, if we're wrong, we'll just cut people and make it work. But that's not how we're operating, just in case, because if you operate at the new situation and it doesn't pass, you don't have enough guys and you don't have it messed up. So they're just basically going, we'll just be assholes later and cut if we got to cut.
It's also the most screwed up world on earth because one, from what I understand, is they're signing two different agreements right now. They're signing a rev share agreement with the school, and they're signing a collective agreement with the collective. Well,
Correct.
if the rev share thing goes out the window, obviously you're going to have lawsuits out the ass. But in the future, you're probably going to have kids want to fight to have as much as their money come from the rev share agreement as possible, because there'll be less red tape. Because what you're also seeing with a lot of this too is now, with everyone assuming rev share is going to come into place, where these collective deals were backloaded, they're now front loaded because they're not trying to spend this money before it's subject to an audit by Deloitte from the NCAA Clearinghouse Committee. So you now have collectives trying to front load these things.
That clearinghouse thing, that's going to get sued to hell too.
So I don't know how the hell that's going to work. So, they've contracted Deloitte to audit these collective deals, but it's going to get, if I'm not mistaken, like if it's red flag, that's actually going to be played out in like an arbitration, like court of law. Where if it was like just the NCAA, I'd be like, they have no power. What are they going to do? That's fascinating to me. And so I think these collectives are trying to spend money like they're going out of gas type of thing, where like, let's get this money in before it's more scrutinized for how we spend it, if that makes any sense, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah, basically what it's like is you're trying to like hopefully, well, the rules, you can't penalize us for the rules that weren't in place when we were doing this. So yes, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. The thing though is when you talk about this whole like rev share thing, it's like, I do wonder if maybe all the amount of money that they're spending on lobbying and whatnot, like in the end, like maybe they think they're going to get some type, once like they can get at least past this House settlement, if they can get some type of legislation, because in the end, it's like, are they really going to keep spending $15-20 million a year lobbying if they don't think that there's at least a decent chance?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you're not just going to burn it on fire for no reason.
Right.
So,
especially when you know you're about to be spending all this money.
That's also a big point of contingent for people in this portal, and there's very few of them that have good representation, is what happens. We've agreed to this deal. What happens if rev share doesn't go through? Will your collective guarantee the payment? That's been a big point of contingent in a lot of these negotiations, from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of keep going back to like, listen, I think Mintz is a good player. I find it hard to believe that Mintz has got a $4 million payment coming from Duke. Like, no questions asked.
It makes no sense that the market is quintupled overnight. Micah Pettis had such a shit year he can't get drafted, but he took $1 million from Florida State. So he's going to get second round money, yet he can't get drafted in the NFL. To me, that's not sustainable. That makes zero sense to me.
I mean, Steve, speaking to this, what we talked about mentioning, he's another super chat says Duke paying an American Conference QB $8 million is insanity. 100% depending on rev share, and also neglected the fact you have to keep your own players. And I mean, they're doing an NFL model. I mean, I think it's stupid, but I also in some ways go, hey, you're Duke. If you think you have 16 million and you're right, spending 25% on a quarterback to make sure you have a quarterback in that crap conference is not the dumbest thing in the world.
No, and I also think there's probably some like, hey, I mean, listen, like we can be a little Machiavellian here. Like, all right, hey, let's say it falls apart. What's the worst case that like, all right, well, we got to start over. You know what I mean? Like, if that was your way to build a roster, like, so be it. I needed some points there. 31's a little uncomfortable right now.
Well, in 30 to, I mean,
41 to 7, let's be real. 45-7, 41-7 looks a little.
I mean, Ole Miss was never in danger of this game ever being competitive, but their offensive line has been absolutely wrecked tonight. This has been an Ole Miss skill player athletic feast on Duke because there's just, I mean, they have done nothing up front.
I mean, this looks like the Wake Forest game.
Yeah.
I wrote it in picks. Do y'all know what happened at Wake and Duke the last game of the year?
Duke won in overtime. It was a hell of a punt.
And I get it. Like, Duke doesn't have their quarterback and whatnot. Like, that was a hell of a punt that worked out. I don't know if that was a hell of a punt off the foot.
Hey, you don't have to draw pictures of it, Jeffrey.
No,
Take a golf shot. Hey, it's a 63-yard punt in the book.
They didn't ask how'd it look.
I'm following this a little bit.
High on Fraser Mazin or Mazin, however the hell you say it. What's the punter's
He's
name?
had a hell of a year. Fraser Mazine's had a hell of a year.
He might have had my favorite press conference moment ever, where he was talking about coming to America and people kept asking him if he was straight, like if he's good. And he was like, yeah, no, I'm heterosexual. Like, why the fuck do people keep asking me this? Like, what is going on here?
See, Duke's got a 63. Oh, I was going to say I mean, Jerry doing this thing on Barstool so much, and we're not getting back on the golf thing necessarily, but is there anything that's more mentally taxing when you know you can't stop until you get a hole in one because you don't have a chance unless you actually like dedicate to the swing? Like you can't just half-ass it. So like to me, mentally and physically, knowing you have to hit a ball in a hole that's just luck, but you also have to execute a golf shot, like that feels horrific over hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yeah.
Like chipping or something, you can just kind of like, okay, fine. But like you're having to hit a shot.
Well, and also on top of that, it's like, I don't know, have you ever hit the same shot for, I mean, think about it like back, you know, Rippy can attest, but like, you know, back in summers in high school when you're just at the range all day and your hands are like bloodied and your blisters are just like that's just, like, you don't realize how tired your golf swing gets.
Yeah, after like 30 minutes, much less like 7 hours.
Yeah. So help me in the stream. How far is the shot?
I don't know. Have you seen
where's he set up?
Have you seen the pin?
No.
It's impossible. He's not going to do it.
Well, I did see him out there like dropping balls to see like how it caroms or how it rolls toward it.
So it's, I don't know how long the shot is, but I've seen the green and there's a bunker and the flag is like behind the bunker. Like the only way he can do it, I've watched enough of his golf swing. He's gonna have to hit like a nanner slice and like hope, but like he's not gonna be able to.
He can't go straight at it, and
this is not like the one where he had the hole in one where it was like dead downhill with a sand wedge.
Yeah, they said it's 105 yards.
I mean, so I know no one ever wants to hear a hole-in-one story. I have the world's shittiest hole-in-one story. Chase, have I ever told you this? I have the world's worst hole-in-one. So I made one in my life.
I bet I can get close.
I was at Irving Golf Club in the middle of the summer in July of 2021, my girlfriend at the time, now wife, wanted to ride with me. After 9 holes, she was so miserable she left. So
Checks out.
public
So far.
golf in Dallas is pretty big thing. So like we were with some randoms. I was with 2 like middle-aged guys and one of his like shithead kids. And on the 12th hole, so my wife left, and on the 12th hole, it was like 160. I scored a 7-iron, and the green was like slightly uphill. I was like, God damn it, that's going to that pond in the back. So I start checking around the pond. I start looking around, and this little snot-nosed kid looks at the hole and goes, "There's a ball in here." And so he found my hole-in-one ball in the hole. I didn't even get to enjoy it. 2 strangers didn't buy me drinks or anything. This little shithead 7-year-old kid found my ball in the hole, and that's how I got a hole-in-one. It was pretty brutal.
But you know the best part about this story is they've probably told this story bitching about how you didn't buy them drinks.
Yeah, that's fair, but they were they did not seem excited. I got a couple high fives, not even cracked a smile, and I was like, "This is the worst thing ever." Like, at least I can keep the ball.
Yeah,
But imagine just stoling one in there. It wasn't enjoyable at all.
Windike par 3, hole number 6, Winchester in the back, just a dead like rope worm burner. Like didn't even just it literally was in the air. I don't know, 6-7 feet, and just rolled in.
Did you at least get to see it though?
I did get to see it, and the only thing is I had it over my brother, who is a fantastic golfer. Like my brother's a great player. I think up until 2 years ago, he'd still never hit one. I mean, he was like a +2 at one point, and he had never hit one. And like I had that over him. Like that was literally the only thing I had over him. And then
so that's a positive. And you saw it go in. I'm ankle deep in mud looking for an NXT, and some snot nosed kid goes, "There's one in the hole."
Yeah, there is also nothing worse. It's like it's an ultra that I like. It's a golf ball that doesn't exist anymore. Like it's like, yeah, man, couldn't we at least have like had a professional something at least that would have been impressive even in like '98. I gotta be honest, y'all. I'm kind of in on like I don't like the brands that McConaughey's repping right now, but McConaughey just taking over commercials. I'm kind of in on. I think the Salesforce one with Woody Harrelson across the street eating. I thought that was funny.
He's done a really good job with it to the point of like, sure, like Ryan Reynolds has all the companies that actually make money, and yet McConaughey goes, "I'm just going to get on TV nonstop. That's all we're doing here. We're gonna plug all the deals."
And what are you eating, Jerry?
Yeah.
Jerry's eating rice.
I love that McConaughey gets to do whatever the hell he wants at Texas. Like that clip a couple years ago where he told that kid on the Texas bench, like, stand up and start cheering. Like, who the hell ever gets to walk over to a college basketball bench and be like, "Hey, dude, stand up"?
Well, I assume he must be filming a movie or something, right? Because I did not see him yesterday at all.
Oh, really?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
No,
they didn't show him at all yesterday.
If they didn't show, I figured he had to be filming.
Patal's asking.
Taylor Swift's at the game. They're going to show her. Like, it's not like it was last year where like they cut to her every 7 seconds, but like you will know if she's at the game.
Says, is Ole Miss going to have a new OL next year? Is there anything in the transfer portal that can help? I mean, look, they're going to pick up some guys in the transfer portal, but no, right now there aren't a ton of like game-changing offensive linemen. Number one, they're stupid expensive. I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, Pettis got a lot of money to be what has been an average SEC tackle.
Average?
And I was being nice. And he gets a ton of money. That's really expensive in the standpoint, and you're just mostly grabbing projects. You also need some chemistry and some kind of continuity there at the position a little bit too. I mean, it's where Neil kind of got popped a little on it, but he was right. At some point, the offensive line has got to be you developing players and using guys that are in your system that have been around for a couple of years. I just don't think you can go buy 5 offensive linemen.
There's no quick fix. To add to your point, Chase, let's take last year. The 2 kids from Washington, Ole Miss was seen to have paid top dollar for them, correct? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, good money.
You're going where I was going to go. I think
that was $350 to $400K, and Pettis, who is shitty this year, just got $1 million from FSU.
Big stop. Big stuff.
What the hell do you think these other guys are going to cost this year?
Lane must know the alt lines are out there. To Rippy's point, I think you can buy an offensive line. I just think it's going to cost so much money, and then you get into the situation where, all right, you're only like if Ole Miss does appear to try to like stay with a value formula. Like who is the kid from Bama that ends up going to Colorado? Like when a number does get insane,
Otis.
Ole Miss apparently will walk away.
Yeah, they are very efficient at valuations and sticking to them.
So to Rippy's point, I think you can buy one, but then you get into the point where it's like you better have an unlimited budget. I mean, Ohio State, like that's the one weakness right now, and I think you can make the same case for Oregon. And those are the probably.
Well, there just aren't many of them. Offensive line's not a position a ton of people are playing. Defensive lines are getting better by the day.
Well, it's also one of those situations where you never know. Like, one thing about offensive line play, you never know if someone is good because there's someone great next to him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in the end, if you've got a guard and you think he grades out well and you like what you see, but like maybe he just had an insane tackle and the tackle's able to handle everything. So he's always put himself in like pretty good positions. Like it just makes it very difficult to evaluate. And then you have no idea, like, you know, what if your tackle and guard don't like each other? Like that is like big time trust. Like you need to sit there and be like, hey man, like we're going through the fires. Like they're going to twist, they're going to stunt. Like I just think I think if you need to fill offensive line holes with the portal, that makes sense. But I think more than ever, like maybe like this is something to monitor, like as we move forward in this era, like teams that build their offensive lines from high school. Like maybe those are the like in the end, I do think part of why Navy and Army were successful this year is they actually had continuity up front. And now they fell apart because athletically they can't match up. And I'm not saying like, oh, we should adopt an Army and Navy model, but it's like maybe in this year where it felt like everyone was just kind of meh, maybe the reason why Army and Navy were good this year is like they were one of the few teams that actually had continuity.
Ole Miss down to a 1 here. They brought the Big East package in. Again, Ole Miss 38-7 right now. 10 minutes to go in the game. Dart still in. And
Watkins.
Jeffrey's a little led. Oh, it's a throw. Easy touchdown there. Dart out to Watkins. Jordan Watkins touchdown. Ole Miss PAT away from 45-7. Yeah, I kind of agree with Ptolemy there. That was a nifty little play I have not seen yet this season.
Yeah.
To your point, do you think it's some massive coincidence that nobody could run the ball in the SEC this year?
Was that rushing or passing?
That was a passing. That was a pop pass. Okay. No, Rippy, I do not. But I also look at it from the other direction. I think SEC lines were SEC lines. Like, turns out the teams that had the dudes, like we saw this team, like when this team was healthy, you could not move the ball on them because those guys blew up everything at the start. I do think SEC offenses kind of sucked. And I think a lot of defenses got elevated, like numerically, like this was a top 5 defense, whatnot. I think some of them got elevated because we kind of saw like, man, offenses were just not that good in the SEC this year. Like in the end, Georgia had to score today. In the end, Tennessee had to go score like in those games. And like, I think Ohio State would have beaten anybody that they played that day. But at the same time, it's like, man, their only offense was Nico running around. And somehow people turned on Nico and like, oh, Nico's the problem. It's like, man, that guy's doing it himself.
I agree. But when you talk about like offensive lines and like you can't buy one and there needs to be cohesion, like I think there's a lack of I don't know if understanding is the right word because I sure as hell don't understand it. The reason Pettis got offers in the portal is because those body frames don't grow on trees. They're still offering him based on like a professional type body frame of like, holy shit, this kid is 6'4", 340.
I guess I should also admit I I don't sip Norvell Kool-Aid like everyone else in Memphis does. I really wish someone else would have signed him because Florida State has a reputation of they only get guys because they just overpay. And so it's like it might be a situation where good for Micah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but like I wish someone else would have been like, hey man, like Florida State and Ohio State were down like the 11th hour and Florida State pulled it out. Like that would make me feel a little better.
Oh, you're dead on there. He was FSU was number 2 to Texas Tech, who just started throwing out offers that didn't actually turn out to be like actually applicable.
Yeah,
which is a theme this portal cycle.
The number did not exist.
Yeah, they threw it out there. Just once you take
it. And even the guys they have signed, to Siski's point, like if the House settlement ends up not going through, Texas Tech is like prime candidate 1 for, oh my God, screwed.
Oh,
like
they're getting sued through the roof.
Y'all, to see the amount of players that would be available in May if this thing doesn't go through is going to be hilarious. Like people think like, oh, this is like as bad as it can get. Nah, y'all, hang in there. It can get worse.
If Dart is done, and that's an assumption, I have no idea. He might be playing this entire football game. But currently, 26 of 34, 335, 3 touchdowns. Bentley's at 14 for 70. Dart's at 11 for 41. And Caden Lee, 8 for 57. Watkins, 6 for 111. And then Daquan Wright down at 3 for 73. Total yards right now, Ole Miss clearly dominating, 457 to 215.
You know the thing that's amazing about Dart's numbers? Other than the long one to Watkins, like it feels like it's been like a lot of like 10-yard, 15, 20. Like it's not like, oh, he's thrown for 350.
He's had 3 passes for more than 20 yards.
Like this is not the Arkansas game where the Arkansas game was just like, oh, bombs away.
Joseph asking, what's Dart's comp? He says Kenny Pickett is a good one.
People aren't going to like this, and I don't know if I like it. Because honestly, I don't know if I like it because I watched the freaking Bengals-Broncos game, and that throw, I think he's Bo Nix.
Ooh.
Savvy. Bo Nix is not exactly having a bad season here.
No, but also, like, I don't know if Jackson – Bo might have a better arm than I think. Because that throw that he made, that deep post to Mims, I have never seen Bo Nix make that throw. No, when people are asking the high end, like I see Weldon's mad at me going like that's general. Like I'm saying like if the best case is like that would be high end. Low end, he's like, I don't know.
Second string defense in for Ole Miss. It looks like a hockey line change.
Somewhere between Spencer Rattler and Bo Nix.
Oh, Weldon said Carson Wentz.
That's a wide.
Wentz is massive. Wentz is way bigger than he is. Wentz was like 6'5". Like Wentz was closer to like Josh Allen than he is to Dart. And not that Dart's a small guy.
Weldon said, no, I was saying Wentz is generous. No, you already had your take. I'm going to pollute this. Weldon said that Jackson Dart is Carson Wentz. So if he's wrong, please yell at him.
Y'all don't have a show tomorrow, Jeffrey?
No, we're off till Monday.
Okay.
Kyle Trask. Nah, he moves better than Kyle Trask.
Ooh.
He moves way better than Kyle Trask.
I think a lot of people started debating where Dart ranks in Ole Miss history. And I feel like Chad Kelly, 2015 to 2016, was getting severely underplayed, particularly 2016 on that shitty team because Chad Kelly had to do everything for them. That was a baller season for a 5-7 team. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, I do agree with your point. Like the Auburn game, that was another like classic like freeze moment he was so good that whole Auburn game, and in the end, he throws the pick because he was having to do it all himself. Like I think a guy jumped a route, and then Freeze was blaming him, like threw the ball. It's like you weren't even in that game if you don't have him.
Wentz is 6'5", 240, by the way.
Yeah, he's massive.
I mean, Kelly at the time of that season, and I guess Dart has broken the record now, but at the time of that year in 2015, the only player who had more total yards of total offense in the SEC history was Johnny Manziel. At the
problem
time,
is
Chad was like right behind Manziel.
the problem is stats have just been so polluted by
Throwing.
like the style of play and offense and whatnot. And like, let's be clear, Eli Manning's 10,000 passing yards are not the same as Jackson Dart's 10,000.
Yeah, in that era.
Well, and also, let's look at who Eli was throwing to. I mean, literally, they tried to sell us that Chris Collins was an NFL player, and Chris Collins got to the combine, and with all due respect to him, ran like a 4.8.
He'd kill for even like a Jordan Watkins.
Yes. Let alone A.J. Brown, let alone
Yeah.
Stringfellow, let alone
Yeah.
Juan. Like, I mean, let's not act like these things are the same. The Baker comps, he's bigger than Baker. And like Baker's a little bit more accurate, man. Like Baker his senior year led the nation in air yards per attempt and completion percentage.
Oh.
Like people can say
honestly, this Duke kid has played pretty damn well considering.
No, I'm
everything he has to work with, he's played pretty well.
I am in complete tip of the cap because like this kid must love football because this is hey, you want to go get out there, buddy? Like, by the way, that defense is coming after your offensive line. Go get them.
Well, that's what I asked Siski. What's his plan next year? He's just cool being the backup, getting a free education at Duke.
Yeah, you're an ankle away, and I mean, whatever.
I'll tell you,
what's the alternative?
Diaz looks like a guy that has like a freighter shipment coming from the Bahamas, and if all those kilos don't go through, he's screwed. I mean, that guy has the South Florida look down to a T.
I mean, we can't rule it out. His dad literally was the mayor of Miami.
Oh, so he was built on cocaine.
Let me just say this. I'm not saying he partakes, but he at least knows people that partake.
Y'all know John Jay? Remember that terrible announcer in the 2022 regional, Chase?
I remember John Jay from when he played at Miami.
Hold on. John Jay's
so
a great
Justo Jay was one of the biggest cocaine kingpins ever. Did a 20-year bid for it.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Parade Jerry's work.
Remotely.
Allegedly.
Ooh.
Allegedly. The Batesville girl chimes in. He didn't kill nobody. I just ordered someone to be lit on fire. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Are they reviewing something here? Are we reviewing targeting? Again, we have no audio, so I don't know what's going on.
It appears they are reviewing targeting, but that one looked like he hit him square in the chest.
So what was Lane's comment about eligibility and JUCOs and Pavia for somebody? Like what was the halftime or sideline quote? I'm seeing images of it on Twitter, but I can't turn it on.
I need the chat to weigh in because I did not hear it.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like somebody in the chat, what was Lane's comment about eligibility? That was not a good highlight for Corey Coleman. You're right, unconfirmed.
There's 6 minutes left in the Gator Bowl, boys.
So that Pavia ruling was interesting to me. I had been trying to have Ross Dellinger on my podcast for a while, and finally on Christmas Eve, he was like, "You down for 9 a.m.?" I was like, "Sure." I was like, "Explain this to me like I'm 4." I didn't realize it was literally just people in Pavia's current stance. So if your eligibility was exhausted last year, like Pavia was,
So far,
because
it is
of
only
Juco,
an injunction for people who have no eligibility remaining after this season.
okay, but the next step of that is
Well,
someone that didn't have it exhausted after
100%.
this year
Yeah,
that just sues next,
but,
right?
but the
That's just the
NCAA doesn't,
next building
the
block.
NCAA doesn't want to like have a banner
Yeah.
that says "Come one, come all." Like yeah.
It will take another suit, and at that point, JUCO will just not count toward NCAA clock eligibility.
And then
Right.
we
So
are
that's
one
the
step
general consensus, even though that's not the actual legal consensus yet. It's just going to
right,
take someone else to do it.
right. But we're also one step away from eligibility is a non-compete. And
Which
as
is
long,
nuts.
well, I mean, literally, guys, we're just creating another professional football league. Like Tim Tebow could have played college football forever. It appears that he made Taylor McGregor asked him about Dart's final
Yeah, it
play.
was a joke, apparently.
I want to get a ruling. Aaliyah, is this a more fun win or the Arkansas? Okay, this one was way boring.
Oh, yeah.
I guess
I mean,
I'm more locked in because I didn't have that much action on Ole Miss against
would
Arkansas.
people be more interested in this game if it was Clemson instead of Duke?
I don't know. I think the style of I think it was very obvious early. Like this game has no juice. Like you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like they can lie to us about the All-Star game all they want, but like our eyes will tell us really quickly. Like, is this a game that people care about?
Mm-hmm.
The players.
Yes, like your
I
wife
will
is
say Ole Miss's
1000%
players have
right,
hung on
because that
way
was
longer than I expected, which is
that
interesting.
was a regular season game that meant something, and it was finally Ole Miss clicking on an offense on all cylinders, and it gave people belief they could beat Georgia. Like this game doesn't mean shit.
Well, no, I
Yeah.
mean, there's no next week.
Not only that, like I don't know. I mean, I guess. Listen, guys, I'm at the point now where I'm like seriously considering like, does Ole Miss's collective write the greatest contracts in the business? Because to me, it's almost like the only reason why these guys are playing is like, hey man, like they needed to play.
Again, I don't think they had to play the whole game. I mean, I do think these guys were just playing, but yes, they had to suit up and be in the game tonight to get a decent
also,
chunk
like,
of their money.
In this era, when we talk about kids not having any loyalty or any whatnot, like credit to them. Like I don't care if they have loyalty to Ole Miss or they have at least they had loyalty to their team. Like that's all I care about.
I mean, we're talking about Princely and Nolan and those guys on the 1 year dudes, but I mean, a guy like we're not going to see a ton more, or we will, but you have to really point them out. Like Trey Washington has been a hell of a football player for the last 4 years for Ole Miss, and he's in his last game here tonight. And I mean, dude's a stud.
And that kid was a good find. It wasn't like it wasn't like oh man, everybody's banging down the door.
And in all seriousness, Jeffrey, I know you were joking, but like, I mean, Rebel Grove, we've been all over this. William Liston put the boilerplate contract in place when there was not one, and has kind of been at the forefront of all this. He wrote one of the first ones there was. I'm not saying he's doing this and he does it the best way possible, but like Ole Miss in some ways was a ground zero for a lot of these like front-facing NIL contracts. Because nobody knew what the hell it was, and he was the one guy that bothered to look. And he was like, fuck it, I'll just make my own.
Ole is now complaining about holding.
45-14 Ole Miss. Duke scores. I mean, here's I see people in the chat talking about it. The answer here is that Dart gets to play as long as Dart plays. I mean, this is. I mean, you're not pulling Dart if he wants to play this football game. You're letting Jackson Dart play this whole football game.
It's the same logic as, hey man, when Jackson, we thought he snapped his ankle in half against Georgia, and Austin comes in and literally looks like Tua in a national championship game. Everybody's like, oh boy, this could be funny. It's like Lane never even flirted with it. Like,
and yes, for anybody asking earlier, Juice Wells was definitely mocking Shane Beamer. Yes, that was 100% what that was.
I missed that. What did he do?
He did the Beamer hold back thing that Beamer was messing with Bird about after he scored the touchdown earlier on the catch.
Oh,
Do I have
Yeah,
to
he
root, do I have to root for either of them?
no, you're good.
Like, it's not like Juice has like won me over this year.
Yeah.
Like, I am in agreement. Bielema made. Has Bielema ever exposed someone as fast as Shane got exposed? Like, Chase has been on this for a while that Shane is very whiny and he's like the villain in a
He's
like,
frustrated me because I've had to go, no, he's done a good job coaching this year. He's done a hell of a job on the field, but I don't want to like him. Like, he bugs me. He doesn't catch the crap that he should, and Drink catches too much. Like, Beamer is way whinier than Drink.
agreed, but the key difference, Shane learned how to work the room, baby. Shane and Drinkwitz, it's not like Drinkwitz is calling up, mid-level media. But like, by the way, also, shout out to my dad. He was watching the Cheez-It, whatever, the Citrus Bowl. He goes, how much does Bielema weigh? And I was thinking about this because Bielema's not a little dude either. Like, Bielema's at least 6'3", 6'4".
Mm-hmm.
It's 100% closer to 400 than 300, right?
Oh, I would think so. Given his height and size, yeah, I would think so.
And Jeffrey, to your point, Shane's Monday press conferences are like 25 to 35 minutes. I don't know if y'all have ever gone and looked up one of those.
Oh,
on
he
YouTube.
talks forever.
He talks to the media for days until the SID cuts him off every single week. It's pretty wild, honestly. Can you imagine Lane sticking around for a Monday presser for 25 minutes? That would not be possible.
Dude, Freeze used to do that. I mean, those Monday pressers, and we also had
only if you asked about him.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, we had the car wash of people we liked. So we'd have the volleyball coach and we'd have Matt. Remember, like, they would like go like in order.
Yeah,
like,
McRoberts and then Matt.
Yeah, we had McRoberts, who we liked, and we had Matt, who's a great dude. And then like, Freeze would have to like. I was waiting 1 year for him to like have a walkout song, like he just like wanted to build it up, and it's just like, oh God. And then they were just so sanctimonious and just so boring. Like, ugh. But like, that was the other question. I was also texting my buddy Mark. How many X's are in Bert's shirts? Because we set the over under at 4.5. And I think that's a bad line.
Yeah, it's over that because, like I said, he's actually. I mean, to whatever level. I mean, I kind of worry about his health because he's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger as time is going on.
He also does the move where there's no question moving up warm was not good for him because he doesn't look great at media days, but he doesn't look like this as the season goes on. Like I've made the joke. Like, I don't think like when he wears that pullover. Rippy, it's not a pullover. He just goes and he got the tarp from the baseball field to the pitcher's mound, and he just cut a hole in it, and it's like up top. Like, that's what it is.
Because you get to the point you can only wear that.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, it's not like. First off, he's probably telling Nike, like, "Can you make me sweatpants that look like slacks?" Like,
okay, yeah. Is Ole Miss going to try to score here?
I'm fine with.
No, right?
Can we just run it out? We're at a good number. Everything's covered. Everything. Everything is covered. Can we just like, that's the other thing. It's like, he's got a good looking wife. Like, has she not been like, can we at least like get some Ozempic in here?
Is he still with her?
He won that game at Ole Miss and made that joke about hopping on his wife.
Yeah,
he acted like it was some Freudian slipped, and it just wasn't. He was like, hell yeah, I'm about to have some great sex. But he's also been on a very anti-SEC campaign since he got to Illinois. He's been very more active on social media and loves to shit on the SEC. I'm curious where he goes with that.
Yeah, I think he knows how to work a room. Like, I think like in the end, like, he's just kind of like, he like knows how to needle.
He's got some mullen in him where he knows exactly what he needs to say at the place he's at.
Guys,
let's
not ignore the fact that, like, literally he played at Iowa. He worked for Hayden Fry. do y'all really believe that he was bought in on the SEC? Like, I think at his core, he's probably a Big Ten guy. Like, it's a far,
yeah, 100%.
like that's the other thing. I will also say this though, like, I want him to be good. Like, that was fun. That whole thing was just like, that was like must-see TV. Like,
Oh,
I hope
he's turned them into at least a watchable Big Ten program.
Well,
And
yeah,
Altmaier's a likable kid with another year of eligibility. They'll be fun again next year.
yeah, like Altmaier, obviously, like we know who he is, so like it's kind of fun to root for him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like I have a ton of Big Ten rooting interest, but like, I don't know. I thought what he was doing to Shane was very fun.
Well, was that not his whole thing when he came in the SEC? Remember, he was like, these morons that run the spread. I'm going to go 2 tight ends, 2 fullbacks, and just ruin these people, and it didn't work out. Was that, if I'm not mistaken, that was kind of his thing when he came in?
Nah, where he got screwed up is that he got away from it. Like, in the end, he had the Allen boys, and those boys could throw the absolute piss out of the ball. And so he got into these situations where he was throwing it like 40, 50 times, and it's like, man, like, you know, like, your best chance is probably, like, he was caught in between release patterns. So, all right, he's still in there. I guess they're going to try to score.
Or he's just finishing the game. I mean, like, it just is what it is.
I think this is his game, and it'll be the awesome.
Is that a new Christmas pullover, Jeffrey?
No, I got this one. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's Sheep Ranch at it's a little place. It's a little place called Bandon Dunes.
Okay, got it.
So, this was 2022. My pants are Christmas gift. Shout out to Mama.
Okay.
What a logo flex!
No, the best logo flex, Brian, is I heard Jeffrey do this on air a couple months ago on his show. Is he was wearing LACC stuff from like 10 years ago, and the fact that it still fit, in addition to being LACC, was my favorite part of the entire thing. It was fantastic.
Oh yeah, Jeffrey, don't change a beat to that. Keep doing what you're doing.
Listen,
keep fighting the good fight.
I have an unbelievable eye for talent, and if my sweet mate all of a sudden happens to eventually become a member of LACC, if you don't think that I'm not going to at least keep that in the back of my mind, then you don't know me. Like, I'm going to at least file that one away.
So I'm the opposite. My father goes and plays all these awesome golf courses and doesn't take me. Like, it worked the other day. The guy was like, "Oh, Shinnecock, you been there?" I'm like, "Nope, not a shot. Just have a shirt." The guy was like, "Well, that's lame." I was like, "Hell yeah, it is."
Yeah, no. First off, like, he is actually like he's actually like a good friend. But, you know, like, that's the thing. Like, if I actually did want to go, like, if I could bring myself to go to LA every year, I could probably play it just because I could play with him. But then it's like, am I really just going to go spend like $4,000 to get out there to play? I mean, yeah, it's awesome. Like, don't get me wrong. It was awesome. And like, that's the other thing. Their second course is like one of the most fun plays of all time. Like, that was actually one of the original Gil Hance, Jeff Shackelford designs. Like, that was how they kind of
all right, right here, real quick. So let's spend a minute here. 69-yard touchdown. Dart hit. Yes, nice. Dart hits Jordan Watkins on second down. They throw the ball across the middle. He gets the touchdown. We have now crossed 50 points for the Rebels. The broadcast a few minutes ago saying that Kiffin went to Dart to pull him. Dart said no, he was finishing the game. Dart probably getting close to 400 yards here now. Dart 404 now on total yards.
Are they setting up Dart if the NFL thing doesn't work out? Is Dart going to be the new Charlie Weiss? Because we're hearing a lot about Dart coaching not only Knox up, but he's coaching the nephews. They've been hammering that point. You know what? I agree with Chase's point. Jackson Dart deserves, if he wants to say, hell no, I'm staying in there and I'm going to throw it again, who cares? Like, they went man. It wasn't like they went man, they blitzed him. He threw it.
I mean, like, what's the real negative here? I mean, it's whatever. You want to make your own guys happy. it's not a conference game. You're not going to see Manny Diaz again next year. Who gives a shit? Like it's.
How many times do you and I watch the Mississippi State game last year where Jackson was clearly knocked out, and the guy's back in there in a play? Like you owe more to your own guys than you do to Manny Diaz and Duke.
Yeah. Well, it's I mean, it's like a lot of things. I mean, what matters is your own constituents. That's who you go back to every day, no matter who it is. So you make your team happy, you make your guys happy.
This would be hilarious if they ran the kickback. And they did.
And Jeffrey, to your point, it's not like Dart was some elite. Oh my! Well, they're throwing it all around the fucking yard. Okay.
Oh, you're way behind, dude.
Yeah, we're already doing another one here.
Yeah. Oh, that was nuts! I am way behind. Oh, thanks to C-Spire, I was only a half minute behind.
Hey, that's customer inspired.
Hell yeah, it is. They're a sponsor of the Rippy Rights podcast.
Okay, so Duke runs the kickoff back after a throwback. That was a hell of a block in the back, by the way. They did not call.
Can we just take a knee after this? Are we in agreement?
Yeah, let's.
They blocked the extra point. No way. This would be amazing. Oh, no. He got tackled. Oh, that would be hilarious.
I mean, that was Manny kind of doing like the whatever, though. If you're going to do this, we're going to run this little trick play on the kickoff return. Like, okay, fine.
Okay, fine, but like, I'm the guy that doesn't get offended when guys do that. Like, hey, you just threw on me for a touchdown. All right, well, if you're saying we're going to keep playing, let's keep playing.
Yeah, Lane was not. I don't buy for a second. Lane was actually mad at Dart there. He was playing.
Was that Kari Coleman running it back?
I couldn't tell because it was I had the
spike. That is 23, yeah.
Hell yeah, Mr. Dorm Rim. Good for him.
Oh, that's been a minute.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Jeffrey, to your point though, like you talk about Dart getting into coaching, it's not like he was one of these Elite 11 kids that was kind of pampered from the time he's ninth grade. Like Dart blew up during COVID. Kind of came out of nowhere during a really shit season. Like he has not been one of these guys that have been like a pampered type quarterback. And I feel like that would be more inducive to him getting into coaching than some kid that like his shit hadn't stunk since like ninth grade, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, he was the Gatorade Player of the Year. But
to your point, solely due to a performance at Corner Canyon that COVID year.
Yeah, no,
like Dart went from no offers to about 45 in the span of like 4 days.
No, I agree with you on that. I also think that, like, hey, it appears if you're going to get into media, you had to either play at USC, Alabama, Ohio State. Like, there's not really like the fast track for you. So it's like, if he's not gonna be an NFL guy for very long, which I have no idea. I mean, listen, man, I think there's a real reckoning coming in the NFL. Quarterback play is a thing, man. We know Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar. But after that, man, it's like kind of pick your poison, man. Like I'm a golf guy, but I think Jared's in a great spot for him where it's like he's surrounded by talent. He's a very heady, super accurate, good quarterback. Baker's found his little lane. But we've seen, man, Sam Darnold went from the outhouse to dude, is he going to get $50 million a year? Brock Purdy. I didn't love Brock Purdy at Iowa State, but one thing I will always give Iowa State credit for, Iowa State taught him to play quarterback. He can get up to the line. He knows where to go with the football. And all of a sudden, he gets into the NFL and was like, where did this guy come from? It's like, well, he knew how to play. Same thing with Jaden Daniels. I also don't like the narrative with Jaden. People are acting like Jaden sucked at Arizona State. It's like, no, that place was a dumpster fire. But he had moments where you're like, this guy's awesome.
That third IU, that's a famous highlight now.
Yeah.
The Oregon or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, I mean he beat Herbert head to head. Like they went like he lit it up. You know, we're gonna see with Penix. Like Penix had a pretty nice debut. Like, but I mean, like there's this real situation of guys that have been RPO quarterbacks their entire life. When they get to the NFL, you can't be an RPO guy because you can't run, as Tyler's talked about time and time again, you can't run these gap-based RPOs where I can fake like I'm running either power or counter to one side because I can go 3 yards down the field and I can throw it after that. You can't do that in the NFL. And so now you've got this real problem of who really knows how to play quarterback.
I totally agree. Like Sam Darnold is the quintessential example of that, right? Because everyone's surprised that he's had this second and like third team success. And then they're like, holy shit, this guy's only 27 years old. They quit on these guys too fast too.
There's a 100% because everyone does the move like, well, if he hasn't flashed by year 2, he's done. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe that feels like a little too soon to give up on guys. But then you run into this situation where like a coach or a GM, oh my God, they're still throwing. But like to your point, coaches, like in the end, why did Baker leave Cleveland? Well, one reason was he needed to get his shoulder fixed and Baker kept playing. But also, Stefanski knew if I don't blame Baker, my ass is on the line. So he threw Baker under the bus and was like, we need Deshaun Watson. Everyone that's watched Deshaun Watson has known that COVID season, like you want to talk about COVID blowing you up, that season blew him up. Because before that, it was like a ton of second half empty stats that really padded his numbers. And all of a sudden, you run into the situation where like you've convinced everyone that it was a Baker problem. And it's like, then Baker goes to Carolina. See, told you it was a Baker problem. Well, Carolina gave up on Baker and Darnold at the same time. Maybe that
I was
was
about to say, who were the two organizations that Darnold played for? The Jets and the Panthers, the two worst run organizations in sports, probably.
Well, and then honestly, he goes to San Francisco, and Kyle is like, in the end, he's in Minnesota because Kyle was like, hey, he called Kevin up, like, this guy can be your bridge guy.
Yeah, it looked like Kiffin was at least trying to explain it off to Manny there. He got in his ear for a second while they were finishing up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all good. Ole Miss 52, Duke 20, the final score here. Somebody can tell me whatever the hell Lane is saying here. Instead of the reporter, he didn't call that play. It was all on dart. Okay, fine, whatever. I mean, sure. He didn't sell it as bad as Dennis Allen with the Saints last year, trying to put it all on Jameis there at the end and like really, really throw it off on his quarterback at that point. So, it's all good. All right.
Serious question though. Wouldn't you rather have Jameis than Derek? Like, I know Jameis is going to have bad plays, but at least it's fun.
Oh, you would 100% rather have Jameis. Yes, all day long. It's not even close for me. Yeah. All right, we're going to go straight into the post-game show. Just a little heads up here. Probably not going to be in a crazy long show. Neil has got all sorts of stuff going on. He's having to get back to his hotel. So just so you don't yell at me later, I'm not even 100% positive we will be on when he gets done. Could be done here. I mean, this is a 52-20 game where we've been talking for 3.5 hours. But nonetheless, this will be the podcast part that I will put up. So we'll recap a few things, look at the season, and then go from there. So I'll take a quick little 10-second pause and then back for the post-game show. All right, welcome in MPW Digital Postgame Show presented by Realtree, as they have every single game this season. Ole Miss knocks off Duke 52-20 in the Tag Slayer Gator Bowl. Rebels dominated in basically every capacity here tonight. We'll look at the stats, we'll look at the broken records, and we'll talk about what has become a 10-3 season for Ole Miss as they win 10 games for the third time in 4 years. The Rebels did that in 21. They won 11 in 23, and then now again 10 in 24 after the demolition of a very outmanned Duke club here in Jacksonville. And we'll have coverage at rebelgrove.com with Neil. And remember, with Realtree, again, we appreciate them all season. Tyler, Bill, the entire Jordan family. Awesome company, awesome products, and they have been awesome to us. So help them out, help yourself out as well. That is MPW15, 15% off at Realtree.com. And remember, I've been telling you, hornlegend.com. They've got great Realtree stuff. It's a quality product, quality brand, well-made materials there with Horn Legend. That's hornlegend.com. They're doing 20% off between now and Sunday. So head on over, Realtree products, 20% off, hornlegend.com there with Realtree gear. Realtree back with us again next year as well. So again, long partnership going on with them. And as we're wrapping it up, we've got Jeffrey, we got Brian here. We had Tyler during the watch party. You can go back on YouTube. You can sync your TV if you want to hear us react in real time to any of that. But we've got here the postgame show. Again, 52-20 Ole Miss over Duke. Jackson Dart breaking all kind of records. He played the vast majority of this game. Austin Simmons simply a few plays there at the end, including a deep post route that I think the guy got tackled around the 3-5 yard line, somewhere in there. It would have been another score there in the final minutes. So we'll get into some 7. Okay, there you go. Jeffrey said 7. So 52-20, Ole Miss over Duke, 10 wins. Let's start big picture. I'll get into a few of the things, Jeffrey. It's a new age, Ole Miss. We've talked a ton about expectations, failure, not failure, all those things. But there is one thing that is unequivocal at this point. They get to 10 wins again. It is only the second time in program history. They've done it 3 times in 4 years. The other one was 1959 to 1962. So we're talking about before integration at that point, the last time that it was going on. Ole Miss football did not make the playoff, although it is very clear Ole Miss football has never been this highly regarded in the modern era from an exposure, from a year-over-year ability. And I do believe, if nothing else, they have cemented themselves, frankly, even in next year, where the expectation now is clearly to be in the national conversation going into every season.
Yeah, I think at this point, the thing that I feel the most comfortable saying is that Lane Kiffin has raised the floor of Ole Miss. Like, we're now at the point where, and I understand there are other factors at play from scheduling, whatnot, but it's like Ole Miss having a 10-win season doesn't feel that special anymore. And like, I get it. Part of this is because, hey, we just watched a bowl game where we're all trying to sit there and go like, did this mean anything? Like, I understand this is a very different thing than when Eli went to the Cotton Bowl in 2003. But it's very obvious to me that Lane Kiffin has taken this job. He has raised the floor significantly. And to me, the question becomes is that a Lane Kiffin? Is that a Lane Kiffin dynamic, or is that the Ole Miss dynamic? I tend to believe it's more Lane Kiffin than it is Ole Miss, but I am more at this point, when you look at how everyone else operates around the country, I am more open to the idea that, man, maybe Ole Miss, for pardon my French, like maybe Ole Miss just got their shit together. And it was, I've always kind of thought, I never thought like Ole Miss was on par with Auburn and Alabama in the traditional sense of like, you know, an LSU. But I always thought Ole Miss was a better job than it got credit for, because I'd seen a lot of different guys and a lot of guys that I thought were kind of mediocre coaches at best have some success there. And I think what Lane deserves credit for is he's the guy that's kind of figured out, all right, the success doesn't have to be like a, you know, a build, hit and run, leave. Like you can get it up to that. And I mean, what the only season that we're talking about in between, they started out, was it 7-0 or was it 7-1? I don't.
They were 7-0 and 8-1.
I mean, that team collapsed. Like I don't.
But they threw a ball in the end zone against Alabama. They would have been 8-0 if it's called one pass. No, sorry, they'd have been 9-1. Sorry.
There's no question to me the Alabama loss that year. Like the Alabama loss was worse than the LSU loss in the sense of what it did to the rest of the season. But
yeah, and then they had all the other stuff. That was the Auburn deal. That was the Arkansas deal. The whole deal. No, I mean you're exactly right, because I mean let's go through a little bit of history here. and Jeffrey, you were completely around for this. You look at Ole Miss in the modern era, and I'm saying basically from 90 on or whatever you want to call it. You had Eli in his senior year. They win 10 with the bowl game counting, but they had won 7 in 2001. They won 7 or 6 in 2002, and they beat Nebraska in the Independence Bowl. And then they had the 2003 season. So then Orgeron recruits a great team or a lot of talent.
I can do that from memory. 7-4, and that was the September 11th year. So the Vanderbilt game got moved.
Yeah.
They were 7-4. Alabama was 6-5. Roy Kramer.
But they got into the Independence Bowl. Yes.
One of his last moments was making sure Bama got to the bowl game, not Ole Miss. Yeah. And then the next year they beat State to go 6-6, and they beat Nebraska in the Independence Bowl. Shout out to everyone that was in that section that my dad and I were in, freezing our asses off. They went 7-6, and then they went 9-3, 10-3 with the Cotton Bowl.
Correct.
Over,
the Nebraska quarterback was Lord, whatever, there in that game.
So,
Lord. Yeah, there you go. You got that, and Orgeron puts this roster together. Houston wins 8, wins 9, or wins 8 in the regular season twice, wins 9 with 2 bowl games, so 9-4. And then they fall off again. Freeze kind of takes that next step, if you will, from an Access Bowl standpoint, but they were never efficient. Like there was nothing efficient or maxed or anything out of that era. And you looked up, and we've said this for years. This is kind of what I was alluding to as you were talking, and what made me think of it is what everybody said was what Freeze showed Ole Miss was you can win big because he won to a pretty damn high level despite having all those issues. And now what's happened, and it's why I think I'm with you. I think Lane is such a part of this, but it's several different things. And it's the story of this season, but it's this collection of seasons when you look at these 4 years, 21 to 24 now, is that you had so many things in the right recipe all at one time. You had Lane come in, and now he's stabilized. It's probably a guy that's going to be here for a while. I mean, let's be real. Knox is coming to Oxford next fall as a student. Lane's, according to all over the internet and some stuff I know, his ex-wife is most likely moving to Oxford. Like, he's putting down more roots as time is going on. And there's nothing to think he's leaving anytime soon. Do what?
We need a reality show.
I'm just telling you. So we got that going on. And then it's in combination with what we talk about all the time, and we spent tons of time in the watch party, is Ole Miss suddenly being incredibly efficient in the collectives with the Grove Collective and Liston and Walker and all those things. And when you put that together, you are getting this raise in floor with an attainable season that's good enough to get in the playoff when you look at what is possible for Ole Miss as a roster. And again, we're evolving every year, but it's all of those things. They got Lane at the right time. Lane has matured in a lot of ways. He still got some work to do and some stuff, but he's matured in a lot of ways. And then when you put it together with the fans and the donors' financial backing, the way the collective has been able to kind of moneyball this in some ways, because the Grove Collective is not frivolous. Juice Wells is one of the only emotional signs they have done in 2 years. They are very good about valuations and where they see somebody and then going up from there. I think that's the set here. And I don't know if the last dance motto threw people off. I don't know if it was just the first year of the playoff and Ole Miss was so good that it felt like this one season only chance. But I think if Ole Miss fans will just take the step back for a second and breathe, what Lane has been able to do is, even in such a rebuild next year, give you some level of reasonable optimism that you can be in November with a shot as one of those 12 teams, no matter what. And if you've got that, it's the next step for Ole Miss anyway. One season is never the end of the road. It's just simply a blown opportunity, and then you get another one in 12 months.
Brian, I was letting you go.
I don't know. Yeah.
I was letting Brian go because
I think Jeffrey nailed it. I really didn't have a whole lot to add to that other than, you asked the question of, is it more Lane or is it more Ole Miss? And it's an interesting question because, like, at the end of the day, I'm not sure it matters a ton unless he leaves, which again would be a different set of circumstances. But to your point, between him and William Liston and all of those guys that made the collective, and they fought a resources battle and they kind of got on top of their shit for the first time. I mean, I've been around Ole Miss for a long time. They've been more reactive than proactive. And for the first time in this NIL era, you had college sports get flipped on its head. And they were more proactive than anything. I mean, you have Walker Jones like testifying in front of Congress about like how a collective should be run. And so like Ole Miss was kind of on the forefront of all this for the first time of all things. And so this feels a lot more sustainable to me than the Freeze era. And so, yes, this year was a bad year for Ole Miss in terms of being disappointing and not making the college football playoff. Do they actually have the financial resources to compete year in and year out with like a $15 to $25 million roster or whatever the cost is going to take, like post revenue share? I don't know. But what I think they can bank on is the fact that when this ecosystem got turned on its head, what happened here was it weeded out bad leadership. If you had terrible leaders at your school, if you had a bad AD and you had a bad president, you're screwed. And you were behind and you're going to remain behind. And Ole Miss got ahead. And I don't know where that puts them in the pantheon of college sports or college football and where they're going to be going forward. But I don't think they're going to get left behind, even with this revenue sharing part of it. I think at the end of the day, they can bank on having Keith Carter and William Liston and Walker Jones, and actually for the first time in their university's history, having forward-thinking leadership to actually keep this sustainable to me. This, I guess, to like make a long-winded point, this feels way more sustainable than like Freeze 2015 to me. A lot more.
Yeah,
Because they
it
rigged the
doesn't
game a lot
mean
better and they figured out the game
it
better.
doesn't
than they
mean
did
you should be
in Parham.
thrilled with this season. It doesn't mean that it was some rousing success. Like I see that in the stream. It just simply means that there is a tomorrow. This isn't
Yeah.
Eli in 03 where you go, oh shit, okay, that's it. Peace.
Well,
Bye.
I feel like in Eli 03,
Hold
people
on,
thought that was the
Chase,
best they could do.
Brian, both of y'all are forgetting. When we go back to the end of the Eli season, we had Spurvick.
You did.
And I don't
You
know
had
if you
Spurs.
knew this, but the Dallas Cowboys came and they checked out on Eli, and they were way more interested on Michael Spurlock.
Yes.
So there was a bright tomorrow.
So just look, I know nothing here. There's no source. I'm not even being coy. This is simply Lane and Dart playing about this, trying to get another year of eligibility, correct?
I don't
So
know.
I'm getting a couple texts here.
There's
I mean,
no way.
I will say this.
Lane,
I'll say this. I think you're right. I think they're just messing with us, and I think they're trolling because I think that's kind of what they do.
He could
If
get
I'm
it there.
Jackson Dart, wouldn't you rather play one more year of college than?
yeah. Oh, okay. Like, I'm just recapping this because we're in a stream. First off, it's 10:43 p.m. right now. So if something happens in 10 minutes, here's where we are at this point. Lane, multiple times during the deal tonight, was joking. He was clearly, I mean, unconfirmed says here, satire joking. You're right. He was joking about, well, Dart could come back and sue and whatever. Complete troll, whatever. I'm just putting this here just in case something weird does come up, which I don't expect, but I'm going here. Apparently, during the post-game awards show, they asked Dart how he felt to wear the Ole Miss uniform, and he just looked at Kippen and grinned and didn't answer. Again, I think they're all playing around. I'm just simply pointing this out as we're moving.
To Jeffrey's point, in which league is he going to make more money next year?
Now
I think he's going pro. Again, I'm 99.9999% sure.
He doesn't have the opportunity right now. Like, someone else is going to have to sue and win. Now, do I think if someone decides that, like, I'm at the point now where I really think if there is someone that wants to sue on the grounds that the NCAA has a non-compete based on eligibility, if I can be a college student, there's nothing preventing Brian, Chase, or myself from going back and being an Ole Miss student. If I'm a student in good standing, why am I not allowed to profit at this school? Again,
who's the last year that sued the NCAA and lost?
The last loss was is it Penn State?
I mean,
Gotta
maybe.
be.
I mean, come
That's
on.
a while ago.
I mean, Miami won, correct? Miami won. North Carolina won. Auburn drew. Like Auburn didn't lose. Ole Miss didn't go to court.
I mean, if you want to count this, it was Barney Farrar. The NCAA beat Barney a few weeks ago.
Yeah, but that was
I'm kidding.
But what I'm saying is that was the problem is that was Barney. Listen,
I know.
I will defend Barney.
All day.
But that was
But in
Barney.
this era where players have all the power, what's the last player that sued and lost?
Because there's a difference in what
There's not
college
anything
should
like
be and the way that we do everything from spirit and how it holds up in a business legal sense. Those are two completely different things when
Yeah,
you come to that.
I know people feel a certain way about him. I think Godfrey's podcast that he did with Ryan Nanny, the Who Killed College Football,
Yeah.
I think it was very good. And I know there are Ole Miss people that don't like Steven. I would recommend that you listen to it. They made the point when Brett Kavanaugh gave the dissenting opinion, or maybe it was the consenting opinion, right? Because it was an 8-0. It was essentially what happened was Brett Kavanaugh did not announce, I am blowing up the NCAA, or the court is blowing up the NCAA. What he did announce is, if you would like to blow up the NCAA, here is how you do it. Proceed. Like, I'm giving you the blueprint. If you would like to, here's how you're going to win in courts. Now, that's what people have been doing. And so, like, listen, I would imagine Jackson Dart has probably, based on what I saw right now, I think Jackson is finished with college football. And
I do too. I mean, again.
But my larger point is, I don't know, like, what if Jackson goes and gets bad feedback and then someone else, like, I don't know, an ambitious attorney goes, let's go sue for eligibility.
And look, Siski during the watch party said he believes that Dart's going to get about a 3rd round grade, and he is impeccably sourced on Jackson as far as what his agent world is telling him.
Better than where you get drafted.
Yeah. Real quick, catch up on a couple super chats. Austin says, not condoning the last TD, but Jackson's my quarterback. Season go down as a missed opportunity, but man, I think it's coming. We'll be there soon. Thank you. Scott says, gents, thanks for another fun year. Cheers. And then Stacy, thank you, Stacy, for always being around in our stream. Good to see you every single time. So thank you, Neil, Chase, Jeffrey, Tyler, Brian, and Pete for great coverage. Do it again in 25. Last dance there from you guys. So appreciate all of those. Yeah, look, it was the Simmons tenure starting on that last drive. I mean, I'm just talking, but
hold on. I want to be very clear. I'm not going anywhere. This was no last dance. I will continue to cash my huge MPW check week in, week out. I want you to know that I will be back next year. Yeah, but I think that was actually the other thing, though. I'm glad you brought it to Austin Simmons, because I kind of think, like, this is what's different is normally when an Ole Miss quarterback, like, his career's ending, you're kind of like, what's next? And in this era, we've gotten used to, like, what portal guy is next, or, you know, like, what I think the thing that's actually exciting if you're an Ole Miss fan is, like, I don't know, man, like, maybe your guy is a guy that you got in high school, and, like, he's had his big moment against Georgia, and now all of a sudden it's like you might be the rare exception where, like, you're getting to follow a quarterback that could be your next guy that, like, was homegrown.
And look, they had to pay Austin Simmons to keep him from. I mean, Auburn offered Austin Simmons a ton of money.
Like,
so
to be clear,
my point is, you're exactly right.
Don't tell the story, tell your story. Like,
yeah.
I want to be very clear, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. Based on everything that we've read and everything that we know about covering the sport, if Austin would have liked to go on and test the waters.
No. That's my point, is that I'm completely agreeing with you and saying that it's another reason I don't give any credence to the whole troll probably thing tonight, is they've already had to figure out how to make sure Austin stayed and was happy. He's quitting baseball. He's just focusing on football. He's going to be the quarterback. He's QB1. You bring in depth pieces, and that's where this thing goes. Again, as of what I know right now,
graduated undergrad this December at 19.
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, he is an incredibly smart kid.
Yeah, the kid's a genius. He graduated undergrad this December at 19 years old. His dad has bred them.
He skipped 2 grades and had a 5.5 GPA.
It's nuts.
Austin's too impressive. Get him out of here.
Yeah, it sucks. He's like the kid your mom wishes you were. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, you know what Eli did? He got an MIP. What was it, 19? Was it?
Yeah.
Come on, Austin. Like, He's
Yeah,
walking.
graduating two-sport SEC kid and graduated high school 2 years early with like a 5.5 or something. So
He needs
let's do a couple things here because I have a question.
Can we just like announce that his parents are like foster parents for America? Like, let's just like funnel people to them. Like, all right, you get 2 years in the Simmons program, and then all of a sudden you're going to come out looking like roses. That's how we improve the country. Moving on.
So Dart tonight, 27 of 35, 404, 4 touchdowns, completes 77% of his passes. Ole Miss dominates total yards, 589 to 280. And then, as we mentioned, a lot of different records and stats and things coming here in this one. Jackson Dart broke his own Ole Miss Bowl records in passing yards and total offense. He had set those in the Peach Bowl and the Texas Bowl, respectively. He also is one of only 4 quarterbacks to eclipse 12,000 total yards in his career. And remember, he played his first season at USC, not Ole Miss. He is one of only 4. That is Aaron Murray, Drew Lock, and Tim Tebow. He passed Dak Prescott tonight for total offense yards, who was previously 5th. He broke the school record for single-season passing and total offense yards tonight. Both those held by Chad Kelly. Caden Davis, by the way, the season scoring leader now for Ole Miss from a program standpoint. And then Dart already had total offense and passing yards for the season. So that's all the stuff that happened with Jackson Dart. Here's my question. What's his legacy, and how do you rate the legacies in order? Bo, Chad, Corral, Dart.
All right, so are we starting, since all of us are, Brian, you're, I think, a year younger than me. Chase is a couple years older than me. All right, are we starting
He's
with
like a decade older than us. He's old as shit.
All right.
I'm 41 years old.
All right, I'm going to announce my first quarterback is Josh Nelson. So that's where I'm starting my timeline. Are we in agreement?
Yeah, but I mean, there's 4 I think they're in contention.
What I'm saying is that includes Patridge. So what I'm saying is if Josh Nelson, like, because I don't want to. This is what happens. You get into the people that are like in the 80s, like, you don't remember this. Like, my timeline starts with Josh Nelson.
And yeah, mine is Rush Showles. I mean, in that era, whatever you want to put it. Yeah, sure.
Because for the record, Ole Miss went on probation and couldn't be on TV. My first game, I think, is 93. Maybe it was 92. I need to ask my dad. It's either 92 or 93. Josh Nelson's the first quarterback that I remember like watching play. So we went Josh Nelson, Paul Head, Patridge. All right. Okay. And then it goes to Patridge to Romero. I guess technically David Morris got that Egg Bowl starting there.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Are we talking about if I have to go win one game?
No, I'm talking about their legacies as an Ole Miss quarterback. Their importance, their legacy, however you want to put your Rushmore together.
I guess I'm asking this, and I know I'm biased, and so I'm asking this objectively. Is anyone more important than Eli Manning in that timeline?
It's why I'm not putting Eli in the conversation. I don't think that's fair to everyone else. If you want to say it, I will take an argument if you want to hear it. But beyond that, I was saying those 4, and maybe if you want to go even farther back, you put Romero in there. But I'm putting Eli at 1 and trying to figure out who's coming up.
Romero's underrated because Romero was one of the few Mississippi quarterbacks that could have gone elsewhere and chose.
He was a parade All-American that could have played anywhere in the country, and he chose here before it actually was anything of note.
Big deal, and that was huge. And I also think it was important. Like I'm not someone that skews super left. I thought it was super important that Ole Miss had a black quarterback that had success. Like I thought that was a big deal, and like that was a huge part of it. I am going. God, I can't believe it. All right, because I'm with Rippy.
Okay, we got time here. This is more interesting than a lot of other stuff. So,
right.
Okay, listen
I think
real quick.
I have a definitive answer on this, though, Chase. Within the
hold on, Brian. Hold on. So we talked about Rowe's importance, and he sort of started that era, led into a lot of guys. That class was very influential. Eli's obviously known for everything Eli's done and the records and all those things. Didn't win as much as probably, but it wasn't his fault. He carried them as far as he damn could because they were not very good around him at all.
But I thought we were talking about Bo, Chad, and
we are. We're extending it a little bit. So then You've
I
got
wanted to make this
Bo.
a true history lesson.
Then Bo had to lead into and win enough games to get those 2 access bowls and get all that stuff going. If Bo isn't the guy Bo is in 12, none of that other shit happens outside of Robert. So Bo was very
Agreed.
important for what had to lead into that pinnacle of the freeze era.
Barry Bernetti is a personal friend. He was my brother's backup. Like, my dad coached him. I love Barry. If Barry's a quarterback, we do not have the freeze era that we have.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's completely on what Bo did. I mean, I wrote about this at length back in the day with big time features. That was a huge deal. Chad carried them to the Sugar Bowl at the moment. Jeffrey, you're very aware of this. How important not just the Access Bowl, but the Sugar Bowl was to Ole Miss.
Correct. There was
in 15.
We will
he leads
return.
the SEC in total offense. Yeah, we will return the whole thing.
Somebody just threw out Masoli. Oh God, now my list is in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay,
Corral.
but Chase,
Masoli's the greatest 4-8 quarterback.
Corral led Kiffin's resurgence.
There's no 4-8 quarterback better than Jeremiah Masoli.
If Corral goes to Oregon, Ole Miss doesn't win 10 games in 2021 and doesn't start the foundation here. Corral was a hell of a quarterback in 21 and could have left. He hung in there and stayed when he didn't have to. Now, he had some issues too, and they kind of helped each other. And then now you've got Dart now, who's the winningest quarterback in school history and is kind of seen as the guy who took Ole Miss from a one-hit wonder to actually extending this thing into a program thing instead of a season thing.
So, Chase, to answer this,
Jevin Sneed's in here too. I don't know how to factor that in.
Within to answer this within the context of your question, and this might be controversial, but I think Chad Kelly is the most talented quarterback by far. What Chad Kelly did in 2015 and 2016 is completely bonkers. And when you go watch highlights of that season, even Ole Miss, if you go watch that Labor Day night game on 2016 and a couple of those others. Honestly, even that Georgia game was pretty wild. But I don't feel like Chad Kelly, the teams he was on, cemented enough of a legacy. So I think it comes down to Dart and Bo Wallace. And I think Bo Wallace was undoubtedly the most important recruit of the freeze era. But to me, and again, you got to think about it from my perspective. I'm a freshman in college in 2013. I was a senior in high school in 2012 when Bo came through his first year. He's probably the most important recruit in Ole Miss history. But at the same time, they didn't win a ton. And I know you said that if without Matt Corral, none of this other things happens. But that, I don't think that's part of the argument. I think Dart might be the most important with the biggest legacy because Lane, the foundation he built on in the first 2 years, does not happen if he doesn't find Jackson Dart. If he has some schmuck at quarterback that doesn't work, the last 3 years don't happen. And so I think even though I think Dart might be the least talented of the three, that might not be fair. He's a little more talented than Bo Wallace.
Dart's.
I think he's more important than the other two. And it's a close second between him and Bo. And Chad is a distant third despite being the most talented. I know that might sound blasphemous, but nothing like Ole Miss elevating their program like we just talked about for the last hour, I don't think happens without Jackson Dart. This is a kid that blew up last minute, Kaysville, Utah, goes to USC, thrives in a dysfunctional situation, didn't want to leave. It's like crying as he leaves because they bring in Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams, comes to Ole Miss, doesn't know a goddamn thing about it, embraces it, has a good year his first year, deals with Lane's shit off the field and all this other crap the next year.
Dude, they brought in
the other two and has an awesome 2 years. I think he's the most important guy of the last 10 years. I could be wrong, though.
All right, here's the problem. Because we have very much hit the sweet spot. Like, if we can only talk about Baker, Hugh a little bit more, who else could we like?
Okay, real quick, just some actual news here. Speaking of former quarterbacks at Ole Miss, the Seattle Seahawks have elevated John Rice Plumlee to the active roster from the practice squad.
Hell yeah, they needed a pianist.
Yeah. Jeffrey had to go get a beer for this.
Yeah, Jeffrey, go ahead.
By the way, is he activated as a quarterback?
No.
Okay, that's also part of the Matt Corral story. Mississippi made. Like, oh my God. All right. Here would be because I'm a Dart guy. I was stumping for this kid, Blake Topmeyer, who's one of my dear friends, and he would always text me. He's like, I don't get what you see in Dart year one, and I was like, I'm telling you, man, dude's tough. He hangs in there. He's not like the world's great. To Rippy's point, he's not as talented. I don't know
if his best quarterback, he's third. Best quarterback, he's probably third.
Here's where I really struggle. Was Matt Corral maybe more talented than Chad Kelly? And I want to put this out, Rippy, because Chase can remember the day that it happened. Hugh was doing the song and dance. He let us into practice, and we got to actually watch the quarterbacks throw for like one period. And he was doing that song and dance that it was the 3 quarterback race. And Dylan and I are sitting on the side, and I'm obviously watching quarterbacks because that's all I do. And Kelly throws like a 70-yard handoff. Like it was a 70-yard bomb at the IPF. Like we watch it all. Like we're singing in slow motion, like hearing the Hallelujah chorus as the ball is like peaking, arcing, and going down and landing right in the hands. And I looked at him and I go, Chad Kelly's their quarterback. Like they can deny this all they want.
Yeah, sure.
And Chase can confirm that I literally said, I go, he's their quarterback. I also think when I saw Matt Corral play, like Matt Corral is a physically gifted quarterback. He's not big. He has off the field issues and whatnot, but like, so to Chad, Dart is nowhere near as talented as those two. But
Chase excluded Corral from this debate because that would change my opinion.
Right. Okay, but I guess this is the other question.
No, Corral's in the debate. I took Eli out of the debate. Corral's in the debate.
Oh, I thought you said Bo Wallace, Chad Kelly, and Dart. Excuse me.
And Corral.
Okay,
So
I'm putting Corral one. I'm sorry, I screwed this whole thing up.
starts
Corral's one. Sorry, I messed that whole thing up. Corral's one to me.
He says the timeline starts with Bo. Here's the other problem I see with Jackson that I don't fault Jackson, but it's just kind of the way we consume sports is. Jackson has the LSU win last year. But other than that, it's like every one of Jackson's big wins was just kind of like, man, they played well. Like it wasn't like the moment. Like it was like in the end, like part of Eli's story is like, man, they were undermanned. They're coming back, and like he's slinging it, and kind of the same thing with Bo. Like they're down 14-3 against Alabama, and all of a sudden, here's Bo gutting it out, throwing post patterns to freaking Vince Sanders, and there's kind of the same thing with Corral. It's like Corral was such a one-man show. It felt like, whereas with Dart, it's like it's a testament to him as a quarterback because he wouldn't like just like make everything about him and whatnot, but it's almost like other than the LSU game, does he have a signature moment? And I'm not using that as a pejorative because like the problem is like the biggest win of his career is the Georgia win, and the Georgia win almost feels like that was Lane's biggest win.
But in some ways, it's because Ole Miss simply got better as a roster. He was the captain of a team that just simply got better from a talent standpoint. They mentioned it. Like Matt beat 10. Look, that was a good but not great Tennessee team, but like Matt went and took it in Knoxville that night.
He had 26 carries as a fucking running back that night. Of course he did. I'm sorry. I have to make this clear. I completely misinterpreted the question. I thought Chase said Bo Wallace, Chad Kelly, and Jackson Dart, which I thought was an interesting question because you skipped over Corral. I completely misinterpreted that. Corral is 1, and I'd go Dart 2 or 3. So I misinterpreted that. Corral is absolutely 1 to me. I misinterpreted that question wholeheartedly. Jeffrey, you're correct. I can't argue that.
God damn it. All right, so are we doing Mount Rushmore or are we doing a power ranking?
I don't care, Jeffrey. It's up to you.
This is not rules, but to be honest, none of this happens without Corral, which is why I thought it was an interesting question. This is very obvious. None of this foundation happens without Matt Corral.
The Corral thing is, that's why we're John Rice Plumlee getting rostered is hilarious. Like, you want to talk about maybe one of the biggest mismanagements of all time was deciding that, you know what we need to do as a program? What's better for us is to play John Rice Plumlee.
That was my last year covering the team as a reporter, and the greatest entertainment I gained that year was watching Rich Rod in the press box because he would just throw shit around and try to break the glass. And like, this is like some kind of caged animal. I was like, this guy's going to break the glass up here. Like, what the fuck's wrong with this dude? They mismanaged that whole thing entirely. Hal Corral, the biggest thing, Kiffin, I don't know who gets credit for it. Hal Corral did not transfer after that is wild to me. How they convinced him to stay there for that?
I think Corral's
back whoever did that.
Corral's options might have also played a part.
Yeah, that's fair. But man,
all right, I'm ready.
You think you haven't?
All right, if I'm answering the question, starting with Bo.
Okay, go ahead.
Corral 1.
Okay.
Jackson 2.
Okay.
Chad 3, Bo 4.
Okay.
Do you want me to just look, you are allowed to cross-examine your witness.
No. It's fine. I will throw this one Chad Kelly thing in. He played Alabama twice, the gold standard in college football in that era, especially where quarterbacks went to die as far as beating them. And Chad Kelly's 2 games against Alabama, a 48-43 loss that was not his fault in 2016. He goes 26 of 40 for 421, 3-0. And in a win in Tuscaloosa, Ole Miss's second win ever in Tuscaloosa, we rode the bus. Chad Kelly went 18 of 33 for 341, 3-0. So in back-to-back games against Nick Saban's Bama, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions, and almost 800 yards.
Okay, hold on though, Jeffrey.
No.
We said legacy.
We actually have to have the honest conversation.
Well, good. So Chase said legacy. I will add, I don't have much to add. I agree with Jeffrey. It is Corral. The only difference I would have is I would actually have Chad 4th and Bo 3rd in terms of legacy. But like Jeffrey,
that's 100%
if you ask you talent-wise, who's won? Talent. Like who did the most as the most awesome college quarterback? It's Chad Kelly, correct?
I think Corral's more talented than Kelly.
For Corral as a college football player, as a college football quarterback, Corral had such a mastery of RPOs that I'm here for a discussion. Now, if you're asking me, you're giving me Chad or you're giving me Matt, and I get to only pick one
and
I get to go play a game, I am picking Chad. I totally agree with you on that. But if we're talking about this is the other thing. I also think Lane is a far superior offensive mind than Hugh is. And if Lane would have had Chad, holy shit.
Like, it's what's fascinating about this conversation because, yeah, look, talent, go win one game. You're talking about Corral and Kelly just having arm talent out of the ass and what they can do and all those things. But if the question is strictly legacy, there is a complete argument for Dart and Bo to be 1 and 2.
Right, because the other piece of this, too, is Kelly wasn't there long enough. You think about Bo Wallace, 3-year starter. Jackson Dart, 3-year starter. Matt Corral, 2-year starter, then also had that screwed up year in 2019 where Rich Rod decided they could just run the football with their quarterbacks and they had to overcome that adversity. Chad Kelly was 2015 and a really screwed up year in 2016. And that doesn't take anything away from what he did or his talent, but legacy-wise, it just doesn't stick as much to me.
If you really want to talk about being someone that is would have been a beneficiary of this system, Matt Corral would have gone back to school.
Yeah.
In this era. I mean, Matt Corral would have been like a $2, $3, $4 million quarterback.
He would have opted in that first year of NIL and made a shit ton of money.
Yep. Oh,
okay.
God. All right, now let's.
I feel bad saying that because Chad Kelly, again, like Jeffrey said, if you give me one game, I'm taking Chad Kelly. But in terms of his legacy, he just didn't stick long enough to rank him above the other.
Yeah, those are two different things.
Blasphemous, but damn.
Yeah, but this is also kind of the problem with. All right, so this kind of gets back to the larger question of that we've been talking about the whole time of like, where's Ole Miss as a program? Because when we talk about, is this a Lane thing? Is this an Ole Miss thing? Is this more Lane than Ole Miss, or is this more Ole Miss than Lane? The reality of the situation is we find ourselves in a spot where where's Lane going to go? Like, for the first time in all of us, we all grew up Ole Miss fans. We have seen everything from the good, the bad, to everything in between, to the mediocre. What is undeniable at this point is whether or not it's from conference realignment, whether or not it's just being an SEC member, whether or not it's, to Brian's point, great leadership and people finally recognizing this place has opportunity and they can be this place. How many jobs out there are unquestionably better than what Lane has now? Okay, I'll go off the top of my head, and y'all tell me where you start to disagree. Ohio State.
Yeah.
Texas.
Yep.
I used to think USC, but I don't anymore. I think USC, I have enough institutional knowledge of USC to know that USC is a lot. USC has institutional problems that can't be overcome. They might have the money. And so then we get into this like Texas A&M, LSU, Bama. I personally believe Tennessee's a better job. But we're starting to now kind of nitpick, right? Am I missing? Is there anything I'm missing? Oh, now that Michigan has realized, like, you don't have to be hoity-toity, like, oh yeah, you gotta buy guys. I think Michigan's a better job. Okay, but
what about Oklahoma?
No.
No.
No. Oh, y'all both went no immediately. Why?
They don't have this figured out yet. They're in a weird spot right now.
I kind of agree.
Oklahoma very much. Oklahoma wants to think that logo matters.
I mean, it should be A&M, but they're a cult, so I don't know what to do with it.
Well,
aside from that, though, Jeffrey, to your point, the names you just listed, how many of those schools are actually hiring his ass?
That's my point. Is like how many of those jobs can he get?
I think he's just Georgia's another one. We left Georgia.
Yeah, okay, that almost doesn't count.
And you can people are going to throw stuff at the screen. You can make the argument for LSU.
Listen, I am inclined to be biased towards Ole Miss. If you offer me the Ole Miss job or the LSU job, I'm taking the LSU job and I'm not even like thinking about it.
Yeah, sure. I understand.
Have I missed anything? I listen, this guy had a chance to be the Auburn head coach.
You can argue Oregon, maybe.
Oregon. I definitely want Oregon. Oregon is that job that I think people get up there and they realize like they don't like where they are because like that's like a weird place to be. As long as Uncle Phil is still alive and breathing and trying to win a national championship before he takes his final breath, Oregon is an unbelievable job.
Oh, 100%.
Clutch Cam with a super chat here. Back to the other conversation, says 13, meaning Austin Simmons, most talented quarterback Ole Miss has ever had. Book it.
Okay, can I say something that I know we're probably not supposed to say, but I'll just go ahead and say it? I'm a little worried about the elbow.
The football or the baseball elbow?
Well, baseball. Baseball's not.
Elbows. I would no. When Chase was like, he's not playing baseball, I was like, no shit. Like I respected Chase's reporting because Chase had to like. Chase was the only person like actually was willing to like go and do the reporting, but like, no shit. Like, yeah, we're not.
If he throws a baseball, he will throw his arm out.
Where'd that reporting come from, Mr. Simmons?
I'm just saying, if you're going to ask a young man to throw 91 and then rip off a slider right after that, that elbow's not holding up. But here's the problem that I have. I vividly remember exactly where I was when my brother first tore his UCL. He was in North Carolina, and it wasn't one of those no doubters. Like, my dad, they went up to an orthopedic in North Carolina, and he's like, he's got a tear. It needs surgery. He needs it to be fixed. Well, Ole Miss sent him down to where was Andrews at the time? He was like somewhere on the coast. They sent him down to wherever Andrews was, and Andrews was like, no, we'll do the rehab. We'll do that. We don't need a cut on it. Spoiler alert, it needed cutting. I am a little concerned that Austin Simmons has a torn UCL, and all of a sudden we're just trying to be like, hey, he's throwing a football, it's fine. Like, yeah, whatever. Like,
I've talked to multiple orthopedics who swear that because of the weight of the ball and the formation, he's going to.
Reeves is like Reeves is an MUS legend. Reeves laid the foundation of MUS catchers. Reeves Moore, Zach Rutland, Jeffrey Wright. Like, we're talking about a murderer's row of 3 in a row.
They say that he can be fine, and if he messes it up for football, it's a fairly quick return. But he's. I was told by one orthopedic he's actually in more danger getting tackled on it than he is hurting it throwing.
Well, that's what happened to Beck.
Yeah.
No, Carson Beck. Like, that's what happened and that's what happened to Purdy in the Eagles NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Golf
look, it's there. I mean, yeah, it's there. I mean, I'm not ruling it out, but from a structural throwing the football, he probably okay.
I'm not a panic guy. I'm not like let's always like look on the negative. Like we are going to ask him to throw a lot.
And Jeffrey, to bring it back to your point a little bit about like who's a better job and whatnot, and you talk about the restructuring in this modern age of college football. I've talked to a couple guys that I knew in college that ended up being agents, and they're now kind of representing guys that are either in the portal or going professional now. There is Alabama included, Auburn certainly included, LSU a little bit included. These programs that have kind of operated the old-fashioned way, that are not pulling in the same direction, that have not gotten organized in NIL and try to operate kind of the old same booster way, are not having as much success as you would think in this modern portal era. I'll just go ahead and say it. Alabama's a little bit broke. I can put it on good authority. Alabama offered both of their starting tackles $250,000 this year. That shit wouldn't have cut it last year. They don't know what to do in this modern era, and I think that changes what a job is and what it is not in terms of organization. Like Auburn's booster culture, they're screwed in my opinion. If you don't have dudes pulling in the same direction, they're toast.
I agree with you. Here would be the one thing. So, like when we're talking about it, if we're operating under the assumption that those that have not figured it out don't figure it out, then yes, I'm with you. I tend to operate under the assumption of if Ole Miss can figure it out, Alabama can figure it out.
Yes. Okay, so how does Auburn figure it out with 19 cooks in the kitchen going 15 different ways? I think a program like that is toast. Alabama will probably figure it out.
Notice I did not say Auburn.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, we're saying two different versions of the same thing. Like Alabama, you're right. LSU will figure it out. But like a program like Auburn or an A&M or even Texas to some degree, when you don't have a real ID and you have too many cooks in the kitchen, I think they're toast.
I know it's
fun. A&M won't matter because there's so much fucking.
I'm with you. I'm with you on A&M because like at the same time, it's like we think A&M's different, and yet again, here they are 8-4. I'm with you on A&M. I think we might be like wishful thinking that Texas is just like, guys, Texas is the only team still left standing. I get it, the schedule and the bracket matters, but like Sark has figured it out, and I guess this would be my argument. Ole Miss has figured it out under Lane Kiffin. Texas has figured it out under Steve Sarkisian. What's the common thread?
Same disciples.
They went to the school for
coach that knows what he's doing, that puts other people in line.
No, but they went to the Nick Saban School for Wayward Boys. And
Texas is starting to actually pull in the same direction and get their shit together.
It's probably because it's Sark, like Jeffrey said. It's the coach that gets in there and just like, hey, we're going to do this the right way.
They've done I'm not calling them Alabama. I'm not saying dynasty, but they've been at some point, all the names and the donors and the boosters and the board members and everybody else got in there and said, hey, do we want to win or not? And if so, we're going to have to figure this thing out. And they've kind of done that like Alabama, where it's a program that's sort of doing it. And it's where A&M is never going to do it, and it's why they're in the situation they're in, and they just go 8-4 in perpetuity.
If you
I
also
guess that's kind of my point. Make me the case that
hold on.
Auburn's good again in the next 5 years.
Let me say this. I don't know if Ole Miss people know this. The best thing that has happened to Ole Miss is that Dickie Scruggs has gotten out of prison. Because
circa 2015.
Dickie loves his rebels. There is a trial lawyer from Houston that loves his Longhorns. And that has been a huge part of Texas getting its shit together. Where it used to be a lot of infighting and it was a lot of, I want this, I want that. It helps you've got a trial lawyer in there that can kind of steer it in a certain direction.
I totally agree. I guess my point would be, like, make me the case that Auburn's good in the next 5 years. I don't see the path. I don't understand the appeal that they have in this modern era that they had in the past era. How are they good again? The Yellowwood God just tells everybody else to shut the hell up. Like, I don't understand.
You want me to make like a real case? He dies and leaves a shit ton of money. And then all of a sudden he doesn't have to decide where it's going. It's going to someone with power can decide where it's going. Like, that would be my case. There's a reason
They're
I left.
Spending money right now. It's just a matter of whether it works and if it's the right people.
But Chase, you know the same people I've talked to, the same. You've done good reporting on this too. There's a value in everyone having the same vision, and I don't feel like that's the same case at other SEC school. Like, it's the case here. They got aligned, but that's not the case everywhere else, in my opinion.
No, it's honestly, I know people think that like I'm a closet Tennessee fan, which I am not. I've literally hated them more than any program. But when I'm around it, I'm telling you, man, Tennessee kind of has it together. And Tennessee,
they do. Tennessee is the best athletic department in the country right now.
Like, they have it together, and they have it together in a way that I'm sitting there going like, I wish they didn't have it together. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, they do.
They've done a phenomenal job at not only accumulating resources, but being efficient and spreading them around. They're good at everything right now.
But it goes, Rippy nailed it earlier. Leadership. Like, in the end,
if you have bad leaders, you're toast.
We can say what we want about White, and we can say when he was at UCF and he was trying to do the whole, but you know what? Chase and I have always talked about this. We don't fault people for playing to their audience. When they are just sitting there, when White was at UCF and he was doing the whole national championship thing, do you really think he believed it? Of course he didn't. But you know what? He knows I've got a job to do. Like, we know his brother. We all love his brother. Like, you really think all of a sudden Michael White's brother is like the biggest, like, douchebag that's ever lived? Like, no. Like, he's sitting there going like, all right, I manage a school of Hilton Knight managers. Like, I've got to like fire them up somehow. I'm going to proclaim us to be national champions. He goes to Tennessee, and by the way, he is not exactly carrying the same message. Like, I think Rippy's point is so spot on. If you don't have overwhelming money, you better have overwhelming leadership.
Yes, because you're toast if you don't. Look at Mississippi State. I hate to pick on them, but man, you got bad leadership and you're screwed.
Well, and look, you're putting those, not that you're putting them exactly the same, but if you're going to give me great leadership or a ton of money, give me the leadership. Because with the money, you can still make a ton of emotional decisions and afford it. It's what A&M does. You can make these emotional decisions and you can afford it. And you can spend and you can pay. And look, Eric Singleton might be an All-American. This is not a shot at Auburn. But, like, you can go buy all the Eric Singleton types. But then you end up with all these locker room issues. You end up with culture issues potentially if you just don't look at anything but, hey, he's the top guy, go get him. You're the NFL team that hires all the free agents and just go, hey, this is going to work, and then it doesn't. I mean, there has to be so much more to actually putting the mold of the roster and the program and the culture together. Culture is way overused, so I really hate using it. But it
But
still
it's
plays
true.
into this where it has to be this, and you have to actually figure out what it is you're trying to accomplish, not simply we're just going to pay, and then see where it goes. And sometimes that's where we're getting here.
Lane Kiffin is a tremendous head coach, but there's not a coincidence that Ole Miss jumped ahead as a program when this NIL thing happened, and you had William Liston get involved. You had Walker Jones, you had Keith Carter, you had Denson Hollis. If those guys were idiots, Ole Miss would be screwed. But to Ole Miss's credit, they're all four of those people I named, and countless others are smart people. And so they're in a good place. If they were morons, Ole Miss would be in a bad place. And I think in a lot of senses, it's that simple.
I would also add one other point to everything that y'all just said. It's not only having those people, it's not having the infighting that comes with it. Normally, like, you can have people that know the way to do it. And there are plenty of examples of schools that had the right people in place. But I don't know if it was circumstance. I don't know all the particulars. Maybe Chase can elaborate on this more. The thing that matters the most about where Ole Miss is right now versus where Ole Miss has been every other year of my life is the fact that they got the right people in place and Ole Miss stopped infighting. And I don't know. I think maybe post freeze, it felt like, and maybe it was post Matt Luke. Like, I don't know. Like, there was always infighting. And that was always, and Arkansas really, like, Arkansas to me is a school that should be a better job than it is. Because
But they have the Fayetteville versus Little Rock thing.
Correct. But there is not the infighting right now in Ole Miss. And this is where I used to always give Brian, I'm not going to pick on Mississippi State because I agree with what you said. But where I used to always previously give Mississippi State credit is when Mississippi State like decided on something, they got on board and they didn't infight and they would go with it and they would roll. Ole Miss would never do that. There was always it would be a whole lot better if we had so-and-so, if we had this. Like, there was just always infighting. There's not infighting right now. And maybe that's a testament to Lane. Like, this is where I do not want to get on this show because I agree with the people that are sitting there going, that was a boring, disappointing 10-3. I totally agree with you. Like, they did not meet the mark. But we are trying to sit there and say, where is Ole Miss as a program? And maybe that is what Lane's accomplishment is, which is I got everybody in line because guess what? That's what Nick Saban did. Alabama had infighting forever and ever and ever. Maybe that's Lane Kiffin's testament. He got rid of the infighting.
I think he nailed it. Lane Kiffin winning catalyzed everything. He magnetized all of them getting in line. Because to Chase's point, you can screw up money. You can have money and that can go real, real bad. You have to spend it the right way. Like Chase's point is so spot on too, because A&M has had money for years. How's that gone for them? Auburn has money. They don't row in the same direction. You can screw up money. This is about alignment, good leadership, and money at the same time. And that's why Ole Miss has been able to fight a resources battle, in my opinion.
I actually think, and I mean, Ben hearing the thing, talking about Ole Miss and kind of where they are with putting rosters together over the last couple of years, I think the Braves and Anthopoulos is a really good example of kind of a transition to something people understand from a pro sports league because you don't have Mets money, you don't have Dodgers money, you don't have Yankees money, but you're also not the A's or the Devil Rays. Like, you got some cash. Fair. I mean, you're okay, and then you've made really good decisions with contracts. It makes sense.
No, if we want to use the example that we're talking about, the Cardinals are Auburn. They don't have the most money, but they got a lot of money. And guess what? They've been doing it a certain way when everyone else has been doing it a different way, and it's finally caught up to them. And guess what? We suck. We're boring. We're terrible to watch. Like, you sit there and you watch, it's the same problems that Auburn football has. And, I also do wonder this. Hugh is combating one of the most charismatic and winning coaches in basketball. And all of a sudden, man, if I'm an Auburn person that doesn't care anything more about Auburn, and you're telling me I'm going to give my money to Bruce Pearl or I'm giving my money to Hugh Freeze, guess where I want to give my money? And Ole Miss has got this situation where this is where I give Keith all the credit in the world, and maybe it's to the detriment of a man that I love. But Chris Beard's got money. Mike Bianco doesn't seem to have the money that everyone else does.
No, it's true. I mean, it's 100% true. That's exactly where they.
I don't think Freeze can succeed in this modern era. The president of the company I work for my day job is taking us to Auburn. He looked at the other day and was like, what was that?
I think it's Neil. Are you there, bud?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm walking back to the
Hell yeah.
hotel.
God,
If I don't get run over out here.
Bring him on the screen. I haven't seen my guy in like a month.
Huh?
I haven't
No,
seen
I'm
my
good.
guy.
He's on the
You have a
screen, but
disco
it's dark.
board?
He's walking back. Were you getting directions?
Can you hear
there?
me?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we're good.
Nah, some guy asked me if I needed a ride, and I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Well, I mean, you need a ride, don't you? Hop on in. We'll all talk to him. Sure, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing bad could happen there.
Yeah, hit him with the stranger danger.
You was that as scintillating for you in person as it was for us on television, Mr. McCurdy?
Well, I was cheering for a blowout because I wanted to be able to write quickly. I got said blowout. I mean, it was what I
That makes two
expected.
of
I
us.
think it's what we talked about for however long since this matchup. I mean, you knew Ole Miss was going to win. You knew it was going to win big. They were clearly the superior team. I mean, other than the fake field goal thing that went bad at the beginning, I mean, everything else for them kind of went about as well as they could have drawn it up. And I mean, you knew that Duke was going to have a difficult time scoring, getting yards, getting anything going. I actually thought the young quarterback played okay.
Yeah.
No, we're all in
And then
agreement. That kid left it on the field. Like it was so impressive to me. Like I was sitting there going, like, why is he trying this hard?
Yeah, and not only that, but he never really panicked. I kind of thought he'd panic a little, and he didn't. He just kind of kept doing his thing. He made the one mistake that was the pick six, where it was really more Princely made a big play, and he just kind of rushed the throw a little bit, but it wasn't a panicked throw. And then defensively, I figured Duke would struggle on the back end, and they did. And look, I don't know how much you guys have talked. I'm sure you've talked about it a lot. I hope Ole Miss people appreciate what they had the last 3 years in Jackson Dart. You talk about a guy that leaves it all on the field, game after game after game after game. He was all about winning. I mean, I know people will have
You there?
the debate about what kind of NFL future he's got or whatnot.
No. We're not even caring about that. You ready? You got to do
Yeah,
it.
we got one for you. You ready?
We all had to do it. You ready?
Sure.
You've got to rank the legacy. Chase, did I get that correct?
Legacy. Yeah,
You have to
legacy.
rank the legacy of quarterbacks starting with Bo Wallace. So we'll go Bo Wallace to Chad Kelly. We will skip whatever happened with John Rice Plumlee. We are including John Rice Plumlee, Matt Corral, Jackson Dart.
I think it's clear Dart's number one.
Okay.
I would probably put Bo Wallace number two.
Okay.
I guess Chad would be third because he had that
Wow.
special season. Who did I leave out?
No, you're good. You're fine. It's interesting, and I'm glad we asked now because we actually had a 10 to 15 minute debate about putting Corral one.
Oh, no, I don't put Matt one.
We were having kind of with him. It turned into a different conversation of, hey, talent wise, you could easily argue Matt number one,
Sure.
arm, body, the whole deal.
Sleeve tat.
And he was able to get this thing started. Whereas if he goes to Oregon instead of staying, you're kind of doing a
Right.
Bo Wallace type conversation with
Right.
his
If you want
legacy.
to do the Bo Wallace conversation of like Chad never happens without Bo. That's fine. But at the same time, does Jackson Dart show up at Ole Miss if Lane doesn't convince Matt to stay?
I mean, probably not, but I mean, you could do that kind of thing and just go on and on and on with it too, you know? I
But Neil,
mean,
that's what you get paid to do.
yeah. I mean, it's about arm talent. That across his body
Yeah,
throw,
no.
50-something
So
yards.
you were in the chat. You were in the chat, and I like because I apparently, even though I was streaming, I was ahead of everybody, and I was like, if that was his last pass, because at the time that's what we were kind of thinking, like, all right, this is his last series. If that was his last pass,
And it was going to be his last series.
when he's
Lane took
rolling
him
to his
out.
left, Jesus, holy
Yeah.
hell, throw!
Lane took him out, and Jackson waved Austin away and said, "No, I'm not coming out." It was like, "Hey, this is my last game. I'll leave on my terms." It was like that touchdown pass to Jordan Watkins that pissed off Manny Diaz. It was not like that was not the call. The call was for Lane to hand it off, but he and Jordan drew something up and said, if they bring press, this is the play we're running. It was them going, "Hey, it's our last game. What are you going to do? Suspend us?" So, I mean, that's just kind of who they are.
By the way, I
I
also
think
don't believe Lane.
I think Dart's the whole package, man. In a way that a lot of people don't really give him full credit for being. I think he's the real deal. I mean, if you told me that guy figures out a way to carve out some sort of a path in the NFL, I totally buy it.
Yeah, and we were discussing him one as well. It wasn't like we were going negative on Dart. I mean, he is the winningest
Oh yeah,
quarterback in Ole Miss history.
No,
He's
hold
in
on.
some of these conversations, he's almost hurt by the fact that Ole Miss has gotten so good around him. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Neil,
Like,
Well, and
I
if
used to call Neil up Jackson's first year. I would preach to Neil, this kid is good. And this is the irony of where I am, like trying to debate this topic. Like the kid is so tough, and God dang it, you can win a ton of games with him. But Neil, I think like the one thing that hurts Jackson is like, other than the LSU game last year, like what's his like signature moment other than the dude wins a ton of freaking games, which is, by the way, the quarterback's job.
I'm good. Sorry, people are trying to pick me up.
What about a little Coke? What we got?
What's that?
that it
They
looks
offer.
safe.
Oh no. They're trying to give you rides, but like I don't have any cash on me, and you know it's all cash, so I'm good.
This
Plus,
is
I'm
the
getting my steps in. I got a
this is
flight
the
in 6 hours.
this is the MPW difference. Neil walking back, but like I guess that's
Man,
always been the.
I wanted to walk back while there were still going to be people around. I did not want to
Oh,
make
I
this
get that.
walk.
Yeah.
I did not want to make this walk with empty streets.
We're going to have podcasts to talk about all these kind of things. Was there anything else from after the game of note before we all get the hell out of here?
No, it was pretty. I mean, Lane did the thing about they feel like they belonged in the playoff, and playing an ACC team that took an ACC team in the playoff to overtime, blah blah blah. I mean, it's that whole thing that we could do forever, right? Where you can make an argument for Ole Miss to be in the playoff, and you can make an argument for Ole Miss to not be in the playoff, and it just kind of is what it is at this point. I mean, he talked about 10 wins and consistency and, the legacy that these guys leave and maybe the example that they've set. And I mean, I know people always do this thing about, Lane Kiffin and where's he going to go and all that kind of stuff. I'll just say that Lane Kiffin does not talk at all like anybody who's intending to go anywhere anytime soon. That doesn't
So
mean that something won't happen, but I mean,
let's ask
and
Neil this question.
I'll finish with that. I mean, I've seen Lane Kiffin when at a press conference when he's talking like he's about to leave. I've covered that one too. He's in a really comfortable place. I think he feels really good about what they have moving forward. I think it's very clear that he really likes Austin Simmons. A lot of arm talent there, man. I mean, that's big time arm talent. Now replacing, Jackson's leadership and grit and all of those things will be a tall order. But talking to people who are around that kid, they'll tell you that he's got some of that same confidence and cockiness and stuff in spades. So, I mean, I just think I think Lane thinks his program's in a great place. And I think that Jordan Watkins and Jackson Dart, the two guys that came in for the press conference, I think while they're disappointed that they didn't make the playoff, that was very clearly their goal. I think on the other hand, I think they feel like they're walking away from the program, leaving it a hell of a lot better than what they inherited it, and sort of setting a blueprint for, how you win there.
All right, I
Ole
want to
Miss
ask.
39 wins over the last 4 years. That ties the school record, which is from 59 to 62.
All right, Neil, before you go, the impossible question: where Ole Miss finds itself today, do you think that's a greater testament to Lane Kiffin or to Ole Miss?
Um, this will probably make people mad. I think it's mostly Kiffin.
I don't think that's going to make him mad because I agree with you. But go ahead.
I mean, I think what you understand with Lane after a while, I think, is that, I mean, some of the stuff that makes him kind of weird and some of the stuff that makes him kind of obnoxious, and I don't mean weird in a bad way. I mean, I'm weird. So I don't mean that in a negative way, but he just kind of he refuses to lose, which doesn't mean he never loses because obviously they lost some games, but he just refuses to accept it. He's always pushing. He's pushed a lot of people at Ole Miss out of their comfort zones. So I mean, you have to give credit to Ole Miss. They hired him. They've given him basically everything that he's wanted. They've probably gotten, like I said, out of their comfort zone with some of the things that he wanted to do, and they've done it. I mean, I can remember. This is going to sound stupid, but I mean, I can remember when Hugh Freeze was at Ole Miss, and he just wanted to change the uniforms up a little bit, and it was like pulling teeth. And now, I mean, Kiffin does whatever he wants. I mean, they just do whatever Lane wants to do. They just say yes, and that's to their credit. I mean, he's winning. But I think Kiffin's the instigator more than Ole Miss is. The question, down the road at some point is, do you learn enough from what Lane did to let the next guy come in and build on it? And that's, again, I think that's down the road somewhere. So we're not going to get the answer to that anytime soon. But I think I think you have to give the overwhelming lion's share of the credit for where Ole Miss is today to Lane Kiffin.
Okay, so would you agree with my premise? Is there are two people right now that are having a lot of success in college football: Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian. Both had to go to the Nick Saban School for Wayward Boys. Both took over jobs that had, I mean, Texas is obviously a better job than Ole Miss. No one's denying that. But that job had been kind of like, it was a standing 8 count. I don't think it's coincidence that two guys that are clearly not Nick Saban, but also learned under Nick Saban, I don't think it's any coincidence that those two schools are having success.
No, I don't think it's a coincidence either. I mean, there's a lot of similarities there, like you mentioned. I mean, neither one of them are. I mean, look, I think they learned a lot from Saban, both of them, and you see it in different ways.
But I
I
don't think
think
they
they're
love
both. No, I agree. I mean, I think they're both still growing as coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if Lane were being transparent, he would probably tell you that he looks at a couple of the losses this year and kind of kicks himself a little bit for, you know, um, almost refusing to sometimes be conservative and just, always always kind of pressing the envelope a little bit. On the flip side, that's one of the reasons that he's had the success that he's had, is that he's, developed a reputation for not being conventional. So I don't know. I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, I knew the other guy in the league, and I've written his name a couple of times this week because there's some similarities. I'm making sure I don't get run over by some sheriff's cars. Like there's literally like a line of sheriff's cars pulling out of here right now.
It's okay. Florida's a stand your ground law.
Yeah, are you in jail? Where are you walking?
Yeah.
I am walking past a jail. Yes.
Okay.
But not
And
in
Oh,
it.
I
Did not expect that, but God be with
don't
you.
know what is. I don't know what is going on.
You sound like you're living in Memphis.
Thank you, sir.
May I have another?
Well, there's a line of sheriff's cars leaving this facility. It's wild. It must be headed somewhere. Um, the guy we were talking about, Lane won back-to-back 10-win seasons. There's only been like 8 or 9 people to do 12. Eli Drinkwitz has done it as well. It's a pretty short list. It's a bunch of LSU coaches: Nick Saban, Steve Spurrier, Dan Mullen did it once at Mississippi State, and now Lane Kiffin, Gary Pinkel, and Eli Drinkwitz. I mean, it's a really short list.
No, we've talked about Drink. You know where Drink's mistake is, and Chase would agree with this. Unlike Shane Beamer, Drink's mistake is like he just doesn't corral medium types. But I agree with you. I think he's a good coach.
He's tight with Thamel.
Yeah, but he's
well, like Grind had a good point about Ole Miss's season and what Kiffin did is like he called it a Mark Richt 10-3, and that's like a perfect example. Like it's still a 10-3, and like you have to respect the 10-3s, but yeah, it didn't have the pizzazz on it of whatever.
Is Kirby in his post-championship tenure becoming Mark Richt? He's bringing back Mike Bobo's coordinator. He's bringing back
you win 2 titles, then that buys you a long ass leash.
But I'm telling you, man,
a little bit, but hey, man, you know this. Winning's really hard.
Yeah, and I agree. And I'm
I
a Kirby guy, but I'm saying like I today was alarming to me because if Gunnar Stockton is going to be their quarterback, they got problems, man.
Well, they got beat today because, frankly, they got out Georgia. They got beat by a team that knew its identity. It did all the right things.
What was it? Until the last drive, Notre Dame had like 140 yards of offense.
Yeah,
we don't give nearly enough credit to Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame for how they responded to that Northern Illinois loss. We really don't.
They beat the shit out of everybody else on their schedule. Like beat the hell out of them the last 7 games.
They had a really bad loss, but I kept harping on this. Like I was not a Notre Dame hater. Like there's a lot of years where like I'm willing to like honestly diminish Notre Dame. I thought Notre Dame this year always had a very, very, very high floor. But to your point, like I guess the problem that I'm having right now with Kirby is Kirby won a certain way, and then all of a sudden it's like he's like gone back and it's just like I just want Mike Bobo here. I want to. Who is their quarterback next year, man? Like they got problems.
I mean, they'll have to go find one. And you're right. Now, I mean, I do think this about Kirby and about Georgia is that sometimes some of these coaches do that deal where they're only comfortable with their people. That's what Saban did so well, right? It's what
he hired Lane Kiffin, who he hates.
He hired people that he didn't really want to hire because he knew they were good coaches, and he liked no, dude. Oh, let me get away from this guy. Hold on.
This is an all-time moment.
I got to get away from that dude. That dude's not good.
Oh God, you sound like you're like a corner away from where I live.
Yeah, I mean that guy was kind of coming at me, pointing his finger at me, and I was like, I'm moving on.
Yeah, no, we see that on the corner. We live next to Poplar and Highland.
Yeah, you had a rave. How did that happen? What that guy do to you?
He was outside of a nightclub that I think he had just been either kicked out of the nightclub or not given admittance to the nightclub.
Let he is without the first stone. Let he is without sin.
Yeah,
First stone.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not judging. I'm just
Yeah.
avoiding.
There's a couple of LA nightclubs I may can relate to.
So how far are you from your hotel?
I can see it right now. It's not. It's. I mean, I'm 3 more minutes walking.
Okay.
I've been here since Sunday afternoon. I've developed a running. I already found the path that I just walked. I've run it a few times.
Not at midnight.
Not at midnight. No, not at midnight.
Wait, so you said to hell with the Uber. You're walking back to your hotel?
Yeah, he was walking back to the hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey,
walked. I didn't want to fight the Uber. I just
so
walked.
you run that block now for about 6 days now? This is your
What's that?
street? You run that block, this is your street?
It's kind of my street now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna hand it off to somebody else tomorrow and hopefully forever. But yeah, no,
Yeah, we were, we
I've
were we
made
were
it.
getting enough background noise. I wanted to make sure we got you back to the hotel before we killed the show. You
That's
were
what I
kind
was
of
thinking
like
too.
we were hearing some stuff back there. So
Yeah, my mother's probably having a coronary.
Is she watching?
Like, what are you doing? Why?
Wait, your mother watches?
No, 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 no. She's
I
sound
was saying,
asleep by
even my
now. But
father,
if she
who
were
loves
awake,
Ole Miss, does not watch.
yeah. Well, no, that's what's so funny to me. People will ask things like about Laura or whatever, and I'm like, Laura has never watched my show in her life.
You
Has zero interest.
consider yourself lucky. There's nothing worse than walking home and realizing as soon as you get home, your wife's arms are folded. You said what?
I did love. We could hear in the background. Neil, the game was like 45-7 at the time, and you could hear Aaliyah in the background fussing that the officials didn't call holding. She was
Yes.
all
By the way,
in all four
by the way,
quarters.
Neil,
Oh, that's funny.
after she, Neil, after she announced she did not care about the game,
Oh, yes,
she
of course.
she she adamantly announced she did not care about the game. She goes, I guess we're not called home anymore.
I was a little worried. I was down on the field the last 2 or 3 minutes, and I was standing on the Ole Miss sideline talking to Taylor McGregor, and she had her mic on, but she wasn't on. But we were talking and we're saying things that I'm like, I really don't need that to be on television. Stuff about she was talking about Lane saying something about the ACC or something after the third quarter, and I said, God, he can just be so petty. And then I realized, holy shit, what if that's on TV?
Yep. That's where you find out. That's where you find out really quickly. Do the producers like the talent? Because
Mhm.
Yeah, because they were
always,
protecting her.
I've always thought whenever you have a hot mic situation, it's usually because producers do not like the talent.
It's a good point. Yeah. By the way, she's one of the nicest. She's one of the nicest famous TV people I've ever met.
Well, I mean, you meant
All right, I'm get back out. I walked into the lobby and it's loud as hell, so I'll step back out for a minute.
all right. We love
Yeah,
you.
we're cutting. Last, I mean, just the only thing I didn't even ask you football related. Did you get any sense of Diggs and kind of where he stands on a health or what that knee is?
No, it didn't come up post game. I watched him. He's not 100%, but I think they got him in there. I think they kind of did a smart thing. They got him in there just to let him have just enough taste of it, and just to have a little bit of confidence that he can probably go into this off season and get it right. I mean, I know people do the thing about ACLs. They go, 6 to 9 months, and it's like, yeah, for some people. But for every person that is 6 to 9 months getting 100% back on an ACL, there's every bit that many people who it takes 12 to 18 months. And his deal was 1 year and 1 day ago when he tore the ACL in the Citrus Bowl playing for LSU. So I suspect tonight was just about, hey, let's just give you just a little bit of a confidence booster, just something to build on and go from there, because they didn't press that tonight at all. He probably played 6, 7, 8 snaps, but they they weren't asking a lot of him.
Yeah, Bentley looked pretty good in his final game, and then they, yeah, nobody asked about
Yeah.
Ulysses in the post game. No.
No, we did not.
Okay.
No, my God,
That's
no, no. I mean, I
that
love
is
Ulysses Bentley the fourth, and I wish him nothing but the best. But I am glad that that chapter of the media thing is done. That got fatiguing fast.
yeah.
You don't think he'll get carries next week?
I hope he does. I hope he goes someplace and gets lots of carries. I
Hey,
really
hey,
do.
Neil, do you think they would have been in the playoff if Ulysses would have played?
I think they would have been in the playoff if Henry Parrish Jr. hadn't gotten hurt.
Yeah.
But
Agree.
I do think that's right. All
I
right,
mean,
we
I'll tell
are
you
at
this about you. I'll say
yeah.
this about
Go ahead.
Ulysses. If you watch Ulysses snap after snap after snap, yes, there are some. He does have some explosiveness. He's not really particularly effective between the tackles and behind that offensive line. That was a problem. And then, guys, he's not a good blocker at all.
yeah, well,
I
Neil,
mean,
you know who else
not
wasn't
in,
a
not
good
any.
blocker and was also had negative plays? Barry Sanders.
It's a good point. That yes, I'll let you have that last word. Good point.
Yeah.
I'm kidding,
Um,
guys. People,
Lane did say in the
Neil,
post
Neil knew I was kidding, but just so
yeah.
everyone else says it, I was
People
kidding.
were talking
No,
about Nolan and Princely. Lane did say in the post game, I'm assuming with y'all, Neil, that he gave those guys the option to come out whenever, and they stayed in as long as they did. So
yes, yeah. I watched him take Nolan out after the pick six. Yeah, after the pick six, he was on the field and Nolan came off, and I saw Lane basically tell him that's it, no more. Finishing
yeah,
there. He didn't play. He didn't play another play. Princely played a few more plays, but he took Nolan out. Nolan's a first round pick, and they're not. He wasn't going to risk that, and he needs some guys to go be first round picks. You know, he needs an NFL presence. That's the one thing we talked about it last week a little bit. That's the one thing that's still left. He needs to start establishing an NFL pipeline a little bit. That's what's left. That's what Georgia's been able to do. Alabama's been able to do, and if he's going to get where he wants to get, I think that is a necessary step.
So sorry, not to prolong
yeah,
this, but Neil, you were probably at that press conference with Nolan there. They're asking why he played, and he was like, "Dude, I've never played in a bowl game. Thought it'd be pretty cool." He came from a pretty dysfunctional program at A&M. Never played in a bowl
Yeah,
game. When you go to a bowl game, you basically get to hang out with your friends for a week, get free shit, and then play in a football game. Now you get to do it for money. Like I was talking to a buddy of mine who was like, "Why would he ever play in this?" And I was like, "I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world." Like, did you kind of get that sense with the way he
yeah,
answered that?
yeah. And I think this is one of the things that Lane does really well. Unlike a lot of that old school bullshit, hey, 15 extra practices, let's grind and see who can get tougher. No, he didn't do all that. I
They
mean,
just had fun for a week.
their practices in bowl prep were basically pretty laid back, pretty short. They put pads on a few times just so they wouldn't, forget what it was like to play with pads on. But they weren't out there killing each other or going through some sort of new spring training or something. And we didn't get to see. You couldn't see practice. Not that I cared on Tuesday when we were out there, but a lot of the guys weren't even wearing helmets. I mean, it was real laid back. It was just let's have some fun, let's be sharp, let's sharpen up some things. But I think that's one of the things Kiffin does really well, and he does it year over year. August is rough, and then really in September they start taking care of the guys' bodies, and over the course of the year, I think it's allowed guys to stay fresher. And he didn't have some ridiculous spring, football thing where you grind guys. Instead, it was he's he's smart enough to know. And in fairness to Manny Diaz said the exact same thing about what they do at Duke. Some of these guys are smart enough to know that this has become professional football. I'll quote Diaz on this because he's exactly right. They don't have to invent a calendar. There's already one invented. The NFL did it. You just follow that calendar the best you can. And the NFL's not out there in August and I mean in April and May hitting each other. They're out there just mini camping and OTAs and keeping guys in shape and working on some things and mental reps and a lot of that. And that's what Kiffin does well. And I think guys like Walter Nolan and Princely and guys like that really thrived in it because they probably came from some old school programs where you you wore yourself out over the course of the year, and that's not what Lane does. That's just who he is. That's the program that he runs, and for guys like that, it works. And I think that's going to be like one of his. Walter Nolan's probably going to be a really big selling point for Lane Kiffin moving forward.
I totally agree. I think we just make it too complicated sometimes. Like, I think he's 21 years old, and just as like playing a bowl game
Yeah,
sounds cool. I'm gonna go collect a fat
yeah,
check
yeah,
and hang out with my friends.
yeah. And his friends were
Yeah.
down here, and he wanted to come down and play, and he did. And he didn't play a ton, played a lot in the first half, but Lane got him out of there. And I mean, I think Lane was going to take him out at the half, and Walter wanted to play more. And then once that pick six happened with I can't remember who had the pick
Isaiah
six.
Hamilton.
Thank you. Once Hamilton did the pick six, he was like, "That's it. There's no reason. There's no reason for you to stay out there." And again, he tried to take Jackson out, and Jackson just refused.
Yeah. All right, we'll wrap there. Neil, you're back at your hotel room, so that's a good place to make sure you got back home safely. You got a flight in 5.5 hours or so. It's past midnight
That's
here,
correct.
past 1 a.m. there, and we've been on a little over 5 hours at this point. So we'll wrap. Thanks, Brian, for his long night with us, all 5 hours, and then Jeffrey every Thursday all season. Love you, bud. Always appreciate all the time that you give every single week to MPW Digital, and of course with Neil and myself, and then Neil there from Jacksonville. So we'll wrap this thing. Ole Miss 52, Ole Miss 52, Duke 20 from the Gator Bowl. Rebels finished 10-3 on the season, and we will move forward with the offseason and then barreling toward the 2025 slate as well. So appreciate all you guys tonight. We had a great time, had a big time with you. Great show, fun season. Thanks to Realtree as always. Again, love those guys. They'll be back again next season. And then also to Horn Legend, they've got their 20% off sale through Sunday on Realtree apparel. This will be up in podcast form. So take care, and we'll talk to you very soon.